在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soiling leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now.
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
I finally arrived at the manor, mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened. Once paradise, now a shell of its former glory. No one minds the kindness of the weak. Only a sinful soul does as it pleases.
Revenge! To hell with the gods! Behold! See how your desires fatten! Repent! Purge thy sins! A sacred feast will guide you. I will rebuild paradise.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving behind what I have done, future's already begun. Can somebody save me from the past and take the lead? I'm ready to lead, time to stand up and be free. There were times I didn't know what to believe. Now I found a reason to fulfill my destiny. I'll carry on the journey. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, I'm no longer torn.
最后我还是失败了。所以我才又回到了这里。这一切都是你的阴谋吗？再次面对过去的噩梦。而那些噩梦的参与者又是谁呢？我所遗忘的究竟是什么？
See you, Orphe.
Long, long ago, when demons and gods walked amongst humanity, two sisters lived a life of creating fragrances.
All that you desire shall be granted if you bring me a fragrance that relieves one's sorrow.
Finally, the younger sister completed the god's request. A beautiful dress woven from painful memories is the perfect attire for me.
Scales, venom gland, and the vomeral nasal organ. Reptiles' delicate biology is engraved with the mysteries of evolution. Researching them feels like listening to hymns of heaven and tracing the steps left by the Creator. But the end lies in unexpected malice. Is this a cruel joke from the Creator? or the inconvenient truth of evolution. All but a small price to pay on the path to truth. And as the scales shed, I shall step over the last of my boundaries.
10 nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
The goddess is real!
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the amygdala. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. It casts their memories into the abyss. Again and again. As they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back.
I still coast without chances of I don't care how much it costs. I'll carry on with my frost. There were times I didn't know what to look for. Now I found my faith and I won't hesitate no more. The night is gone, this is where we start. A new day has come to my heart. The night is gone, no more detour. A new day has come, I'll be reborn.
Is this place really haunted? Who's there? The Crystal Palace was once where art and science collided. Some reminisce about its former glory. Some long for its splendor. Now, you're here too.
Miss Keo, how was your childhood? Well, at the dinner table, Father said with a smile, "You sure love playing judge, don't you?" And then they wanted me to pursue my own happiness. Of course, so did my brothers. Your brothers? He was not qualified to represent justice. And I won't allow that to happen. Something happened, I suppose. I did what I had to do. Justice needs obedience. Justice needs sacrifice. It ain't over till the fat lady sings. That's all.
The arrival of the first letter was the prelude to a change in tone. An accentuated sign of fate's shifting course appeared on the night the second letter arrived. Those fragile wings flew in with the dying light. Who forgot one simple truth. The purer the light, the deeper its shadow.
Wait.
My nightingale, never chase after illusions of hope. Looking back with longing eyes, this is just his unfailing bait.
All that remains upon this throne is nothing more than a fragile, incompetent heart. After the embers fade and die out, our homeland, ripped asunder by the flames of war. At the height of my desperation, I finally saw the light of a star above. She was the one who brought the light of dawn back into my life. But when the sun sank below the horizon, I saw the flames of war burning without end. Flesh torn and blood spilled before me. The illusion of my utopia had lost the favor of the sun. I have to get out of here. I have to...
Why do you wish to escape, my dear king? In this everlasting Colosseum, you will forever be my gladiator. Anna, night. Girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间 把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草，不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Last night, I dreamt of returning to that place once again, trapped in a trance, the scent of the soiling leaves, and the chimes of midnight were beckoning me. No matter how many times you found salvation within your own creation, you could not escape the nightmares of your memories.
Stop it! End all this now!
I remember now. It's all coming back to me. When the nightingale sings, the mansion gates will open for me under the starry sky. Tonight, the truth will be revealed.
The islanders often say the wayward sons will eventually return home, just as migratory birds always come home to roost. Yet, fewer and fewer have returned. Fear has gripped the island, and strange rumors began to take hold. Rumor has it, a vast silhouette overshadows the shore. Some also say a resentful soul lies beneath the waves, luring voyagers to their doom. While many claim, even in a storm, the swallows will guide you in the right direction. However, is this calamity wreaked by disgraced deities? Or perhaps it all stems from greedy hearts? Stay a while. I have an interesting tale for you. Sergei, once the backbone of this circus, he brought numerous joy and laughter on stage. But he was a slave to the bottle off stage. His mistress began to fall for a more considerate man, and after a heated argument, she sought refuge in that man's tent. Sergei couldn't stand for this. He destroyed that man's wretched face with acid and ruined his life forever. The truth was finally spilled in a fit of drunkenness. In turn, on that drunken night, Sergei also lost his face. I don't like this face. Oh, it sickens me. But this face has become a new symbol, belonging to Sergei and to me.
I finally arrived at the manor, mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, Everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened. Once paradise, now a shell of its former glory. No one minds the kindness of the weak. Only a sinful soul does as it pleases.
Revenge! To hell with the gods! Behold! See how your desires fatten! Repent! Purge thy sins! A sacred feast will guide you. I will rebuild paradise.
Waking up through the darkness, I can see the sun. Leaving
Welcome to the 2022 Identity 5 COA 5 Global Finals. Let's take a look at the competition format. The Global Finals will comprise two phases. Group Stage, first phase, will commence from April the 16th, 2022 to April the 21st, 2022. The competition format for this phase will be played in best-of-3 round-robin matches. 16 teams will divide into 4 groups by drawing lots, and the top 3 in each group will advance to the playoffs, totaling 12 teams. Playoff phase, second phase, will commence from April the 30th, 2022 to May the 3rd, 2022. The competition format for this phase will be played in single elimination matches to determine the bracket for first round 12 to 8, quarterfinals, semifinals, third place match, and finals. The best performing teams from the group stage will receive a bye and advance to the quarterfinals. The second and third placing in each group from the group stage will compete in the first round of playoffs to enter the quarterfinals. Subsequently, the winners in the first round will compete with the top seeds from group stage. Playoff first round 12 to 8 and quarterfinals will be played in BO3 format, while the semifinals, third place match, and finals will be in BO5 format. 8 maps are available during the global finals: Arms Factory, Red Church, Sacred Heart Hospital, Lakeside Village, Moon River Park, Laos Memory, Ever Sleeping Town, and Chinatown. Top 16 teams from the Chinese mainland, Hong Kong and MO and Taiwan, Japan, NAEU, Republic of Korea, and Southeast Asia have assembled to compete for the championship title. Welcome to the Identity 5 format in this 5 group.
superstar, Eternal Aurora, has finally been released. Anarchy detected within the city limits.
Good evening. This is Pirate Radio. Headlines after headlines, musicals after musicals. Can you even recall the last time you saw the sun? The media fills you with cheap thrills and mindless entertainment. Eventually, we'll all amuse ourselves to death. I was once like you, waking up on the red carpet of Metropolis, but now, look at what we've become. A cog in this entertainment machine. Wake up. The city is eating you alive. We're nothing but pets and livestock trapped in captivity in this city forever. Let's continue the carnival tonight. Maybe tomorrow, we'll see the sun again.
Tonight, we celebrate the prosperity and beauty of Metropolis.
列车的汽笛声正逐渐靠近，大都会的纷争已经拉开帷幕，静待好戏上演。在这场群星的盛宴中，16支战队已经蓄势待发，来到了竞逐最高点的舞台。有人是华丽登场、绽放光彩的表演者，有人是伺机而动、埋伏在后的观礼人。他们是来自欧美赛区的 B4U 战队。来自港澳台赛区的 BZ 战队，来自东南亚赛区的 BL 战队、GH 战队，来自韩国赛区的 MS 战队，来自日本赛区的 SST 战队、SC 战队、AG 战队，以及来自中国大陆赛区的狼队、斗舞战队、M2C 战队、GG 战队、GR 战队。WBG 战队、ACT 战队、FPS 朱雀战队，谁会奏响胜利的战歌？谁会迎来黯然的谢幕？让我们共同期待2022深渊的呼唤舞全球总决赛小组赛的舞台，谁能踏阶而上，会战巅峰？
Welcome, 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 ladies and gentlemen, to the group stage of the Call of the Abyss 5 tournament here in Identity 5. I'm very, very excited because today I have my co-caster Eli over right next to me, and we are jumping into absolutely fantastic matches. We will see starting Wolves versus Weibo, a match that we both look forward to because those are just absolutely... Those are names that everyone knows. And I mean, just looking at the entire lineup, we're gonna see the top 16 teams in this group stage and competing against each other, competing for the championship title of the Call of the Abyss 5. So we have a lot to look forward to. Eli, how are you doing today?
I'm doing very well, Grizzly. Thank you for asking. Yeah, we have two of the best IVL teams competing in our first matchup, as you mentioned, Wolves and Weibo coming up. We do have every first matchup from each of the A through D divisions, which will be played throughout the course of 2 days. So I'm very excited. We did have a little bit of a schedule change for those of you who you might have known B4U and AG we're going to play today, but because of some schedule changes, we have Wolves and Weibo first, which is going to be a very exciting matchup. Again, two of the best IVL teams competing for a spot to compete in the global finals top 12, which will be the following weekend. But yeah, I'm feeling very excited about these matchups, Grizzly. I'm really looking forward to these two teams in particular. These are two of my personal favorite IVL teams to watch. Such incredible gameplay from both the Hunter and Survivor side. And I think this is going to be very, very close down to the wire. Again, Wolves known to be one of the best Survivor teams in the world, while Weibo has had some very good hunting with YMM and D. So I think both of these teams will have a very exciting matchup back and forth, definitely for sure.
That is for sure, especially as you mentioned it, Wolves being one of the best Survivor teams, if not even arguably the best Survivor team currently in the game, in the entire world. And we saw them, we didn't see them competing in the qualifiers because they immediately qualified by winning the IBL in fall this last year, 2021. So I'm very, very curious to see if they will bring some, you know, new tricks to the table that we haven't seen already because they were not competing in the qualifiers. On the other side, we saw Weibo already competing in the qualifiers in the past few days, and I'm absolutely excited to see these two teams go against each other. And we also saw, if we look at both teams, we also saw a few interesting characters come out and compared to at least to our server, right? Where we have on our server a kind of different meta when it comes to the Survivor side compared to the Chinese mainland teams. And these teams, Wolves as well as Weibo, are both mainland China teams. So I'm really, really looking forward to that. And just analyzing the map picks when we look at mainland China, I saw a lot of Chinatown coming to play in round number 1, and I'm very, very curious to see if that will be the main theme for this entire tournament, that we will see that map coming into the matchup way, way more often than other maps.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility, and it also is very hunter dependent. A lot of these teams will pick the map based off of what hunter they're going to play. And right now, one of the most popular hunters in the game, as we know, is the Breaking Wheel. And Breaking Wheel is incredibly strong on Chinatown for a few reasons. One of them being there's very few windows on the map for the most part, and the windows that there are there will actually break when a survivor or a hunter vaults them 4 times. So you can actually eliminate the windows, and then, Breaking Wheel on a map with no windows is just incredibly strong. So I think that's definitely going to be the case here. And you also have to look at the hunters from both sides, right? So you have to look at YMM for Weibo is a huge Breaking Wheel player, one of the best in China. So that's definitely going to be an option for Weibo. Now, does Wolves want to go with something like that as well, or maybe do they want to change something up? You have Alex, who's typically the main hunter for Wolves, known to play a few hunters, has a later round Naiad, but usually we'll start out with something like Sculptor, Bonbod, maybe Bloody Queen. Whereas on Chinatown, maybe those hunters aren't quite as strong. Maybe you want to go for something more like Ever Sleeping Town if you want to go for a Sculptor play. So it's definitely a possibility. We'll have to see again which teams want to go where. I think Wolves definitely is favored going into this matchup just based off that Survivor team. But we are going to look at the overall prize pool for each of the for each of these teams depending on their placement. We have 4 million CNY, which I believe is the Chinese currency, if I'm not mistaken.
It's about 625,000 US dollars in prize money right here. And incredible. We can see the lineup for the upcoming 3 days. And as you already mentioned, B4U, who was supposed to go against AG, will be switched out. This will be our first match for today. We will see Before You versus AG tomorrow, and today we are starting with, as we already mentioned, Vivo versus Wolves. Later on we see SST versus ACT, then we have SZ versus GG and GH versus DAO 5. And all of these names are very, very known in the Identity 5 community, and I'm very, very excited to see all of these teams come together and fight for the #1 spot in this Call of the Abyss 5 tournament.
Yeah, I actually think the matchups today are going to be definitely the down to the wire sort of matchups here. These are some of the most evenly matched ones we have right out the gate, which is very exciting. Again, Wolves and Weibo, two IVL teams. Again, Wolves being slightly favored going into this just because of their incredible survivor side and the fact that they were the first team to win IVL for this year. So there's essentially how it works for China is you have there's two different IVLs essentially, and if you win one of them, then you advance to the Call of Abyss, and you don't have to compete in the qualifiers. In this case, that's what Wolves did. They won the first one of the year, coming out on top and going straight into the Call of Abyss. Again, Weibo was one of the later qualifying teams in the actual qualifier event. So, again, Wolves on paper should be slightly favored, but again, two IVL teams, two of the best in the world. This can be very exciting. And, just looking at the rest of them, we have SST and ACT. SST, a team out of Japan, going against ACT, who is an IVL China team. However, SST is arguably the best team in Japan, and we all know how strong and how competitive the Japan server can really be in terms of their Identity 5 Championship Series as well. We also have SC versus GG. Again, SC, a top competitor out of Japan versus GG, who is, again, one of the best IVL teams. So that's going to be, it's going to be close. I think GG definitely has the upper hand, but it will be very exciting. And then GH versus DAO 5 as well. GH is the best team out of Southeast Asia going against one of the best out of China. So we have really like the best of the best representing each server going at it here in these first matchups. So I'm very excited for this day one.
I am very excited too, and I think you already mentioned it, that Wolves have won the IVL. I think they actually won both IVLs last year in 2021, so therefore they are definitely one of the strongest teams in this tournament. And we are going straight up to the introduction. Here we have Team Weibo with Blue, Tang, Hui, and the rest of the survivors as well as the Hunter players. We go straight up to Lion, Juan, 487, Shelly, and 111, who are the survivors of Team Wolves, and we have Alex and NY on the hunting side.
Yeah, absolutely. So the main hunter we're going to see from the Wolf side is Alex. Alex was, before being developed into an IVL player, for those of you who don't know, Alex was a specific Breaking Wheel rank player, was the #1 Breaking Wheel, I believe, in the mainland China server. So he has a lot of experience with the Breaking Wheel, but over time has sort of adapted to a little bit of a newer strategy, bringing up the Sculptor and the Bonbon, as well as Bloody Queen, like we had previously mentioned. So that's definitely going to come into play here. And it looks like we are going to have the Wolves on the Survivor side, if I'm not mistaken, here right away against the Weibo hunting. Now, it really comes down to who is going to hunt for Weibo. Weibo has two hunters in particular. You have D of YMM. So D was always been one of the best Bonbon Sculptor sort of chip hunter players out of IVL. And then you also had YMM, who came originally, I believe, from ZQ, if I'm not mistaken, was a big Dream Witch player, but has picked up Breaking Wheel and become one of the best Breaking Wheel players. And if I'm not mistaken, that looks like YMM is going to be hunting here on the Weibo side.
It's yeah, that is what I was curious too, because we didn't really see D, nor did we see Blue on the Survivor side of Weibo coming into the matchup when we looked at the qualifying matches. Here you can see the introductions to the players. We have Lion. Lion comes in very, very strong with a lot of different characters, which I noticed when I was spectating matches from these teams, that they are not a one-trick pony. They all know a lot of different characters. We have seen them play Mercenary, Prisoner, Patient, First Officer, and even Coordinator, which is Coordinator not necessarily being utilized on our server, at least too often, but we saw it every now and then on the mainland China teams. Here we have Juan, who was coming in as Priestess very, very often, Coordinator, Entomologist, Mercenary, Mechanic, Psychologist. Just if you look at that lineup of survivors that he can play, it just shows that it's very, very versatile when it comes to the skill of these survivor players.
Yeah, now I'm very excited to see the rest of the Wolves team. We also have 487, who will be shown momentarily. Known to be one of the best kiting players on the entire mainland China server in the entire world. There's 487, has a few options. Can go with Forward, can go with Seer Priestess, also will occasionally break out some other kiters as well. And we'll see exactly what the Wolves opt to put each player on, right? So you typically have Lion, who's more of the rescuer player, doesn't play harasser, typically will be on something like patient, gravekeeper, mercenary, and then you have some other harassers such as Jelly and 487. So again, we'll have to see where Wolves decides to go with each of these character picks, but I would expect to see 487 immediately come out with a kiting character. The reason why is that a lot of the, ever since that Seer nerf, Seer was usually the more common first round ban, but now Forward has become the first round ban after that Seer nerf. He's gone down to 8 seconds for that Owl. So I think depending on what Hunter YMM wants to go with, probably going to be Breaking Wheel. I would expect a Forward ban immediately, and the survivors will probably take Seer in either Mechanic, Priestess, or Mercenary, and I would expect 487 on the Seer.
Now we can see Jelly, we can see that he plays Forward as well as Mechanic. We also saw Jelly utilizing the Postman, Gravekeeper, Patient, and even Better and Wildling. So I'm very, very curious to see if we will see some very, very off-meta picks in this lineup. Maybe not in round number 1 when we only have 2 bans. I want to just inform everyone, this is going to be a best out of 3, so we're gonna see depending on how these teams perform, 2 up to 4 rounds per matchup. Here we can now see Weibo is bringing YMM on the hunting side, very well known for the Breaking Wheel, and as you already mentioned, Breaking Wheel, Dream Witch, Geisha, Photographer, all these characters have been utilized in the past. So round number 1, I would just to throw a wild guess in this round, I would say we're gonna see the Breaking Wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it does depend on the map. I think maybe if Wolves has an opportunity to go with a bad Breaking Wheel map, they might consider going something like Arms Factory. Maybe Alex can play Bon Bon or Sculptor or Bloody Queen, and then you put YMM on a map where he has to play Dream Witch. But again, YMM still has a very strong Dream Witch, so it's really not hindering them too much. I think that definitely it'll probably benefit both teams for Ever Sleeping Town. I think that's most likely the most common map here, just because again it allows Alex to play Sculptor, Wheel if he wants to, maybe even Bon Bon, and then it also puts YMM in a spot where Breaking Wheel or Dream Witch. All those hunters perform very well on Ever Sleeping Town. But again, we talked about Chinatown being one of the most common maps in the mainland China server, and these are 2 mainland China teams competing. So I think that that's definitely an option as well. I think if Weibo has an option to pick the first map, they will go to Chinatown, possibly try to put Alex on a big spread out map where Sculptor may not be necessarily as strong, and allow YMM to play Breaking Wheel right off the gate.
That theory sounds very plausible, and I can only agree. I think Chinatown will be one of the first maps that we will see. Potentially we also have the Ever Sleeping Town map that could come into play. But for now, the teams are getting ready. We can see that there are not only the Survivor and Hunter players on the field, what we can see right here is what I would assume the coaches of the teams as well, and the technical background. It's gonna be very, very interesting. We are about to jump into the very, very first match of the group stage right here on the Call of the Abyss 5 tournament. And again, just looking at the lineup of these Survivor players and what they can bring to the table, I am very, very curious to see a round number 3 or potentially even a round number 4, because you already mentioned it. The lineup for today's matches are very, very evenly spread out. Like the skill set of all of these teams that go against each other are very, very evenly on both sides, and therefore we actually might experience a lot of round 4s in which we can see more characters that we usually wouldn't get to see, because the bans are not that pressuring.
Yeah, and absolutely. And I think that again, it's going to come down to how well can Weibo go at it in these first 4 rounds. And you're going against Wolves, arguably the best team in the world, the best Survivor team. Can YMM pull something out here? Something interesting about YMM is a lot of these mainland China hunters play hard for draws. Again, you're playing against very good Survivor teams, this game being very, very Survivor-sided. a lot of the hunters will just play very conservative and push for draws. But YMM has a more of aggressive play style with Dream Witch and with Breaking Wheel. This is the type of hunter that likes to go for more than just draws. Plays risky, maybe risk the possibility of survivors getting a win, but also push for more kills as a hunter. So it's really kind of a trade-off. But YMM has that gameplay where he likes to go for those extra kills and have sort of stronger early game, stronger late game as it progresses, and put the team out early. Again, it's risky, but I think against Wolves, the survivor team in the world, arguably you have to go with that sort of strategy.
I can only agree. High risk, high reward, and as you just mentioned it, with Wolves being such a strong survivor team, you have to be aggressive. You need to push them out. You have to eliminate the first survivor as soon as you can, and then pressure the rest of the team. And YMN can definitely put a lot of pressure on Wolves. I'm curious to see how this very first round, first half as well as second half, will end up. Honestly, it's so difficult to predict anything right here. I would like to make some predictions. I would like to just say that, you know, the survivors might have a little bit of an advantage just because Wolves is such a strong team. But then you have YMM, who is such a dangerous and pressuring Breaking Wheel or Dream Witch player, and bring out other hunters as well. We are definitely in for a treat right here watching these first few matches.
Absolutely. Again, we're just waiting for looks like some final final test checks with the technology and all that. But I think we are gonna, again, as we mentioned, have very close matchups here. I think with Weibo going hunter first, I think it means that possibly Wolves had first faction. A lot of teams to go survivor first, so then the hunters know what type of hunter they have to play. If the survivors win, they can just play a draw hunter, go for a draw, and win that round number one. If the survivors possibly lose, then maybe the hunter has to play a different strategy or something like that, and it really just kind of changes up based off of that. So with Wolves on survivor first, there's a good chance that means Weibo picked map first. And that means that, Wolves pick faction first. So that could be Chinatown. I think that's definitely the most likely option if Weibo had that map selection. So again, we're just waiting on that to see what the map will. But yeah, I'm also curious to see what hunter YMM opts to go with. His typical round one has been Breaking Wheel once he's picked that up and learned that. But he has been one of the best Dream Witch players throughout, the IBL up there with MRC, XC, and some other strong Dream Witch players as well. So I think that, I don't know, we'll have to see. I definitely think it's more favored that Weibo goes with that Breaking Wheel YMM, but again, it depends on the map. Maybe if Wolves did have map pick and they went with Arms Factory, he's going to be forced onto the Dream Witch, which is still very strong. Round one Dream Witch is nothing to be ashamed of, but again, we're going to get into our picks and bans here, and it looks like it is Ever Sleeping Town. So again, a good Breaking Wheel map, a map that we really think can benefit both of these teams, and we'll have to see what the first ban it is. It is the forward as well, which is exactly what we were talking about before. They don't really, a lot of these teams don't ban Seer anymore first because of the nerf, so you get rid of that forward and you don't have to deal with any harassment if you go with the Breaking Wheel option.
And here we can see the first two logins. As you already said, Shelly, very well known to be one of the survivors that just knows so many characters, comes in with the Seer right here. We have the Priestess now, Mercenary being banned. Gives Wolves the option now to pick some more decoding heavy characters. We have the Acrobat coming in as well as the Patient. And I'm very, very curious to see how that first match goes out. As you said, YMM will most likely come out as Breaking Wheel because that is such a great map. The Ever Sleeping Town is such a great map, such a strong map for the Breaking Wheel. And I just want to highlight one more thing that is a little bit off topic right here. But the players and the staff, they have all the same face masks with the little smiley face on them. And I don't know, I love to see that. I want one of these masks. Look at that. Look at it.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. I really like the I don't even know where you could get one of those, but I would personally love to have something like that. That's pretty cool. Having an Identity 5 mask. But yeah, looking at the team comp here from the survivors, this is very fragile. This team comp is extremely fragile. You see no main rescuers at all. So this is going to be Cypher Rush heavy, and the kites may not necessarily be as strong. You do have some support with the Seer, the Priestess, but Patient and Acrobat are, for the most part, pure kiting. Acrobat can support in some instances, but actually something to note is Acrobat's been a character that has been used in almost every round when not banned. It is arguably right now the best kiting character out of the containment type characters. So definitely going to see the Acrobat again, a fragile team comp from the survivors, but it depends how YMM can capitalize off that. The Cypher Rush will be fast, but the chases may not be as good. But again, best survivor team in the world, possibly here with Wolves against Weibo, and this is going to be a very exciting matchup. Here we go.
We are jumping right into it, and I just want to highlight that I said that Jelly would come in as Seer because we saw that, but the survivors actually switched, and now we can see 487, very well known for a Seer. That's exactly what I was looking for. We have 487 since the Forward was banned, which he could also bring to the table. He is going for the Seer. We have seen Jelly coming in as Patient many times. Very, very curious to see how these survivors will or will not accelerate against YMM's Breaking Wheel here on the ever-sleeping town. And we are jumping right into the action.
All right, here we go. We do have the fake gate spawn from the Breaking Wheel, which means the survivor does spawn over towards the middle. Will immediately go towards middle 2-story or push that corner house instead, and it looks like that is going to be the case right over towards the 11 area here, and he's caught sight of one of the survivors. It looks like that is going to be a Lion, who I believe is the Acrobat. So yeah, so this is a pretty good find for YMM. Again, all of these targets are pretty much chaseable, but Acrobat, being how strong of a kiter he is, he's going to immediately get out, go for that first spike. This is what happens with a lot of Breaking Wheels, is they'll get one spike, they'll try to get one hit. With Insolence, put the survivor at a quarter health and then just go for one more chip. And we are going to see that bomb forcing him back into Breaking Wheel form, which is exactly what the survivors want to see. Owl still in play as well, so Wolves already off to a good start, considering that there's no slow decoders on this team, and a Cypher Rush will be very hard for YMM to deal with.
That's for sure. He took the second spike. He's now coming out of the wheel form, is trying to land that normal hit, trying to get the damage that he needs. Was, I think, preparing for Blink right here. I'm not really sure what is happening. And there comes the Blink. Acrobat was trying to get away right here, but Blink hit. First survivor is down. Exactly what the Breaking Wheel is so well known for, to have two spikes in the survivors and then just bring down that first survivor extremely fast. And now we can already see Jelly repositioning himself, and I think maybe YMM might have already spotted him out and is directly going into that direction, trying to cut his rescue route off.
Yeah, and the reason why YMM was actually just swinging at the fence there before Blink, he was trying to bait out the Owl. He was trying to hope the survivors would predict the Blink. He is going to get that first hit there, and he's going to get the rescue. You see some of the Cypher machines going down, and he's going to go ahead and keep going for this Acrobat. Can Acrobat get to the portal? Goes for the bomb, and no, the trap slows him down, and he's unable to get through it. He is able to take the portal, but it is not going to matter. He's able to get that Tide Turner effect now activated, and you know, Lion's gonna be on chair for the second time, and while this may be a Cypher comp, it's still a little bit behind. You know, you did have one Cypher down, but YMM, again, look at how aggressive he is, going around, pressuring the Cyphers. They have the long portal set up. It's gonna waste a little bit of extra time, but not quite enough, as Breaking Wheel is able to catch up very quickly.
Really concentrating on Lion right here. The Acrobat really wants to get the Acrobat out of the game, wants to get that first elimination to slow down the decoding progress and to put the survivors into a little bit more of a difficult situation. We can see that two Cypher machines are basically decoded, and the rest of the Cypher machines are also being worked on. So the Cypher machine progress on the survivor side is actually not too bad, not too slow, considering that YMM is already putting so much pressure on the team Wolf right here. We can see the Priestess coming through with the portal, is having the spikes in herself, but is able to get the Acrobat away, goes down. Will YMM concentrate on the Priestess? Absolutely not. Really wants to get that first survivor elimination and concentrates on the Acrobat. But again, look at the Cypher machine progress. It is going to be an interesting late game.
Yeah, it is winding down quite quickly. We're going to see the firebomb. Does he get the trap? No, just a little bit short there. A missed second there, and we're going to see the Acrobat try to stay alive, avoiding a second when it now has that knee-jerk reflex speed boost to transition away, and now this forces YMM back into wheel form. Look at those Cypher machines, 20% or lower on all of them. We're going to see the Owl as well. This actually hits him to the window, but the Snap is going to reach before he could potentially take the tram. Well, Snap would still knock him off the tram either way, but he is not able to make enough distance there, and the Cypher machine is so close for Wolves, but now YMM in a position where he could actually secure a round one draw here. Again, Wolves is a team that typically is known for getting high amount of survivor escapes in the early rounds, but YMM really shutting that down here and putting Weibo in a powerful position.
And we can see they have the last Cypher machine primed. They are ready to pop. YMM is trying to find his next target, and he actually finds the target on the primed Cypher machine, is trying to get these spikes on the Priestess, but Priestess is popping the Cypher right away. Now we have the late game. YMM is trying to find another survivor to, as you already mentioned, secure the tie on the Hunter side, which would be a great success going against Wolves right here, starting off with a tie. But still, YMM is in need to hit these survivors and comes through with the blink, closing the distance to swing the Seer down when he was vaulting the window, and that might be the expected tie for round number 1.
Yeah, that Terror Shock is actually huge. He actually missed the spike on the Seer, so he was only 1 spike. If he took a base without a Terror Shock, he would not have gone down there and potentially could have dungeoned. But a beautiful blink and prediction there from YMM to predict that vault, get the Terror Shock registered, and is able to secure the draw against Wolf. So YMM, given a map that he likes to play on, potentially Ever Sleeping Town, very strong for Breaking Wheel, already puts, putting Weibo in a strong position. So it's now on Wolves. What can Alex do? Again, Alex is known to be a very strong hunter. Wolves, of course, known to be a survivor-sided team. But going against Weibo, this team has been kind of on and off with consistency of, survivability. They've had very strong hunting with YMM and D. But, sometimes they're put in situations where the survivors are, not able to get a certain amount of escapes necessary. But in a situation where you already have a draw and you're going against round 1 Alex here on a map that I assume Weibo probably ended up picking, I think this could be very good for them. Again, if they're able to get a 3 survivor escape, they can jump ahead right away. But getting a first round draw against Wolves could be very beneficial for them, regardless of how these rounds continue to play out.
I have a strong feeling that we will see kind of a deja vu map. If we see the same bans, which were Forward and Mercenary, we might actually not only see the Breaking Wheel on the Hunter side. We have Alex, who is known for the Breaking Wheel, as well as Sculptor, and Breaking Wheel can definitely accelerate on the Ever Sleeping Town. So I expect to see the Breaking Wheel on the Hunter side from Alex. And I was just scanning through the survivors, and it seems like the survivors might go in with the same characters if we have the same bands, because we have Hui, who is coming in to, I would say, 90%. That is not a perfect number right here, it's just an estimated number from me. 90% as Patient, and then we also have Li Bao as Seer. We have Maum Priestess, very often comes in as Priestess if Priestess is allowed on the map, and Tang as Acrobat. So this seems like a deja vu map, deja vu game that is about to happen. But here we can see the stats, we can see how strong the survivors were when it came to decoding and protecting that Acrobat, that one survivor that YMM wanted to eliminate. We saw the Priestess coming through with the support portals, getting some distance in between the Hunter and the target, which was the Acrobat. But at the end of the day, the map pressure of YMM's Breaking Wheel and the distance that he can travel in wheel form wasn't really too much of a trouble for him to catch up to the global portal.
Yeah, absolutely. And you did see, you see how this meta is very survivor-sided in terms of support. You saw a lot of support with the Priestess, portals, even the Owl. The Owl ended up actually not even mattering. And, in the long run, this is why Breaking Wheels have started to ban Seer less and less. Of course, Seer Owl is very strong. Seer is a character that can farm Owls very easily off a Breaking Wheel because, while you're looping pallets and trying to avoid getting spikes on you, you can easily farm those Owls by looking at the Hunter. And there's really nothing to lose in that sort of instance. But you see here, again, they weren't able to utilize Owl right away because all you had to do was blink. Once you hit that blink, if Owl isn't given before the blink registers, then you're just, you go down. And at that point, there's no point in really using the Owl after that because you can just snap through the Owl. If you get 2 spikes, you snap right through the Owl, and there's nothing nothing the survivors can really do with the Seer Owl other than you potentially use it in the late game. So, I think that for YMM here, again, going out right away, getting a draw is very strong. And looking at the Wolves Hunter side here, we have Alex most likely going up. You also have Anya as well, who probably won't be playing because Alex, again, being the main hunter. I don't know what Alex is going to go ahead and go with here. Maybe he'll come with a Breaking Wheel of his own. Maybe he'll go with potentially something like Sculptor or Bon Bon, just trying to secure a draw. I don't think we're going to see Bloody Queen. It's not a very strong Bloody Queen map. But I think Alex's kind of mindset here is go for a draw right away here, and then potentially allow your survivors to try to step it up and win in the later rounds.
I mean, that would definitely be a good strategy to at least tie this first round, to not give Weibo the advantage in round number 2 and round number 3. So that is the main goal, to get at least a tie and potentially maybe even the 3 or 4 survivor elimination. And with the breaking wheel, if Alex decides to come out with the breaking wheel as well, he definitely has the chance to get that 3 or 4 survivor elimination. But at the end of the day, we can't underestimate Team Weibo, who is definitely a very, very strong, one of the strongest survivor teams as well. So it's a clash of the titans right here, and you can't really predict anything that is going to happen. So very, very excited to see what will happen in round number 2. And again, I will throw that prediction out right now. If the bans for the survivor side will be the same, we literally gonna see a mirror match. We're gonna see the same survivors, and I assume Alex will come out with the breaking wheel.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, looking back on the last matchup, I did mention at the end how he did get that blink terror shock, but I think the breaking wheel actually had detention as well,
Yes.
which is maybe something Alex will like to go with too. Typically, I was a little surprised with it just because it's not typically a strategy we see in NAU. A lot of the breaking wheels in NAU don't bring detention. They like to go for more of a insolence, trump card sort of strategy, but we did see detention here, and this is something that actually comes up very frequently in China IVL. Again, a lot of these hunters have draw mentalities. They play for draws. Bringing detention helps secure a kill later in the end game, where you don't have to get multiple spikes on a survivor. You can easily just down them right away, and that's kind of been the case for a lot of these IVL breaking wheel players. Is they just go for those draws. They just try to secure the draw, get that kill in the end game, and that's exactly what happened. So looking on to the Wolves Hunter side again, we're gonna have Alex most likely be hunting against the Weibo survivors, and I think that, again, we talked about some of the hunters he could potentially go. Does Alex go breaking wheel of his own? If so, I think we're going to see, as we just talked about, the detention build as well. Maybe detention insolence is usually the most common, along with blink. And then maybe Alex goes for something else, goes for a draw hunter like the Bonbon. Maybe goes for something like Sculptor. I mean, Sculptor is definitely a possibility. It's a strong Sculptor map. You don't really need to go for a win here. Again, Wolves, being a very strong survivor side, can easily capitalize in the later rounds. So again, if you're Alex, you're just trying to play for a draw, maybe we'll just see the Bonbon, just go for a draw here, and anything's possible. We do have, looking at some of the Weibo survivors here, we do have Levo, who's a Seer and Mechanic player. Maum is well known for the Acrobat and Priest. This is going to be the main sort of kiter on the team. With the Priest support and also Acrobat. Anyone who essentially is the Acrobat player of the team is usually going to be the main kiter, the main container, along with the Seer player, just because of how strong that Acrobat's kiting is.
That's for sure, and here we can see the surviving team. Maum, as you already said, can play Priestess, can come in as Acrobat, great characters, but also played the Postman and the Coordinator that I mentioned earlier that I'm curious to see in the tournament as well. And now we are coming to Tang, usually playing the forward, the Mercenary, but also has been seen as Acrobat or Gravekeeper. So definitely, I am just always very, very surprised to see how many variations they have up their sleeves, like how many survivors they can play as and how many survivors they master as well. It's not just that they play different characters, they know exactly how to play these characters and they perform extremely well. And here we can see Hui, who is coming in as Patient, as I already mentioned. In most of the games that I have spectated him playing a character, it is the Patient. We saw him coming as Psychologist and Embalmer as well, but mainly Patient. So I am expecting him to come, at least in this round number 1, where we don't have a Patient ban, for sure, not a Patient ban, coming in with that character. Now we see Alex, we can see Sculptor and Guard 26. You already said it, we could see the Sculptor coming out on the Ever-Sleeping Town, just because it is such a strong map for the Sculptor. We could also expect the Breaking Wheel, so I would assume that it would either be Sculptor or Breaking Wheel, but of course we could also see other characters like the Guard 26 or potentially Geisha.
Yeah, that's definitely an option as well. Geisha has been a character that's been picked up by a lot of these IVL hunters, a lot of these China hunters. and they really developed it into their strategies. It's kind of playing a bit of a draw build with the Geisha, going for going for Blink, going for trump card, things like that. And I think that's definitely going to be an option for the later rounds. Again, Alex has been a player who has picked up the Geisha, also the Naiad as well. But I think in the early rounds here, again, we're just going to see. I don't really know. I don't know what Wolves' game plan here is. The best thing we can look at is, again, I think round one actually slightly benefits Weibo just because YMM has that really strong breaking wheel. But then as the rounds progress, YMM's best hunter, the breaking wheel, will no longer be there. Still is a strong Dream Witch, but Wolves has been incredibly powerful against Dream Witches in the past. And then once you get to the round three, YMM's kind of out of hunters, where if Alex has a deeper hunter pool, he has the Bond Bunny as the Sculptor, Breaking Wheel, Naiad, and Geisha. So he has a lot of options to go with, whereas it's a little bit more complicated for YMM and Weibo. So, and again, Wolves survivors tend to thrive as the rounds progress as well. So I think we're going to see Alex at least just try to secure a draw. There's no need to really push for anything more than a draw. Going for a win may not be on the table here necessarily, because it is, you are going against one of these very strong survivor teams. So I think the Wolves' main strategy is just don't drop round one and try to win as these matches move on and progress.
That is for sure. Definitely you want to tie that situation right here. You want to tie round number one and see if you can get the advantage in round number two. Potentially, you said it's not necessarily on the table to get the victory, but if this window opens and he gets the chance to get the victory, I am very, very sure that Alex is trying to push that, is trying to get the 3 survivor elimination. And yeah, as you said, while the rounds progress, we might see Alex with a lot of variation to the hunter side, but you also mentioned that a lot of these Chinese players picked up Geisha lately, and we saw YMM utilizing Geisha as well as, for example, the photographer, which is also a character that I'm curious to see during the tournament, the photographer of YMM. I hope I get the chance to see that, because that would be something that I am very excited about. Photographer, a character that I personally started to enjoy playing as and playing against lately. So seeing these top players utilizing the characters, it's always kind of a learning situation for me, and I think for a lot of viewers as well, where you see the top players just utilizing some tricks, utilizing some strategies that you would not necessarily utilize in your daily quick or maybe even ranked matches. But it seems like the game is slowly about to start. We are jumping right into the character selection, and we're gonna start with the survivor bans. On Wolf's side, we can see Alex is going to ban the Seer, which is already counterproductive to my prediction that we will have a mirror match where we have the Seer in the game as well. But that is, as you already mentioned, opening up the spot for the forward, a very, very strong character. So now we have the forward on the lineup as well as the priestess, which is just an overall great character on the Ever Sleeping Town with these buildings and the ability to create these huge portals.
Yeah, so Alex giving Seer here, giving forward here is a very interesting strategy. It's not something we see as often. We will see Patient, which is a very standard second ban, trying to eliminate those kiters. He also gives Acrobat, so Alex going really, really risky here, giving Weibo a lot of options. So I don't know what, I really don't know what he plans to play here. Maybe Breaking Wheel, but banning Seer instead of forward is really not standard for how the meta's kind of progressed for Breaking Wheel players. So I don't know what he opts to go with here. Maybe going for maybe a Sculptor, that could be an option. No, he's gonna go with the Breaking Wheel. So, Alex playing Wheel into the forward is very risky, but again, probably just going for a draw build. Insolence Detention with Blink most likely is the main strategy for Alex here. It really comes down to how well can this Weibo forward support. A lot of times when you have a forward against a Breaking Wheel, the main strategy is have the forward support early on. You can kind of counter this by going with something like Excitement. But again, if you're going for an Insolence and Detention, it means you have no trump card. So going with Excitement means you hold Excitement for the entire game, and it could potentially become useless as the match progresses and forward runs out of that football. So, it's definitely either is an option for Alex here. Again, just going for a draw indicates that he will be bringing Blink, but he's got a tough matchup ahead. Again, these bans are a little risky from him. Giving Acrobat one of the best kiters, Priestess one of the best kiters on this map, and 2 unchaseable characters with those rescuers he doesn't have a lot of options, not a lot of room to make any mistakes here. Alex is going to have to jump out the gate with a quick kill if he wants to potentially secure that draw that Wolves is really looking for here.
Just really doing the same that YMM was doing, concentrating on that first survivor that you're going for. Here we can see what I think the coach is shaking hands for a fair match that is going to happen right now. Again, we have Alex on the Hunter side going in as breaking wheel, and he just has to push for that first elimination to make the tie happen. At least the tie happened to tie round number 1, because we saw in the first half we had Weibo's YMM being able to get the tie against Wolves' Survivor team. And at the end of the day, as long as Wolves can mirror that result for the second half in round number 1, they have a really good setup to turn this in their favor later on in round number 2 and in round number 3. But that also goes for Weibo. There's still everything on the table, and here we jump right into the match with Wolves. Alex going for the hunt, sees potentially the first survivor right here.
Yeah, it looks like, has caught sight of the Acrobat. This is not the best place to kind of, you do have a strong window that you could potentially mind game at, but look at that control from Alex, able to get a quick spike on the Acrobat. Just as we mentioned, Grizzly, quick kills are important for Alex here. There's a good chance these survivors can kite for a long period of time. Goes for the trap and traps him as he tries to go for the bomb and is able to get that first hit on Lee Bao, the Acrobat, back in the wheel form here. Insolence for Alex, which means he does have the extended spikes, able to get that second one on. He's going to go through, break the portal, and then just continue to the Acrobat. All he has to do is snap here, secure that down, and that's going to be a fast start for Alex, already putting Weibo in an unfavorable position.
That is for sure, and the prediction right here is getting that snap that you mentioned, probably destroys that global portal, push the priestess basically off that Cypher machine, and we now have the first survivor Lee Bao in the basement, which is definitely a really, really good situation for Alex right here, because it's putting pressure on the survivor side. We have the priestess who could potentially come in with a portal, but we can also see that we, I think, have the mercenary in the range right here. Yes, the mercenary who will attempt to get in for the first rescue.
Yeah, we do see mercenary here. Will they go for it again? I mean, the survivors want to try to push for a win, but after a fast, quick start for Alex here, will they, even go for something like that? Mercenary hiding out here, trying to feed Tinnitus. Maybe they'll just give Tinnitus and not go for a rescue, trying to keep Alex in the vicinity, prevent him from using that breaking wheel Cypher pressure to slow down the Cypher rush. And Alex just looking around here, getting on a wheel form, being very patient, not leaving too early. We do see the mercenary in the area. Is he going to go for the save? And it looks like they are going for half-time rescue. Elbow pads past the Hunter, is able to get that first hit, and he is going to get the rescue off in time. Blink available for Alex. I think he's probably just going to hit this Acrobat. Yeah, just secure that down there, mercenary. Going to go ahead and wait in the basement. This is a very smart play. Wait for that Hunter to leave, and then escape the basement so there's no risk of a double hit. Now the question is, does Weibo get aggressive and try to go for forward harassment, or do they continue to play it conservatively and safe and at least just go for a draw?
That looks very, very good for Wolves right here. Having the first elimination, we have still 2 Cypher machines up and 3 Cypher machines that need to be decoded. So now we have the mercenary being the next target, even though he would have the delayed damage effect if he is able to only get 1 spike into him. That delayed effect will be vanishing, and there we have the spike. Alex transitioning out of that wheel form is trying to land that hit, but mercenary able to establish some distance right here. That might still be a little bit of a difficult situation. Fantastic prediction with the with the traps.
Yeah, we did see Alex is holding Blink, but he knows he has time to break that pallet. With the mercenary being slowed down there, he's acknowledged mercenaries used all of those elbow pads available. Had to use 1 for the rescue and 2 during that kite. So now all he has to do is break the pallet, get it down. Again, still 3 Cypher machines remaining. 1 almost done, but 2 without a lot of progress. And with mercenary not having any elbow pads, there's not a good chance of a rebound kite. Forward has to come very early. Alex should immediately get a wheel form, which is exactly what he's going to go do. And he's going to go for the forward and gets a double down on the forward there. Will he change targets to the mercenary or just tear the forward? I expect him to leave the forward on the ground. And yeah, that's going to be the case here. Waste the forward's tide turner, go for the mercenary, get 2 survivors on the ground, and force the priestess to be the one to rescue, which means no one's decoding with 2 Cypher machines remaining. Alex is in position to potentially go for a 4 survivor elimination.
I just want to mention that these traps are just scary. Every single trap that Alex was throwing so far was landing on point, was either landing on point on the survivors or were cutting off the ways of the survivors, the routes of these players, and that is absolutely fantastic. We now have, as you mentioned, the double down. Mercenary is on the chair again. We have the Priestess being ready to come in for the rescue. Immediately comes through. Alex destroys the portal, is going back, but the rescue will happen. Now, will the Mercenary be able to buy more time, or is he taking that spike? He is not, and the tram is cutting off the way. But again, the traps of Alex are just scary. Survivors can't really do anything against it. Mercenary is down now. 2 Cypher machines are remaining. Not a lot of progress on these 2 Cypher machines, and the Mercenary will be sent back to the manor immediately. So therefore, this is putting Alex and Team Wolves into an extremely favorable position right here.
Yeah, these last 2 Cypher machines aren't even close. There's really not an option. Weibo trying to hide out here. You have 1 survivor in upper 2-story, 1 down in basement as well. Alex trying to reach this Priestess, is able to get the first spike, or the 3rd spike on her rather. And all you have to do now is Alex is just down each of these last survivors. Forward still has a lot of football, could potentially kite, but in the long run, it doesn't really matter. He's actually just going to go for a snap, playing this slowly. You can just simply snap the Priestess, go back into wheel form, get another spike on her, and snap her again. There's no risk of the Cypher machines popping. Alex is going to check out the basement. Does he know Forward's down here? And wow, what a prediction from Alex, acknowledging that Tang's in the basement, trying to use that football to get out. He is able to get past, but he's just going to go down. Not enough football used there from Tang. Alex, 1 survivor left to eliminate here, already 1 ship away, and Wolves will be in a 7-2 lead right out the gate if that is the case here for Alex.
Yes, Alex definitely concentrating on that 4 survival elimination, has the perfect setup for that too, because at the end of the day, there's not a lot that the survivors can do right here. It's going to be extremely difficult to come back from that. Is forced out of the wheel form to get through that portal as well. We can see the Priestess is trying to buy more time. We can basically the normal late game that you can see in tournament situations where you have 1 survivor on the floor that will eventually heal up and, you know, use the exit path that they bring. And then as soon as Priestess is down, he will go back to the fort, and it will be a little bit of a back and forth to really secure these 4 survivor eliminations. The 5-point games is slowing down the Priestess, most likely going back into wheel form and just... I'm not sure, maybe the fort already used the self-heal, and therefore that is the end of this match. A 4 survivor elimination, a 5-point game for Wolves. Fantastic job establishing a little bit of an advantage when it comes to the entire tournament start with winning round number 1. Now in round number 2, Weibo has to step up their game to just get the points back and to get into a round number 3, because if Wolves can keep up the pace right here, can keep up the eliminations on the survivor side, then they will be advancing in that stage.
Yeah, I think what happened there at the end with the forward using that self-heal is when the forward went for that rescue, there was a double down. You got the Mercenary and the forward down. So I think that's probably what happened. I actually overlooked that as well. I just realized when they surrendered that the forward probably had expired the self-heal in that instance because the Priestess was forced to go for a rescue. So Alex knew that the forward had to have used the self-heal. There's no other option if Priestess is going for that save. So that's kind of what happened in that instance. And yeah, Alex right out the gate for survivor elimination, putting Wolves up 7-2. And, you know, we talked about how Weibo really, if they want a chance in this incredibly difficult matchup, they really want to try to win round number 1. You know, you had a map that's strong for your Hunter, and YMM performed very well, but Alex able to outperform, getting a 4-person elimination. So as these rounds progress, the Wolves survivor team is going to become stronger and stronger, and the Hunter side for Weibo is going to be a little bit weaker because YMM's Hunter pool isn't necessarily as large as Alex. YMM known to be very good with the Breaking Wheel and Dream Witch, has other Hunters as well, but Alex's Hunter pool extends all the way out to things like Naiad and Geisha, like we mentioned. Whereas YMM could potentially bring out those Hunters as well, but maybe not as proficient as the Breaking Wheel and Dream Witch. So Weibo is really going to need to capitalize on YMM possibly playing Dream Witch in round number 2 and try to pull a win out in this round 2 situation, forcing a round 3, and maybe they can come back in that last round.
That is for sure. That is definitely what they have to go for. And here we can just see the entire match happening. We can see that the Cypher machines were definitely not as fast, and they just had a little bit more of a difficult start because we had the first survivor immediately down into the basement, and you just have to wait it out. If you have a survivor that is down quite early in the match. You sometimes just want to wait it out and use that time to decode other Cypher machines, but at the same time, you might lose the survivor earlier, because as soon as that survivor goes down, we saw it, that survivor will be out of the game, and that was putting Alex definitely into a good situation, into a good start for this match, and he was really able to clear the field right here. Survivor after survivor were getting eliminated, and now, again, Weibo needs to catch up on that. I am very, very curious to see which map will be picked for round number 2. Hoping for the Chinatown map. We saw the Chinatown map being utilized very, very often, and I genuinely just want to see that map, because I really, really enjoy seeing these top teams performing on that map. And that map is also a playground for a lot of different characters on the Hunter side, when it comes to the Hunter side. So we might see the Sculptor of Alex in that second round.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. And I think if it depends, of course, who got to pick from round number 1 map here. If it was Weibo, they're already extremely disadvantaged. Going into round number 2 with Wolves having the map selection can be very difficult. All they really have to do, if you're Wolves here, is maybe go with a bad Breaking Wheel map and just ban Dream Witch. Maybe go with something like Arms Factory, ban the Dream Witch, and force YMM to really not have a lot of options. And that could definitely be a possibility. You know, we are looking at the highlights here, and the communication from some of these players overall.
Look at that. That was the Blink Terror Shock right there to really secure that tie right here. And now the prediction. Again, that was something I highlighted during the match already. Alex, every single trap that Alex was throwing was a hit and was stopping the survivors from getting away, was slowing them down. Look at that. Just throws it right in front of the tram and hits the mercenary as well. So that is definitely an extremely, extremely scary breaking wheel of Alex that we can look forward to in the future, if we don't see the breaking wheel being banned in the future matches.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think we are going to see, you know, going into these to this next round as well. I think that Weibo, again, really wants to have the map pick. We talked about it a little bit, but I don't know exactly what they will opt to necessarily go with. But it really depends on what YMM is comfortable playing as well, whether that's Dream Witch or Breaking Wheel, and where they're going to go with the bans as well too. So I think you're probably going to pick a good Dream Witch map, but you also don't want to pick a bad Breaking Wheel map, because then they could potentially just ban the other way, and that might be a downside for them.
That is for sure, that is for sure. There's still everything on the table for both teams. If anyone can come back from this first round right here, from the point deficit, it is Weibo. Weibo definitely has proven themselves to be one of the top teams that is competing here in the Call of the Abyss 5. But then you cannot argue with what we just saw, Wolves just being extremely strong and definitely showing what they came here to do. They want to get the championship title, just as all of these other teams want to get it as well. So yeah, as I said, everything is still on the table. I'm curious to see what we can expect from round number 2. We might see, as you already mentioned, a map where Breaking Wheel is just really, really bad, and you can ban the Dream Witch to put Weibo into a little bit of a difficult situation. But on the other side, you might also, if we look at the survivor side right now of Wolves, they were able to manage a tie against the Breaking Wheel on one of the Breaking Wheel's strongest map, which is Ever Sleeping Town. So even if they let the Breaking Wheel out again, they know that they can perform at least a tie again. If they did it once, they can do it twice. So I would agree with your prediction that, or with your statement that Weibo definitely is in a little bit of a tough situation right here to come back from this.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, you know, you're talking about the maps and what is going to be the option here. Typically, you'd like to go Arms Factory if you want to play Dream Witch, but you can't really do that if you're Weibo, because if you go Arms Factory, then Wolves just bans Dream Witch, and you actually give a round 2 Breaking Wheel, but it's on a terrible Breaking Wheel map, almost unplayable for some hunters. So it's really not. It's really not going to be probably going to be the case. I think if you're, I don't know, it's tough. I think if you're Weibo and you do have map pick, you have to pick a map that's good for Dream Witch and Wheel. And the reason why is because Wolves can simply just ban one or the other if you go for a map that's too good for one and not strong enough for the other. So out of the maps that are possibilities, I think Chinatown definitely could be one. Chinatown is all right for Dreamwitch. It's pretty wide and spread out, which can be difficult in some instances, but it is very strong for Breaking Wheel as well. And it's, again, not too bad for Dreamwitch. So I think that's definitely an option. And, you know, maybe if you're Wolves here, looking at Alex's Hunter pool, you're already in the lead. Alex is just going to be playing very easily for a draw here, not trying to push for anything too aggressive. This round one was an incredible start here, and not something you typically would see a Hunter going out and getting a 4-person elimination right out the gate, especially in this high-level competitive scenario between these two teams. So I think that we're probably going to see, if Wolves does have map to pick here, I think they're just going to pick a bad Breaking Wheel map and just ban the Dreamwitch, force YMM into a Hunter he doesn't really want to play. And it looks like it is going to be, I believe that's Arms Factor, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't even know yet, but Arms Factory would be, as you mentioned, one of the not so good maps when it comes to the Breaking Wheel, and would basically force YMM to bring out the Dreamwitch. But then again, we have one Hunter ban in round number 2 right here, so that would potentially be the Dreamwitch. Very, very curious to see what YMM will bring out if that is the case, if they are forcing the Dreamwitch ban on a bad Breaking Wheel map. We might expect the Geisha. I already mentioned we might expect the Photographer as well, but I would almost say that the Geisha would be the pick that we can expect from YMM if that is going to be the case. But we are jumping into the bans and picks in just a moment. We are seeing the players right here getting ready for that round number 2.
And yeah, so I think we're gonna see, if I'm not mistaken, it did show Arms Factor again. We're not entirely sure just yet, but it looks like we are going to have, I believe that's the Weibo Survivor side versus Wolves Hunting, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that means that Weibo probably didn't have map selection, and that means it did go in Wolves' favor. So I think that, again, we're going to see, if it is Arms Factory, it makes the most sense for Wolves. Just, you know, go Arms Factory, ban Dreamwitch, force YMM to play on a bad map. And Arms Factory is also strong for, you know, for Alex as well. You know, you have Sculptor, which is all right on Arms Factory, not necessarily the best map, but still can be played on pretty much any map. Bonbon, very strong. Bloody Queen, very strong on both of these maps. 2 hunters that Alex really does like to play. And they're draw hunters. We talked about hunters that Alex could potentially bring out in these later rounds, and they're hunters that he really just wants to secure even draws with. If Wolves can draw these last 2 rounds, they will win. So that's kind of, I think, probably the game plan here, is Alex goes for draws, and the Wolf Survivors just really, you know, bring out their survivability skills and push for wins as these rounds progress, or even draws like we mentioned. So I think Arms Factory is just the best map for Wolves here. It works for Alex's Bonbon and Bloody Queen. You can't ban both of them. You have to take one of them. And it also puts YMM on a map he does not really want to play Breaking Wheel on.
That is for sure. If Wolves is able to pick the map, they definitely have a great situation created for themselves, as you already pointed out. And the question is just, what can we expect from both sides? Weibo definitely knows the challenge that they're going to face, and will they overcome that challenge, or will they kind of struggle with the challenge that they are getting, the obstacle that they are getting thrown into their way? Very, very curious to see how that plays out right here in round number 2. And just to everyone who just joined us, we have the round number 2 right ahead of us. We were just spectating round number 1, in which Wolves was able to secure 7 points, and Weibo was able to secure a tie in the first round, therefore was getting the 2 points after that tie. And we are currently waiting for the next match to start.
All right, yeah, so still waiting on these final picks and bans here, and we're gonna see what the survivors opt to go with. And again, Grizzly, as you mentioned, we still have the matching theme with the clown mask. So I think that was a really fun thing to bring up. And I think that's it's always nice to see, you know, little details in these designs, and also just looking at the overall design in the background here from this stage. Again, these players playing on a very big stage, very exciting, but you also bring a lot of warmth and entertainment into it with this incredible design overall. So I think that's very exciting to mention. But looking into the actual match itself, we do have Wolves Hunting versus the Weibo Survivor side. Getting into our first bans here, we are going to have Alex on Arms Factory, like we predicted here, and you know, Weibo taking Survivor first does indicate that Wolves definitely picked the map. We are going to see Forward and Seer immediately banned from Alex. We'll probably won't see Breaking Wheel banned from the Survivors, and it is going to be Bonbon. They're going to go ahead and go with the Bonbon ban. They know they have to put themselves in a position where they could potentially go for wins here. So I think with the Forward and Seer ban, Alex, I think there's a good chance he goes with the Bloody Queen. We'll see if the Survivors try to counter it. Maybe they'll go for an anti-Bloody Queen comp, already doing that with Mercenary and Patient. Patient, one of the best non-rescue kiting characters for going against a Bloody Queen, because you can simply hook away and avoid those mirrors. We also have Mercenary, very strong rescuer, and the Psychologist ban, again, indicating Bloody Queen, not a character you want to have to hit 3 times. You know, with having to expend an extra mirror, expend an extra blink is never an option for Bloody Queens if they want to try to push for, you know, for wins in the long run. Again, Alex really only needs to draw, but getting rid of the Psychologist, always a good option for those single hit hunters.
And then we can see we have the mechanic just to promote the coding progress on the map, as well as the Acrobat, who is one of the main kiters in the game and was doing extremely well in the first rounds. So definitely characters that we can expect doing well against Alex, but at the same time, Alex was able to get the 4 survival elimination, the 5-point game right away. And we are not seeing a Bloody Queen, we are actually seeing Nayat, and we now can see the proper team composition on the Survivor side. I want to highlight that we usually see all the 4 survivors being locked in, but not on the right names of the players, so always pay attention to that. We now have Li Bao on the mechanic, we have Maom on the Acrobat, Tang on the Mercenary, as well as Hui Wei on the Patient. That is definitely going to be a very, very interesting match. Nayat came into kind of the meta recently, and I'm very, very excited to see her. She can be very, very strong, especially if you look at these strategies when it comes to the basement. I would absolutely love to see that, because it is so difficult to rescue out of the basement against Nayat. There are so many possibilities for Nayat to create these seas of water to bring down survivors over time. So that's going to be a very, very interesting match.
Yeah, absolutely. Round 2 Nayad from Alex is not something that I personally expected to see, but you know, you already have a lot of a lead to work with. You're already up 5 points as the Wolves team here, so you know, Alex just going for a draw again. Probably going to play trump card, blink, and detention, the most standard build for Nayad. Just try to go for that tie. Mechanic on the Weibo Survivor side does indicate that, you know, maybe Weibo, you know, Mechanic is a very good draw survivor, but once that nerf hit come into play, it makes it harder to actually go for wins. But with enough support, it's definitely a possibility. You know, Mechanic very good against Bloody Queen because of how strong the Cypher Rush is. So I think that's kind of what the game plan was here. Alex realized you can't really play Bloody Queen into Patient, Mechanic, Mercenary, even Acrobat can kite the Bloody Queen if those balls are used properly. So I think that's definitely going to be the case. That's why he switched to that Nayad.
And we are jumping right into Arms Factory. Alex on Team Wolves playing as Nayad. And this is round number 2. Let's see, you can see the survivors already rotating away. We can see Tang, who is the Mercenary, kind of being the nearest survivor. We have the doll right here, who takes kind of like the first kite. Alex definitely wants to hit that doll to get the location of the Mechanic to bring down the main decoder of the team. And here we can see, ooh, nice, good job from the doll, and Alex immediately transitioning out of that, not wanting to waste more time on the doll. Might see the Mechanic either way over there.
Yeah, I think has caught sight of the mechanic, which is a good find for Alex right away here. The bot still is in play though, and already the ciphers have been started to work on here. Can he get to this pallet in time? Is able to make it, goes for that mind game. Alex swings to the pallet, and we do see that first hit from Alex. You see the swing speed from the Naiad being so incredibly fast. It's very hard, especially as a mechanic, a character that throws the pallet slow to kite that out. We already see the mechanic able to get out of the water range, but blink now online for Alex, which means all he has to do is go for a blink at this pallet, which we probably will see him do. Goes for that blink. Can they make the window in time? Is not able to do so. And yeah, there is the down secured from Alex. No basement in play here, but he is able to place him on the rocket chair fairly early. But again, the mechanic stall still in place. Some of the Cypher machines already winding down. And with the bot Cypher Rush, there's still a potential chance for the Weibo survivors to get a 3 survivor escape.
That is definitely a good start on the survivor side, and we can see that we have who is coming in, or at least transitioning away right here, because Tang is in the area to get in for the rescue as mercenary. Meanwhile, we have Mawam, who is the acrobat, transitioning out of this area to be able to peacefully decode on another Cypher machine, because Alex was already putting pressure on the other Cypher machine. Rescue is coming in right after the hit. The mercenary is out of here, and the attention of Alex is all on the mechanic.
Yeah, we do see the mechanic get hit with that tide turner effect. No double hit on the mercenary, which is very important. Can Alex go for that full presence? Full presence Naiad so incredibly strong. He's going to try to get that swing off, and does get the hit on the mechanic. It doesn't seem like much, but it does allow him to reach that full presence, which means the water is going to build up a lot faster on the survivors, which means the rescue is more challenging as well. So they do still have Patient and Acrobat, 2 characters that can potentially rescue. You know, Patient has those hooks, which can usually hook to chair and get a save, and Acrobat has a firebomb, which they can use to potentially cancel the Naiad's ability, and that is going to be the case here. It looks like with Mao coming in, going to go for that firebomb right around the Naiad here, and trying to time this out as long as possible, giving the mechanic extra time to decode 2 Cypher machines remaining. Both Cyphers have about 60% progress. We're going to see a double rescue here as well to try to secure that. Waiting to the last possible moment. He's going to get that pop on the Acrobat. He's able to get the save though. And can they body block for this mechanic? Mechanic trying to decode with the bot. And Alex gets to hit through the mercenary there. He is going to potentially slow them down. Can they pop the last Cyphers in time? Both of them, I believe, about 80%. It really comes down to this tide turner lasting for the mechanic.
That is going to be very intense. 1 Cypher machine is remaining. The Cypher Rush was already there, and the mechanic got up right in front of the hunter. Alex was not able to connect that swing when the mechanic was getting up, which is giving the mechanic time to just, you know, kite a little bit longer to give the rest of the team time to open up both sides of the gates. Or it seemed, yeah, they're both on both. No, that is actually the mechanic's door. They are on the same gate. We can see them in the bottom left. They are opening up the gate. It is halfway, almost done, and with the mechanic right here just kiting for as long as she can. She might set herself up to reach the dungeon, but that might be a little bit of a difficult situation right here. And we can see that Naiad, Alex is trying to get at least that 1 survivor, because if you allow that survivor to get through the dungeon or to get through the gate, that would be a 5-point game. Now we can at least see that Weibo is only getting 3 points, while Wolves was securing 1 point, which is definitely setting Weibo up to have a good chance of winning that round number 2, because now Wolves needs to step up their survivor game as well and needs to get at least 3 survivors to at least tie this round number 2.
Yeah, this is exactly what Weibo needs to see if they want to come back here. And again, you really see the Cypher Rush of the mechanic, why this character is still considered to be an S tier character. It's always been up for debate whether or not mechanic still should be considered one of the stronger characters in the game. And you really see, you know, this China team showing why it's so strong. You know, mechanic did go down fairly quickly, but that bot was able to do it, the entire Cypher machine for free, which gave the survivors a position where they only had to do 4 Cypher machines to actually win the game. Mechanic still makes it, while it may not be you know, mechanic may not be a very strong kiter. You saw the mechanic go down very quickly. It's still a character that puts the survivors in a position where basically they just have to do 4 ciphers if the bot remains in play. So you saw how quickly the cipher machines went down. There were still 5 cipher machines when the mechanic was placed on the rocket chair, but they all of a sudden just popped quickly, and with the tide turner effects adding 20 seconds to every rescue, that was enough for the Cypher Rush to really have an impact and put Alex in kind of a losing position. They were able to pop just in the nick of time, and Weibo coming back in this already, down early on, but with this win from the survivors, it puts YMM in a difficult position. Again, YMM needs to at least try to win this round. While you may be down 5 points, it's a big place to come back from, but if they can potentially win this round and win the last round, they can just win on rounds and the points will not matter.
And that is also the entire strategy right here from Vivo's side, with coming in with Tide Turner. And you could clearly see how the mechanic was, as soon as she got off the chair, she didn't really try to kite because it's not her strength to kite the hunter. But what she was doing, she was immediately switching to her doll, making sure that that doll is decoding and that the Cypher Machine progress gets a little bit more pushed, besides the fact that, you take the hit and you will go down eventually after the 20 seconds. But what does it good to you if you kite for 19 seconds, then you take the hit and the doll was just standing around? So absolutely fantastic strategy right here from Team Vivo, just to get that 3 survivor escape, to get these points back that they need to get into a round number 3. Very, very curious to see how Wolves will respond to that. Wolves will be on the surviving side right now, and we all know Wolves is one of arguably the strongest survivor team in Identity 5 currently, so they could still come up with the 4 survivor escape. Very, very curious to see if they will be able to do so. They want to at least get the 3 survivor escape.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking how this round is going to play out, again, this map probably was selected by Wolves based on it being Arms Factory. So, if you're YMM, what do you play? I think that's the biggest question here is, with the Dream Witch probably being the ban for the survivors, YMM can't really afford to play Breaking Wheel on Arms Factory because of how difficult of a map it is. Maybe you try to pull it out and it's just kind of a do or die situation, but it's unlikely. YMM could potentially go for just a drawing strategy. As we mentioned, try to just win this round. Maybe he'll bring something out like Bloody Queen or a draw hunter like Bon Bon are definitely possibilities, but I don't know how if YMM's hunter pool will actually go that deep. Again, known for the Breaking Wheel, known for the Dream Witch, but with these other tie hunters is not as common for YMM. Typically you'd see with these other players. And looking at the Wolf Survivor side here, and again, it's going to come down to the bans. If you are YMM here, you probably will go for similar bans as Alex Ford and Seer, the most common for Arms Factory. You don't need to ban Priestess. There's not a lot of places for the Priestess to really utilize those portals, and Priestess never really gets utilized on Arms Factory anyways. So I think Seer and Ford would most likely be the ban. Survivors probably will lock in at that point, going for something like Mercenary, maybe Acrobat as a kiter, maybe Patient, maybe even the Mechanic as well if they're trying to secure, a draw and maybe just try to, progress into the last round. But I think if you're YMM here, the draw is in your favor, and Wolf Survivors need to try to really step it up, show their survivability skills here, and use that to their advantage. Try to go for a 3 survivor escape and keep that lead.
That is for sure. That is, at the end of the day, that is the goal for them. I want to see the chat right now showing some support for both of these teams. At the end of the day, there's still everything on the table. Yes, Wolves had a fantastic round number 2, but you also have to see that Weibo really, really seeing the situation that they're in and trying to turn the tables around, trying to turn the score around right here and trying to turn that matchup between them and Wolves into a victory. So I want to see some support in the chat right now for your favorite teams. If you enjoy just watching both of the teams, make sure to support both of them because they are definitely absolutely fantastic teams. The top teams on not only the mainland China server, but in the entire world. And yeah, you mentioned it. Breaking Wheel might not be the character that will be banned. We might see that Dream Witch ban putting YMM kind of in a situation where they have to play a different character that might not accelerate when it comes to eliminating survivors. During the qualifiers, we saw YMM utilizing Geisha and Photographer. I want to ask this question to you. What do you think is a better hunter for the Arms Factory, Geisha or Photographer?
Yeah, so Photo is definitely stronger on this map. Geisha is not really known to be used on Arms Factory because if you look at the overall map, Geisha likes to play on maps that are very open, very easy to dash around and close distance. Arms Factory has so many walls where you just can't even dash through. You have the factory, you have Shack, in some instances you have 3 pallet, which you can get looped around. So while Photo may be photographer, maybe a stronger hunter for this map. Geisha is just a stronger hunter in general, so it's really just kind of like, which do you really, it's kind of like pick your poison almost, right? Do you want to play a hunter that's not necessarily known to be as meta and as strong, but is better on this particular map, or do you want to just go for the meta pick, or maybe do you want to just go with something, even more conservative, more meta, like maybe Sculptor or Bonbon or Bloody Queen, right? And I think the survivors here, we do see, forwards here, like we mentioned, I think we're going to probably see the Dream Witch ban from the survivors, and there's the Dream Witch, again, putting YMM in a position where you can't really play Breaking Wheel. The survivors probably will lock in Mercenary and Acrobat, maybe Patient, maybe Mechanic, but I think those are most likely going to be those are usually the most common lock-in. We do see Mercenary right away. That makes the most sense. And Acrobat, again, from 487. What will YMM ban? Probably Patient. That's the most common second ban. There's the Patient. And I think we're probably, I don't know what the survivors will go with. Will they go with Mechanic, or will they try to go more aggressively, playing more strong kiters and push for that win?
Very, very curious to see that too, because if we can see, there we go, we have a psychologist who can just take that additional hit right there, and also the postman who can really support the rest of the team. So very, very curious to see how that plays out. Again, Wolves would need to get at least 3 survivors out of this game to tie round number 2, which would still put them into an advantage in a favorable position, because they won round number 1. YMM comes in as Bloody Queen, and they definitely want to get at least that tie to secure round number 2 for themselves.
Yeah, we do see the Bloody Queen again going for a tie hunter. This is one of the hunters that YMM typically won't immediately go to. Again, Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel, but in a situation where you just want to secure a draw, again, Weibo isn't trying to come all the way back in this round. They're trying to play this slow. They're trying to get a win in this round and a win in the 3rd round, and just win on rounds rather than points. YMM would have to get a 4 survivor elimination to actually put Weibo in the lead here in terms of points. But again, rounds come first. If you're able to win rounds, even if you lose on points, you'll still win as a team. So I think that that's kind of the strategy for Weibo. Win on rounds, don't worry about the points. And that's Bloody Queen really being that really good, you're that strong tie hunter. That's the go-to hunter that a lot of these players will go with if they want to secure a draw. So it works against this team comp. There's only a few characters on this comp that can really kite against against the Bloody Queen, obviously Mercenary being one, and then Acrobat has some strategies with the long range bombs, and Psychologist can take extra hits, which isn't bad, but a Blink Bloody Queen can deal with the Psychologist fairly easily. Just 2 mirrors plus a Blink is all that's needed to secure the down on that character.
That is for sure, but at the end of the day, if you look at all these survivors, it is going to be a little bit difficult to go for any of these. Preferably you want to find the postman first, I would assume, because that is the survivor that has the least options to kite you for the longest amount early game. Or in addition to that, you would also be able to bring down the Psychologist fairly easy as soon as you have that one initial additional hit that she can take out of the way. She's going to be a fairly good target for you to just concentrate on as first survivor that you want to eliminate.
Absolutely, and we are going to see the No Man's spawn. I believe that is from the Bloody Queen, immediately going towards Shack. 2 survivors spawning over in the vicinity, one also near the sandbags area, which is going to rotate towards Factory. He actually is going straight to sandbags here, trying to locate one of these survivors, looking towards Factory as well, trying to predict a possible rotation. Doesn't pick up any survivors, and does see, I think, Juan in the area, trying to locate him. That is the Psychologist. Can he get a first hit with this mirror? It's very important for Bloody Queens to hit that first mirror on the Psychologist, and he should be able to do so, as Juan is a bit trapped in here, is going to switch places and can just simply go for that basic hit, which means all he needs is 1 more mirror plus a Blink to get the down on the Psychologist. Juan doing the best that they can in this area, but again, against a Bloody Queen without anti-Bloody Queen kiters, it's just so hard for survivors to potentially kite out these mirror images because of how strong the Bloody Queen chases. He might have been a little short on that one though, and maybe Juan can kite this out potentially. YMM going really deep for this hit. Can he potentially go for that swing? Gets the swing and does not register. He may have to switch places, and Juan could possibly kite out this mirror image, and he is able to do so, but may still take a basic hit in the process. Goes for the Blink. It does get the Blink registered, but that does mean that 2 mirrors and a Blink down, which means a 3rd mirror will have to come into play, and the survivors already in a strong Cypher Rush position because the Postman will have that decoding letter available as well.
And that is the very, like, the advantage of this area right here, are all these walls, which kind of force the main body of YMM's Bloody Queen to move around, and which makes it more difficult to hit these mirrors. And that is also why the Psychologist was staying in this area for quite some time to really out-kite these mirrors, and he's buying a lot of time right here against YMM's Bloody Queen, and just keeps on kiting. We see the first Cypher machines being popped. Now, in not such a good position where the walls are not a obstacle for YMM. We have the first survivor down, but only 2 Cypher machines remaining. This is definitely putting Wolves into a very good position for the early game. We can see that we already have the Acrobat in the area taking the attention of YMM, while Lion was coming in a little bit sneaky right here for the rescue. The Mercenary is getting the Psychologist off that chair, and now YMM definitely wants to concentrate on that Psychologist. Psychologist cannot really bring anything to the table right now when it comes to skills, because her ability to heal up and take this additional hit is basically gone. That's over. Therefore, Mercenary is staying in the area, trying to body block, gets the body block in, which will buy more time for both of these survivors to just transition into another area to kite, and the Cypher machine progress is going on. Postman at 70% right now, and the Acrobat, I think, should be at around 40, so that is really good for the survivors.
Yeah, and you really see the downside. YMM missing 2 of those mirrors. Oh, beautiful play from the Mercenary, elbow padding into the swing to absorb the hit. That's not something you see every day. What a play from Lions, keeping Juan alive even longer, and just like that, Wolves already have put themselves in an incredible position. He's going to be forced to chair the Mercenary. He has to chair this Mercenary because the Cypher machine is almost primed, and just like that, Wolves is able to potentially secure a win off the Bloody Queen. She'll try to drag him to basement, but it's still going to be difficult. Bloody Queen basement camp isn't that strong with a small hitbox, no abilities to utilize in the basement like some other hunters may have. I think Wolves can easily get a 3-survivor escape out of this position.
Accurate coming in for the early rescue because the Cypher machine is already primed. Ooh, we saw what was that? Sorry, the Acrobats, I think Acrobat skill coming through. Mercenary is taking the hit, will go down if the Cypher is not getting popped, but it is getting popped, and we can now see the late game starting. YMM is getting that Postman right here. That survivor will get on the chair. The tension is active, but at the same time, the rest of the team might be able to get out of here. Mirror is used. We have Blink ready, but will Blink be enough to close the gap right here between YMN and Lion on that exit gate? I do not think so.
Yeah, we're going to see him try to push the gate, but it is already open. Trade swap probably available for YMM. We may see him just try to force this survivor out with that mirror and then teleport to the other exit gate, but I don't think they're going to have enough time to do that because you see the Mercenary is able to escape there, and the other 2 survivors are able to make it out the gate, which means Wolves secure. And again, we talked about Wolves being one of the best survivor teams. You saw some incredible gameplay, that beautiful elbow pad from Lion to absorb the hit, plus an incredible kite against a Bloody Queen, one of the best chase hunters in the game. Wolves taking a 3-survivor escape here and holding that 5-point lead.
That is true. Really getting just such a strong early game with the Psychologist right there in an area where the Bloody Queen was just struggling to utilize the mirrors. Because again, with all these walls, it is easy for the mirror to go through the walls, but at the same time, you need to go around the walls with the main body, which was allowing the Psychologist to out-kite. I think what was 2 mirrors took the blink hit, and then we saw Mercenary just coming in, blocking 2 hits and coming in with the dash, really preventing the Bloody Queen from bringing down the Psychologist another time. And yeah, as we saw it, the Cypher machines were popping. Fantastic match from Wolves. They really knew what they had to do to tie that round, and they were able to get the 3 survivors out, just like Weibo did before. So now we have still Wolves in a better position because they have the advantage. They won round number 1 with 7 points compared to Weibo with only 2 points. And this is going to be a very intense 3rd round. We're going to see more bans on both sides, which makes it more difficult for both sides to play their preferred characters, and which also makes it more interesting. And I'm really curious to see where this is leading to, because at the end of the day, you mentioned it, we saw Alex, who has a lot of hunters up his sleeve, and YMN might not necessarily have the same amount of hunters, for example, the Sculptor up his sleeve, and that might put Wolves again into a little bit of a better position. Here we see the recap of the match that just happened, and we can really just see these Cypher machines popping. The last survivor, which was the Postman, getting eliminated right after his teammates left through the gate. Fantastic job, and you can just see the 109-second kite of the Bloody Queen from the Psychologist was really buying a lot of time for the rest of the team to just concentrate on decoding. Focus on decoding.
Absolutely, yeah, and you know, we did see while the Postman did go down pretty quickly at the end there, we did see that Wolves did the job. All they had to do was tie this round. They didn't have to win. They didn't have to go for a 4 survivor escape, something crazy like that. They just had to hold this 7-2 lead that they already have, going up by 5 points. And again, it looked good for Weibo. When they got a 3 survivor escape off of Alex, they looked like they were in a good position. They looked like they were on track to win this round and just go for a win in the last round. But now that the Wolf survivor were able to beat a Bloody Queen, the best draw hunter in the game, arguably, now it's just like, how does Weibo come back? They have to get a 5-point comeback for this third round if they want a chance. They have to win, you know, by 5 points or more. So what do they go with? I mean, you know, YMM, again, his hunter pool isn't quite as deep as Alex. We saw Alex with the Naiad, with the Breaking Wheel. He also has Sculptor Bon, maybe even Geisha and Bloody Queen as well. Whereas, you know, you look at YMM, who has very good Breaking Wheel, very good Dream Witch, but in a situation where you have to go for heavy kills and go for a 5-point comeback, it's just really difficult. I mean, you have to go for, you know, more than maybe a draw. Maybe you rely on your survivors to get a 4 survivor escape, or maybe you try to go for a 4-person elimination. But if the hunters, or if the Wolf survivors, if they ban the Dream Witch and they ban the Breaking Wheel, he doesn't really have any options. He has the Bloody Queen, but that's not a winning hunter. That's a draw hunter at best. So it's going to be very difficult for YMM. A lot of pressure on YMM. Of course, you know, Weibo survivors really need to try to go for another win here. But if you're YMM, you really have to try to find some way to get more kills than you typically would have to in a lot of situations.
That is true, and yeah, just calculating my points, you already mentioned it, but YMN needs to get that 5 survivor elimination, or on the other side, the survivors would need to get the 5 survivor escape, right? To even turn this into a tie situation and make it into round 4? Or am I mistaken?
现在搏命购，搏命购，跑一下，跑下80，压好了，开了，有锁门，找个挂远点的地方，木没地，闪现了 ，OK， 再抽金子够了，这个位置转过来了，扛啊，10个士兵都没事，没关系，可以，我可以带木屋吗？木屋可以，是。 靠小热点可以吗？可以，盲目了，可以。OK， 看到。死木最里面去，试着走，电脑方向。不用我接大门了。是的，往小门带啊，是的，往小门跑，是的。走。
All right, so we are back, and yeah, I was just calculating that while we were seeing the highlights. I was just calculating that one side, either the survivor side or the hunter side, needs to get at least the 5-point game for Weibo to make this a comeback, and for them to get the chance to at least tie the round number 1, the very strong round number 1 that Wolves was bringing to the table. So that is definitely, as you already said, it's definitely going to be a difficult task for Weibo right here. If anyone can do it, it definitely is Weibo. But at the same time, if we look at the hunter pool that YMM is having, it might be a little bit of a challenge. Very, very curious to see how they will handle that challenge. But Wolves might have a little bit of an upper hand right now going into round number 3 with that advantage of the victory in round number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Weibo has to get 5 points. So, you know, it really comes down to who has map pick. Again, you have an option to ban a map here if you don't win the coin flip. For those of you who don't know, essentially how it works is you'll do a coin flip at the start of the first round to determine who picks map. The winner of the coin flip will pick map, and the loser will pick the faction. And then in round 2, it's flipped. You have the you know, the other team picking map and the other team picking faction. And then in round 3, it's a little bit different. You do another coin flip. The winner of the coin flip will get to pick the map, but the loser will get to ban a map first. And then you have to pick out of the remaining maps that are left, and then, you know, the other losing team will also pick faction. So if Weibo has an option to ban a map here, I think they'll probably try to ban something that's good for Alex. Again, YMM Hunter pool isn't quite as deep, but maybe we'll actually see the other hunter for Weibo. We still have D, who can come out and play here. D has Breaking Wheel, Bon, and Sculptor, hunters that really go deep into these later rounds. He's sort of the later round hunter as YMM starts in the earlier rounds. So maybe we'll see this hunter come in and play. It's definitely a possibility. And, you know, if you are Weibo here and you do have to ban a map, I think you're probably trying to ban a map that's good for Alex, because, you know, again, Alex's hunter pool is the one that you really have to worry about. So, you know, maybe you ban something like Moonlit River Park. Maybe you don't want to give Alex a good wheel map, a good geisha map, you know, maps that he can play a lot of the time, even Naiad map. You can't ban all 3 of those hunters. So maybe you want to try to remove one of those. And then other way around, if you're Wolves and you have an option to ban a map, I think you just kind of have to ban something that's maybe not so good for Alex. Maybe something like a large map like Lakeside Village isn't as good because it's not as good for Bon or Sculptor, also not as good for Wheel. It really just comes down to just little things. Usually it's based around what's better for each of the hunters, but I think it's going to be very important for Weibo to have an option to pick the map if they want to try to come back in this 3rd round.
That is for sure. That would definitely be beneficial for them if they could pick that map. And in general, I was just going through the maps that are available and that could be banned or that could be picked. In general, it's either way, it's going to be a difficult situation for Weibo, just because, you know, they have 2 hunter bans now, and for Wolves, they can ban the main characters, which is Dreamwitch and which is the Breaking Wheel. But on the other side, you already highlighted that Weibo cannot necessarily ban all characters that Wolves Alex is playing, which is, we saw it already, Naiad, which is Sculptor, which is Breaking Wheel, could come in as a Bloody Queen, Geisha. All of these characters are definitely still good enough to prevent a 5-point game on the side of Weibo.
Absolutely. And, you know, again, we talked about different situations. Grizzly, you mentioned one side of Weibo has to get 5 points, whether that's the survivors, whether it's the hunter. It looks like we are going to see Moonlit River Park is the map that was actually banned from Wolves. So a little bit of a opposite of what I was going with here, but it looks like it's going to be Chinatown selected for, I believe that was Weibo's map selection. So this could be good for YMM if it is the one playing Hunter. Again, we don't know what YMM's later hunters are. We're probably going to see Dreamwitch, Breaking Wheel, most likely the common bans here. And then maybe the survivors just go for Survivor Escape, and Weibo Hunter YMM is the one that tries to go for a draw with that Bloody Queen.
So here we can see the hunter side, that is going to be Alex right now, getting ready for the next match, and we can see the survivor side, which is going to be Weibo. And yeah, it's such a difficult situation. I would assume that obviously the survivor side wants to get that 5-point game, wants to get the full survivor escape going, because that would put less pressure on YMM as soon as he needs to play the Hunter side, because if they can provide that 5-point game, that 4 survivor escape, we have YMM with a lot of pressure on his shoulder because he needs to get the 4 survivor elimination. He needs to play way more riskier, and he needs to definitely change his strategy and cannot just go for a tie or for not even for a 3 survivor elimination. He needs to get the 4 survivor elimination, and that is always putting pressure on the players. And in general, both sides, survivors as well as hunting side for Vivo, is having more pressure on their shoulder than Wolf's side right here. And we can just see them getting ready, getting prepared for this match. Round number 3, second half.
It looks like we are going to have Wolves hunting. That is, yeah, we are going to have Wolves hunting here. It looks like that is Alex in the hunter chair, and we are going to have the Weibo survivors going against Alex here, which means that, you know, if Alex is able to secure a 3-person elimination or more, it's just over. The survivors have to minimum draw, or you know, if at best go for a 4 survivor elimination. 4 survivor escape. That's going to be their best. I think that's their best possible outcome, because Wolf survivors are going to ban YMM's winning hunters, which are the Green Witch and Breaking Wheel. So, you know, if you're Alex, you just really have to. I think your goal is just get at least, you know, a survivor kill here, maybe to go for a draw. But if you're able to get 1 survivor kill, that's all that's really necessary, and the survivors will have to get 4 out. The hunter will have to get a 4-person elimination against one of the best survivor teams in the world. We are going into the picks and bans here for Chinatown, Forward and Seer, and the Priestess as well for Alex, which does indicate probably going maybe back to the Naiad, maybe back to the Bloody Queen, which is an option for him. We're going to see Bloody Queen and Breaking Wheel ban. So the survivors acknowledge they really need to go for a potential 4 survivor escape, so they're getting rid of that really strong draw hunter, that being the Bloody Queen, and then also Alex is arguably his best hunter with the Breaking Wheel. And it looks like we're going to see Mercenary, probably Acrobat. Oh, Patient as the second lock in here, you know, for Weibo. So what does Alex opt to ban? Probably going to see Acrobat. You don't really need to ban Mechanic. Yeah, it's going to be Acrobat. You don't really need to ban Mechanic because, again, you don't have to get you know, you don't have to get a win here. You just have to get a draw or less, and Mechanic is known to be a draw character.
And with Alex being on the hunting side, I'm trying to think which hunter we could expect. We have the Postman right here and the Coordinator, which I was talking about from the very beginning, that we might see the Coordinator come out to play in round number 3. Not necessarily the most preferred character, but definitely a character that has potential in round number 3 when 4 of the main characters that usually would be utilized are banned. Now going back to Alex, there are a few options. We could potentially expect a Sculptor, maybe a Geisha, but we also saw Nayat. I'm just trying to think, when we talk about Chinatown map, Geisha would make quite some sense because we have these open spaces that we were talking about earlier that can be utilized to really dash towards the survivors, to really close the gap and to really get to the survivors and bring them down quickly.
Yeah, maybe we will see, so Geisha from Alex, and you know, maybe we will see him go with a kind of a conservative strategy. Usually we see a lot of these Geisha players in tournaments at least just go for Blink. Typically in rank you'd see more of an aggressive strategy with teleport, fast pallet breaking speed, stuff like that, but I think Alex is probably just going to go for a Blink Geisha strategy, just try to secure the draw. I think the idea behind the Coordinator for Weibo here is they wanted to try to you know, discourage Alex from playing Bonbon or Sculptor, because Coordinator, very good rescuer against the Bonbon, because Bonbon, you know, one of the best camping hunters in the game, doesn't really have a defense against the flare gun. The Sculptor does, you can use those statues to potentially block the flare gun, but if the Coordinator times it properly and angles it properly, they're able to usually hit that flare gun and not have it blocked by a statue. So I think that's what the survivors are going for, trying to push Alex off of playing Sculptor, off of playing Bonbon, maybe force him off onto Geisha, which is a hunter he's not as comfortable with, but I personally love to see Geisha here. One of my favorite hunters, especially in a tournament setting, and it is fairly strong against this comp. Again, Patient is a character, it's very good at transition kiting, but Geisha counters the transition kiting with those dashes. You also have Postman, which actually is a good kiter against Geisha, can use those dogs to slow down slow down the hunter, but overall a very open map and very strong for Geisha.
That is very true. And just for everyone who is watching, if we look at the points right now, Weibo needs to get at least a tie. As soon as Alex is able to get 3 survivors eliminated, that would mean that Wolves would win that match between Wolves and Weibo. So therefore, the tie is the least that they want to go. But if they go for a tie, they put their Hunter side into the position where the Hunter, which will most likely be YMM, needs to get the 5-point game, the 4 survival elimination. So at the end of the day, what Weibo wants to do is they want to get that 5-point game from the survivors with 4 survivor escape, or at least a tie. Doesn't really matter if they are getting 3 survivors out of this match. As long as it's at least 2, they still have the chance to tie this round number 3 and push it into a round number 4. But we are jumping right into it. We can see Geisha is on the way to the 2 survivors that are in this corner, which is for once the coordinator as well as the postman.
Yeah, this is not a bad start for the survivors. Coordinator can last pretty long. They do have the flare gun to potentially block a hit. And they can also, they do have a long chair time with that ability. We're going to see Alex probably use his dash. Going to go ahead and use that butterfly to gain that distance here. Will they use the flare gun early? Nope, they're going straight to the pallet. It's going to drop it down. We see Alex with the slow pallet breaking speed, which probably means blink and trump card. Coordinator trying to mind game around this pallet again. Geisha is a big mind game. Hunter goes for that dash and is able to get that hit. Beautiful dash there from Alex. Flare gun still online. And it looks like, I believe that is blink from Alex's tray as well.
Yes, and Livauri trying to make some distance right here, was utilizing the flare gun, but was taking the hit at the same time. So that means the coordinator exhausted her ability to use that flare gun, but still took the hit, which is very, very favorable for Alex right here. We can already see Tang nearby, the mercenary just giving to Nidus, just staying in this area, forcing Alex to just sit on that chair and wait for someone to come in for the rescue. And that is a very, very strong start for Alex. Again, coordinator is basically useless right now. At least if we look at the skills are exhausted. You can't really come in with flare gun again. All you can do is you can do the raw kiting, throwing down pellets. But we have the mercenary coming in for the rescue. Tide Turner is active. Alex will concentrate on that coordinator because she is definitely the weakest link right now when it comes to the survivor side, and the best target for Alex because that survivor was already on the chair once, took that hit, now only needs to wait until Tide Turner runs out, and that will be the second time on the chair. Coordinator tries to buy as much time as possible, goes into the corner where there's no chair nearby, buying around 7 to 10 more seconds for the survivors to decode ciphers, but it is already a very, very strong start for Wolves.
Absolutely. We see Alex trying to pressure down this mercenary, not allowing him to go, pressure down the cipher machine. And we're going to see the patient be the one come in for the rescue. Again, the survivors want to try to give themselves a 4-person escape. We actually see mercenary. We see the the hook not working there, but we do see mercenary drop 2 elbow pads at the gate, the entrance of this door here, which means that this coordinator has elbow pads to work with and is able to use one of them there to transition away. You see the power of that item swap. Mercenary able to pick up a illusion in the process, but coordinator picking up 2 elbow pads, and actually Alex losing sight of the coordinator for a second, and now because of this, coordinator can transition all the way to hotel, which is one of the best kiting areas. But you see the Geisha with that dash catching up immediately, and there is the blink before the coordinator can utilize that second elbow pad back to the chair for the last time, sent back to the manor. And now with 2 survivors injured here, and the cipher's not quite completed, Alex could maybe even push for a win. If he's able to get a win, it will secure the win overall for Wolves. So now it's on the survivors here, at least get a draw, and maybe YMM can pull out a miracle and go for a 4th survivor elimination.
And you can see that survivors were trying to heal up, but Alex is already going into that direction, putting pressure on the survivors, having them split up and trying to buy more time. 2 more cipher machines remaining. Currently, I think you don't see a single survivor decoding. If anything, maybe the postman might be on a cipher machine, but that is not enough. We need 2 more cipher machines right here. And if Alex is able to now even put pressure on the postman right here, that is definitely going to be tough for the survivors. They want to heal up. They want to heal up. They are healing up right here, starting with the patient. Great job, but Alex just going back and forth, putting
we see
map pressure.
Yeah, we see Alex trying to find where they're healing. They're going to go for a single heal, not going for both survivors, not for going for a complete heal there. And it is going to be the mercenary with the illusion. So mercenary can potentially kite out one of these dashes here. Immediately going straight for the postman, and for the patient, does get that hook canceled and gets the hit there onto Hui here, and we're going to see him try to make it towards this really strong wind over here, able to get the vault off, and does get the hit, and a quick down from Alex, back to back, no hooks able to utilize from the patient. You really see the downside of patient versus Geisha. It's not a character that's good for kiting Geisha, because Geisha cuts off transition kiting. Patient is very good against hunters like Bon, like Sculptor, that struggle against the transition kite. We're going to see Alex go ahead and vault this 4 times to take it down, going for the teleport straight onto the mercenary here, who does have an illusion still to work with, so maybe he can kite this out, but not in a strong area by any means. There's the illusion, trying to kite this out here, and does break the hunter's ankles briefly there, able to make it to the next pallet, and gets the pallet stun as well. And now mercenary picked up another elbow pad, I think one that the coordinator possibly dropped, but takes the hit before the elbow pad's activated. That really shows the power of Alex's Geisha. So quick with those dashes, so quick with those swings. This is the second ability that's been canceled and hit from Alex, the patient being the first one. Now onto the mercenary. Alex has put himself in a position where he could potentially even win instead of just securing a draw.
That is for sure. Patient got healed up completely though, and they're only needing one more Cypher machine. The survivors, again, they know exactly what they have to do. They need to get at least a tie to even have the chance to get into a round number 4. And that is definitely a lot of pressure, but they are trying their best. They're slowing the game a little bit down. They're healing up. They're taking their time to kite Alex as good as they can, and to give the rest of the team time to decode that last Cypher machine. I don't really see the progress on the last Cypher. I would absolutely love to see that, but we can see that the patient is going down. The last Cypher machine is not being primed yet, so therefore patient will see the rocket chair for the second time. I didn't see if that was a rescue after or before half, but I think it was before, since Geisha teleported away. There we go. Patient still on the chair, allowing the postman now to come in for the rescue, while the Cypher machine, patient said Cypher machine is primed, who was sitting on the chair. The Cypher machine was actually primed. It's getting popped, and that is a really, really good setup for the survivors to actually secure the tie that they need.
Yeah, we're going to see Alex immediately teleport towards the exit. Kate does find Tang here, goes for that hit, and does get the hit there with the tension, which means Mercenary will be going down shortly. Does he tunnel down the Mercenary and just secure the draw? I think that's probably his game plan, going straight for the Mercenary, not wanting to give him a chance at reaching that dungeon, which is pretty far away. All he has to do is hold him here until the survivors get out the exit gate, and then he can share them for that last kill.
That is for sure, and that is, at least I would say, that is giving a little bit of hope to Vivo, because it's not game over yet, right? They still have the chance to get into this second half of round number 3, and they still have the chance to push it into a round number 4, but the conditions to push into a round number 4 are a little bit difficult, because they need to get the 4 survivor elimination. They need to get the 5-point game going. YMM really needs to perform extremely well right here. We can see Postman and Patient are escaping. Again, that is the minimum that they needed. They were basically doing exactly what they had to do, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a tough situation in round number 3 on the Hunter side, being in need of that 5-point game when it comes to Vivo. Again, there's still hope, and there's still this glimpse of hope for Vivo right now, but it's definitely going to be a tough challenge that they have to face when we talk about going against Wolves, the best survivor team in the game in round number 3, where most of your main hunters and the best hunters for this map will be banned.
Yeah, absolutely. And Chinatown is a map that's strong for survivors. There's so many strong kiting areas. You have the hotel area, which is really easy to loop that area for long periods of time. You have, you have a lot of, there's 2 two-story areas that can be very strong. for survivors. There's a lot of transition areas. While it may be very open, which is good for things like Breaking Wheel and Geisha, Breaking Wheel is 100% not going to be an option for YMM. So maybe he breaks up something like Geisha. We probably won't see Bloody Queen. Bloody Queen's not a hunter that's known for getting 4-person eliminations. It's more of a drawing hunter. So if you're YMM here, you know, what do you go with again? Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel probably not on the table. So do you go with Geisha? Do you go with Soul Weaver? Is also a hunter that's very good in this map. Although, again, Soul Weaver, more of a draw hunter as well, so it may not be an option. Looking into the final statistics for the first half of this third round, we do have overall, you know, strong containment time from some of the survivors. The patient, you know, reaching 100 seconds there. You see the coordinator first sight, only 71, which was not enough, you know, for when we saw the big turning point was early on where that flare gun was used, but the Geisha was able to get the hit through the flare gun activating. And that was the big change there because, you know, if you're able to, you know, use that flare gun, make some distance potentially, and force the Geisha to use more butterflies, force the Geisha to use that blink, expire, you know, expend that trait early, then maybe they're not in such a strong position. But because that hit went through the flare gun, was able to activate, that put Alex in a strong position right out the gate.
That is for sure. That is for sure. And then we have to see the situation that Weibo is right now. YMM needs to get the 4 survival elimination, so that is forcing him to play more risky. It is forcing him to play more aggressive. And we all know high risk, high reward. Yes, that is true, but also high risk is making it difficult, because if you're making a few missteps, that could mean that your high risk will not pay off and you might lose the 1 or 2 survivor through the gate that you would actually need to get that 4 survival elimination. So it's definitely, we are definitely in for a treat. Either way, no matter which hunter we will see, no matter which survival lineup we will see, this is going to be a very, very different match when it comes to strategy, because you can't just say, okay, I'm going for a tie, we want to tie this, we're gonna use, as you said, for example, Bloody Queen, which is very well known to get the ties, or maybe a Soul Weaver, also very well known to get the ties. So what are you doing? What are you jumping in with a Geisha and just being like overly aggressive, not sitting on the chairs, really pushing the survivors off the Cypher machines and trying to get as many survivors out of the game as soon as possible? I mean, yes, of course you want to try to do that, but at the same time, that is leaving the chairs open for rescues. It is giving the survivors a better chance to contain the hunter for a longer time because you rescue easier. It's a very, very difficult spot. We don't have to sugarcoat it right here for Weibo. It's a very, very difficult situation to go up against Wolves in round number 3 and to actually perform outstanding to get that 4 survival elimination, the 5-point game that they need to even, not only, they don't even win this matchup between these two. They would only push it into a round number 4, which still could be potentially won by Wolves after that. But again, if they can push it to a round number 4, then they definitely have the chance to win that round number 4 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe I did see YMM sitting in that hunter chair there, so it's not going to be a substitute hunter D. They're going with YMM for this last round. Yeah, again, Weibo hunter has to get 4 survivor elimination against one of the best survivor teams in the world. It's very, very rare that Wolves actually ever gets 4 survivors eliminated. I think they're probably one of the least common teams for that to happen to because of how strong their survivors are. So there's just so much pressure on Weibo to come back in this. Wolves already in a strong position. They could play, again, not so good here, get 4 eliminated, which again, rarely happens, but it could happen. And just like that, the match is still tied, and Wolves still are in this, and Weibo still is in this. So it's going to be very difficult for YMM. This might be the biggest challenge he's had to go through, getting a 4-person elimination against Wolves. What hunter does he opt to go with? Again, Chinatown. I really don't know. Typically, we're able to talk about this, analyze this, and predict what sort of hunter that he might go with here, but I really have no idea. There's not a lot of cards left on the table for Weibo, and Wolves definitely far ahead in this matchup.
I mean, if we look at the possibilities, I think we might see the Breaking Wheel. Breaking Wheel, yeah, no, we're gonna see the Breaking Wheel and Dream Witch ban on this map because those are, first of all, good hunters for this map, and second of all, the very well-known hunters of YMM. So I would say we could potentially expect that Geisha and just see YMM bring out that Geisha very, very aggressively, because that's just what he has to do. It's, yes, we are talking back and forth right here. It's just a huge challenge. At the end of the day, it's a huge challenge, and as you said, arguably one of the biggest challenges he might have faced throughout the entire Call of the Abyss tournament so far. We can now see the bans. We have Seer, Priestess, and Ford being banned, and as expected, Dream Witch and Breaking Wheel on the Hunter side. We have the first two survivors on the Survivor side now being picked, and we can expect the Mercenary coming in, since that is the survivor that is being left open, as well as the Acrobat that we have seen being utilized quite often in the survivor lineup on both sides so far. Now we're gonna jump into the second ban, which could be potentially the Patient, maybe slowing down the decoding with a mechanic ban.
It's definitely a possibility. Postman ban, actually. Postman, it makes a little bit of sense. Postman, is a character that can actually promote Cypher Rush with the decoding letter. It kind of acts as a substitute sort of a decoder when Mechanic's not an option. But Mechanic is still an option, so I think Wolves probably just takes Mechanic here. I mean, Mechanic, again, a character that's good for securing draws, getting at least a survivor out. That's all they really need. It's hard to get a 4-person elimination when Mechanic is on the board. Looks like we are going to see Patient. No Patient ban indicates maybe YMM's going with the Geisha and Psychologist here. This does kind of account for Geisha being a potential option. I think Postman ban makes sense if YMM plans to play Geisha, just because, Postman is a good kiter against a Geisha. If they use that dash, they can slow them down with that dog to prevent them from actually closing the distance they need to get a hit. And there's the Geisha from YMM. So this bans definitely do make sense. Patient is a character that's chaseable. You don't have to ban Patient if you're playing Geisha. And Postman is a strong ban simply because you can slow down that decoding progress. They don't have the decoding letter available. Postman's not a survivor option, and the dog can prevent the Geisha's wrong range dashes from really having effect if they're slowed down enough. So I think that this is definitely the best options for YMM here. Now, what kind of build does YMM go with? Does he go abnormal Geisha? I think he kind of has to. He has to either go teleport, play very aggressively, or go abnormal, push for 4-person elimination. Blink probably won't cut it. It's a good draw build, but it's not good if you want to get a lot of survivors down.
I can only agree. I kind of would expect to see the abnormal as well, just to slow down the game and buy more time for YMM to land more hits, to put more survivors on the rocket chairs, because that's ultimately what he has to do right here. He has to put these survivors on the rocket chairs and then push the rest of the survivors off Cypher machines, slow down the decoding progress, and that will ultimately allow the survivors to go in for the rescues a little bit more easier. So therefore, slowing down the decoding progress will definitely be something that YMM wants to do right here. We are jumping into that game. To everyone who is watching, this is round number 3, the second half. Currently, we have a little bit of an advantage when it comes to Team Wolves, because now Weibo is on the hunting side with YMM, with the Geisha, and they need to get the 4-survivor elimination, the 5-point game. And we are having a little bit of an interruption right here before we jump into this match. Yeah, honestly, so far I am very, very impressed with both sides. Honestly, that's exactly what we are here for. We want to see the action. We want to see this high-tier gameplay of these, obviously, the top 16 teams from the entire world. And starting off with a matchup between 2 mainland China teams is definitely something that is very, very exciting. And both teams have delivered. Both teams were really showing off extremely strong games. But Wolves are having the upper hand right now, and Weibo, again, that's what I said. If they can get the 4-survivor elimination right here, I am sure they could also win that 4th round. So I'm very, very excited to see how this match plays out. And we are jumping right into it. Lion seems to be the first survivor that is being spotted, which is the Mercenary. YMM is not really thinking about going for the mercenary early in the match, we have a few better finds. For example, patient would be the best find, or psychologist. As soon as you landed the first hit, it might be the best find in the game to go for it. But we are having the acrobat.
Yeah, we do see an acrobat find, and it's in hotel, one of the best kiting areas. And wow, beautiful bomb placement from 487. He's going to do that, so he drops the slow interaction bomb and makes it so YMM's trying to dash up here. He's able to get up. He would break that pallet slowly, but YMM playing around that by instead dashing past the pallet. We're going to see 487 get this speed boost transition back around here and possibly go back into two-story. Will it be a flame bomb or a slow bomb? It's going to be a slow bomb. And wow, beautiful juke there from 487. Beautiful prediction. Because the Geisha slowed down, he has enough time to get away here. Use that pallet boost to transition back to the upstairs two-story area, constantly breaking line of sight. Will he go for another bomb as well? He may just absorb a basic hit, and that is the case. So we do see YMM with Blink instead of the abnormal, which means that, you know, it's so much harder for him to get a 4-person elimination. Goes for a dash a little bit off here, and 487 gaining even more distance, still has a red ball available, and he should be able to kite for a little bit longer here.
That looks extremely good for the Survivor side. Again, we were talking about YMM needs to be very, very aggressive. But currently, 2 Cypher machines already have been popped, and we can see that that one is around at 75%. The Acrobat providing a fantastic early game kite, juking the hits right here, but ultimately taking it. And that is the first Survivor on the rocket chair. Now YMM needs to concentrate on pushing these other Cypher machines as well, because if YMM is sitting on that rocket chair right here, very, very well placed to not only kind of protect the Acrobat, but also use Abnormal and protect the Cypher machine right here. If YMM is sitting too long on 487 right now, it would give the rest of the team the opportunity to just decode, to just leave the Acrobat on the chair and have the mercenary harass just staying there in this area while the other Cypher machines are just popping.
Yeah, YMM really needed to try to pull something off with that drop down. Isn't able to get it. No double hit on Mercenary as well. All he can do is go for 487. Is able to get that hit through the pallet, but it's probably not going to matter. The Cyphers are so far along here. That abnormal gives YMM a chance to potentially go for a draw. It does slow down the Cyphers enough where the Survivors, you know, maybe will not be able to win anymore, but it doesn't really matter. They don't have to win. They just need one out the exit gate here, and Wolves already in a good situation. You see the downside of chasing an Acrobat first, and 487's Acrobat at that. 487 being one of the best kiters in the world, playing that, you know, playing one of the best kiting characters currently in the game. Even against something like Geisha, which has good chase, it's just so difficult to catch them on this Survivor-sided map. We're going to see YMM go ahead and go back towards this Cypher machine here, trying to pressure it down. Abnormal back online in about 18 seconds. Maybe he can prevent it long enough where he can have Normal here go back between the Cypher and kill the Acrobat. But if he's pressuring the Cypher waiting for Abnormal, it means the Survivors can easily get off a free rescue.
Look at that, wasn't able to dash all the way, and is now, look at that. We can also see how the Psychologist is just waiting there, just waiting it out, because they don't even need to rescue the Acrobat, and they're just leaving the Acrobat on the chair, and now is getting off, really trying to get the attention of YMM away from the Cypher machine, but ultimately that worked out perfectly well. The Acrobat is off the chair. The Acrobat is also healed by now, while the Cypher machine was Abnormal, is now down to 50%. But again, all Survivors still up and running, the Acrobat being healed again, which means he can absorb an additional hit before getting on that final chair. That is definitely putting YMM into such a difficult spot. As you said, Wolves might not necessarily be able to pull off that. No, they might be able to pull off that 3 Survivor escape, at least with that Cypher pop right here. This is an extremely strong gameplay. Again, this just shows why Wolves is one of the best, if not even the best Survivor team in Identity 5.
Yeah, we do see that YMM trying his best to slow down the game with the Abnormal, but the Cypher rush just too strong for Wolves here. 487 now knows there's no teleport as an option for YMM. He can potentially stay in this area, wait for the Geisha, and then try to go for either the gate or the dungeon. Geisha dashing towards the exit gate here, cuts off the Survivors a little bit before they can actually make it. Patient is going to take the hit here, but again, it's not going to matter. They only need one out. All the Survivors really have to do here is the Mercenary can simply just run out the exit gate, and there's nothing YMM can do to actually kill him because, you know, he does have that delayed effect. So YMM at least doing his best here to try to get one survivor eliminated, but it really doesn't matter at this point. Wolves already has secured the win here as long as they get one survivor out the exit gate. You see Juan, the psychologist, waiting in the gate just in case. All they have to do is leave here. And maybe the survivors get aggressive, try to push for something a little bit extra here with this rescue, but I would expect them to possibly just go out the exit gate. Mercenary feeds that tinnitus until the other survivor can get out.
I would actually assume that they already have one survivor at the gate, as we just saw right there. It was a little bit freezing for us, but what I think the game plan right now is on the survivor side. They have that one survivor at the gate, which is all they need. They needed one survivor that gets out, and that's the victory for round number 3, and that's the victory for them against Vivo. Now, they can just, as you said, play around a little bit. We have the mercenary still up and running. We also had the psychologist, who still had a little bit of recovery left, I think. So therefore, she could also take another hit as long as it's not the detention hit. So if they would wait out detention, she could also potentially come in for a body plug. So ultimately, having a lot of characters that could body block might lead them to, you know, just push for it. Just try to get that survivor out of the basement. They already had a fantastic match and were really pushing the geisha in all directions, basically. And, you know, topping that off with a 4 survivor escape in round number 3, that would definitely be kind of the cherry on top. And maybe they will try to do that, or maybe they will just try to, you know, get the 3 survivors out of the gate as soon as they can. And we are just waiting to jump back into the game to see what Wolves is planning to do in this round number 3, second half.
Yeah, and again, you know, we talked about YMM potentially starting with Abnormal. He started with Blink and switched to Abnormal, but if he actually started with Abnormal, he might have actually had a chance, because he didn't even need to use the Blink to end up getting the down, I don't believe. So, yeah, because he switched to Abnormal right away as soon as he shared. So, I think it would have been better in that instance to start with Abnormal. You get the down in the Acrobat, then you have Abnormal, that Cypher Machine. You still have your trait swap later as an option. You can still switch to Teleport. You can switch to something else if necessary, and potentially pressure the map easier with the Teleport in the later game. So I think when you need a 4 survivor elimination, I think you have to just go with that Abnormal strategy. That's kind of the winning build, and less so of the draw build. We are going to see the Mercenary go ahead, absorb that hit, and get out the exit gate. Acrobat trying to get the gate open in time on the other side of the map, but again, started with Blink, switched to Abnormal, so no Teleport will be available, and the Acrobat is going to make it out here and get a 3 survivor escape for Wolves.
The 3 survivor escape, just securing that victory, and not really risking to get another survivor. Not risking to get another survivor down, just taking the victory, because that's ultimately a really, really good second half in this round 3. And that is also, again, we said before, with only 1 survivor, they were already deciding this entire match between Wolves and Weibo for themselves, for Wolves. And that means that we have our first winner for today, which is Wolves. So congratulations to Wolves. They were playing absolutely fantastic. They have shown yet again why they are the best surviving team on this in this entire game, and they also have shown that they can definitely perform on such a huge international stage. We can see the game right here, the Acrobat, really the survivor that was taking up the attention of the Hunter for the entire match. Meanwhile, the rest of the survivors were decoding, were providing the Acrobat with support, and yeah, turning that into a 3 survivor escape for Wolves.
Yeah, even with that Abnormal at the end there, it just didn't matter. I mean, it was kind of a last-ditch effort from YMM. I mean, you really didn't have a lot of options. Once the kite is that long, it's just so hard to win from that position. And since you have to get all survivors down, it's just, I mean, you know, we really see why 487 is, you know, known to be one of the best kiting players, and why Acrobat's known to be such a strong character. Using those bombs at perfect times. As you saw, he used the interaction slowdown bomb when he went up to that pallet at the upstairs hotel area. It forced YMM to try to slow down, go for a dash past the pallet, and it gave him so much distance. We saw him go for the slow bomb when re-entering the hotel, which means that he was able to juke that dash and go outside, push that outside pallet, and the Geisha couldn't do anything because they were slowed down so much from that bomb. And then on top of that, there was a firebomb placed right in the middle of an alleyway, which the Geisha couldn't even get past because it was so perfectly placed. There's no way to get around it. Even if you try to dash through it, it'll actually stop your dash and still firebomb you. And 487 doing that perfectly, essentially a 3 Cypher Kite, enough for a win. Even with an abnormal, the Geisha didn't have enough time to get that last kill on 487. And Wolf Survivor is able to pull it off. And again, we talk about this being a very support-heavy meta, but that game was just raw kiting. That was just very strong kiting from the Acrobat, and that goes to show the power of Acrobat and why this is one of the best kiting characters in the game and why it's been selected so much and why it's even banned by some of these hunters.
Yeah, you can't argue that Acrobat was performing extremely well right here on this map, really providing the 3 Cypher Kite as you mentioned. And this is like ultimately, if you look at the high competitive scene in Identity 5, if you are able to perform a 3 Cypher Kite, that is putting the Survivor side in an extremely good position. And we already said that it had to be the other way around for Weibo. Weibo had to get the Survivor down way before the 3 Cypher machines were popping and had to get the first Survivor right out of the game before the rest of the team were advancing with the Cypher machines and were able to even pop that last Cypher machine before a single Survivor was sent back to the manor. So it was definitely played out. It definitely played out in favor of Wolves right here. But at the same time, we mentioned it: high risk, high reward. YMM really had to push these Survivors and was really kind of pushed around back and forth between rocket chairs, between Cypher machines, utilizing Blink, utilizing Abnormal, really trying to make the best out of this match, but putting in such a tough situation where you have to get the 4 Survivor elimination at all costs. It's definitely high risk, high reward, but high risk also means it can backfire. And at the end of the day, it played out very well for Wolves. 3 Survivor escape. Fantastic job.
Yeah, now this is a group stage setting, which is not single elimination, so that means Weibo still definitely in this. Wolves has already propelled themselves to a 1-0 position, so there's a pretty good chance that they've already made it in. Even if they win the last 2 rounds, they'll probably still able to secure 3rd place based off of them winning this first round. So excellent job from Wolves going ahead here. Again, how the group stage works is the 3 best teams out of the 4 teams in each division. There's division A, B, C, and D. The top 3 teams from each division will go on to the top 12 essentially finals. But yeah, again, Weibo not by any means out of this. All they have to do is potentially get 2nd or 3rd place, whereas Wolves has propelled themselves to a 1-0 lead in this group stage.
And here you can see the MVP of the games. One from Team Wolves with the psychologist. I'm trying to think of what match we are talking about MVP right now. If this is overall the best deduction with an average point set, or if this is talking about the last match we just witnessed.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I think it could be the overall time, because we also have to think about that Bloody Queen match where Juan, I believe, was the psychologist, that match that kited out all those mirror images. I think that's probably what we're looking at here. We are going to have a player interview from the Wolves team. Again, congratulations to Wolves for winning this first round.
队拿下了今天比赛的胜利。今天我们请到了幻鹤跟艾丽来到我们的赛后采访席，先来打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是狼队的幻鹤。大家好，我是狼队的狗哥。
欢迎2位，今天首战告捷，非常非常的棒。幻鹤先来分享一下，你觉得今天大家的整体状态怎么样？
一般般吧，毕竟很久没打了，其实大家还能更优秀、更操作细腻一点的。
还是有进步的空间的。那狗哥呢？因为很长时间没有正式的在场上打比赛了，这段时间有做什么调整或者准备吗？
封闭训练，
非常的拼。那今天第1局的时候，狼队的表现就非常不错，拿下了一个大比分。狗哥的破轮好秀哦，直接一个4抓。幻鹤，你先分享一下你们当时在备战间看的一个心情吧？你觉得他是不是就修狗下凡？
对，他当时太强了，怎么会有这么强的人啊？我的天哪，简直了，太简直了。
因为今天他的每一个夹子扔的都非常的秀，而且开局非常顺利的通过预判夹的方式击倒了杂技。你那个夹子是怎么给到的，狗哥？你是因为算了一卦还是怎么回事？
预判夹呗，因为杂技的话平时也打，所以如果你懂杂技的机制，就很好预判。
比较清楚杂技此时此刻内心的一个想法，所以预判了一波。
对，
那你个人比较满意那一局当中的哪个夹子呢？因为太多夹子都太秀了。
电车那个夹子吧，
电车
就一丢我就随便丢了，然后它就中了。
就你自己当时也随便丢的？
对啊，我觉得它不可能中，因为我要躲电车，那电车它突然挡我视野。所以我就随便丢了一样。
所以其实我本来还想问一下，有什么技巧可以传授？就你当时也没有想到。那备战间的大伙儿有想到吗？你们当时看到那个甩夹是什么反应？有没有想到这也能中？
就很神奇。当时我是觉得他熟练度也太高了，就平时是不是私底下又偷偷加练的一样？
以为可能平常偷偷在电车那个位置练习了甩夹，结果没想到也是今天有运气的关系嘛。但不管怎么说，今天的破轮熟练度包括运气都非常的棒，拿下了一局4爪。那第二局的时候，其实还是想先来问一下第二局的一个角色的选择。这么快就把鱼女带到游戏当中了，这个是一个什么样的一个考虑呢？当时是怎么决策的？
当时是打算掏红夫人的，但是觉得红夫人保平太没梦想了，我想打鱼女，所以我就直接选择鱼女了，因为我想拼，我不想保平。
想拼一波。
对，因为我装不到机械师，拿个红夫人，那不也是保平吗？
就不想躺着赢，想站着赢，对不对？也是拼了一下，但是可能那一局会有一点点节奏上的一些劣势，但是后面相信在通过复盘还是会把状态调整过来的嘛。那下半场的时候，焕焕老师觉得今天牵制的爽不爽？
非常舒服，就是博弈满满。
博弈满满，因为开局就撞到了对面的红夫人，在沙包费了好多镜像。你当时的第一视角是什么样子的？因为站在观众的角度，还挺替你捏一把汗的。他是有一个闪现震慑你的机会的。你当时在牵制的时候是怎么考虑的呢？
当时我是等第一时间可以翻的时候，我想要等一下。如果说他不着急闪的话，可能有震慑的机会，但是我不可能就平白给到的，就要博弈。那1秒钟博弈太多了，分出0.5秒。
也是很细节的看到了他1秒钟的犹豫，就判定这个刀他是不可能震慑我的。很自信。那后面的时候跟狮子有一波非常帅的配合，你们2个当时是怎么沟通的？
就是狮子让我离他近点嘛，就是他要给我安全感，然后他就像个呆瓜一样被我用着。
什么意思啊？你礼貌吗？但是今天狮子一个护腕扛到了镜像刀，是很秀的，好不好？结果你就是觉得狮子是工具人，你是把他秀了还是怎么样？你们2个当时的走位是什么情况？
没有，当时他以为我要去板区，但是其实我不是那么想去，我想卡个视野，然后回到那个小树林那块地方，然后佣兵哪去了我就不知道了。后面一个护腕弹我脸上，就觉得太秀了，那波差点死了。
太秀了！如果没有狮子的话，可能已经上挂了。
对。
有什么话想送给狮子吗？当时他那一个护腕弹过去，你有没有眼泪都直接感动到掉下来？
呆瓜优秀。
呆瓜今天打得好是吗？感觉只有狮子受伤的世界完成了。那第3局的时候，狗哥也是开局就选到了一个红蝶。其实还蛮想问一下，这个是你们之前就预想到 BO3第3局要打得这么拼，还是说是根据对面的一个 BP 去及时做了一个调整和选择呢？
都有吧。就是红蝶就总得会吧，然后正好他保平也挺不错的。虽然没有红夫人强。但是该拿出来还是得拿，因为他们那个阵容太针对了。
是的，但是感觉红蝶的熟练度也很高，整体看下来就是非常的丝滑。但是我又觉得那一局可能会打得比较保守一些，是有战术说是想要去打保平的这么一个策略吗？
其实我后面想拼3抓的，但是那个邮差一直在送信，3个人都低脚了，我就只好保稳了呀。
对。
因为再拖下去，那邮差指不准一个移速信3跑了。
是的，因为有邮差在的话，场上的不确定的因素可能会比较多，也是保守一下。那最后我看到你们在狗哥保平之后上场就已经很开心了，然后487也快乐的拿到了一个非常秀的杂技。焕焕老师，你来点评一下，今天狮子和87都玩了杂技，觉得他们2个的杂技有什么区别？
可 能是87的更细腻，然后狮子的可能就是很中规中矩，就是有一些细节没有到位。
哦，还是很严谨的去点评了一下，回去继续给狮子复盘，让他除了佣兵把杂技，就是以后第一局掏出来也要65台机这个样子，对不对？那当时你在椅子上去救487的时候，有一个非常细节的卡血线，而且救下来之后是2个人非常果断的选择原地吹血，但是红蝶他那个时候是一脚失常踹过去了，所以你当时对场上的局势是怎么判断的呢？
当时就是先卡血嘛，卡的差不多的时候，他忽然间想守机子，因为他再不守机子，机子肯定够，然后就听见他们说要踹失常的时候，就赶紧给血了，就很手速就很快。
也是很细节的去拿捏了场上的局势，而且当时的局势比较优势，也没有那么大的那种慌乱的感觉，对不对？整体打的还是很自信的。
那当然，那么优势。
对，那么优势。那今天我觉得除了大家的状态都不错，也是拿到了很多我们没有想到的角色出来。包括之前友谊赛的时候，也有看到你们花里胡哨的各种角色拿出来了，甚至87还在专访里说啊，这个深渊舞如果有机会的话，我们什么都想尝试。那就要采访一下2位了，你们觉得呢？
都能玩，都能玩，
都能玩。
啊，对，他什么都行，我们什么都行。
那你觉得粉丝此时此刻听到你们在接下来的比赛当中什么都能玩，他们是什么样的心情呢？焕和老师。
可能他们是觉得我们无敌了，膨胀了。
觉得无敌了也就膨胀。那有什么话想要送给粉丝吗？
接下来的小组赛继续加油，
我们还能更秀，
还能更秀。好的，那也是希望2位在接下来的比赛当中能够打出自己的上限，越来越好。也是感谢来到我们的赛后采访席，也是再次恭喜狼队拿下了今天比赛的胜利。那么今天的第2场比赛呢，是我们的 SST 对阵 ACT， 我们稍事休息，马上回来。
多好！
还有20多。
不要了，修木屋。
修木屋了，已经修木屋了。
早点修木屋。
他已经死了，闪现没交。
还有闪现了。
带大门，说错了。
小门有多好？我去
救。他有底牌的吧？
他又丢了一个蝴蝶。你拉距离，你的回头骗。
稳一点
就赢了，已经难多了。
千万不要装啊！
可以稍微稳一点。
我小的第20。
我知道，跟着你的。
最好亮那台狮子，电机够了。我死了。OK， 就玩一波再亮，拖不了了。快点啊，让他带走啊！好救，活一吧。
对，活一。
好救。
救得好。
可以看情况。
现在红球封住了，但是要平地追倒了呀，
抓了呀，夹到了，
但是不能，一次直接换位扛刀，我天哪，这个我好像见过呀，在月亮河发生过一次了，那这样的话要3跑了呀。
线下即将开战，现在虽然4龙变相，是虽然5的目标是4米，大家都不太有吧。
サンシスターのアルフレッドです。僕たちサンシスターは長い間同じメンバーで続けてきたチームなので連携力があるチームです。
真ん中先に上げて前走で離れた3号機を上げて出現しようという狙ってきましたが、いや助立ちに来ます。カズメコのタックル。ゲートが空き、オフェンス墓守と出ていきました。ミエルは8。さあ加速を使ってどうだ。さあ勢いのある思い切りレンピ選手、ここでダウンは取られず。いつも応援してくれてありがとうございます。COA V では最高の結果を残せるように頑張りますので、最後まで応援よろしくお願いします。
Scales, venom gland, and the vomeronasal organ. Reptiles' delicate biology is engraved with the mysteries of evolution. Researching them feels like listening to hymns of heaven and tracing the steps left by the Creator. But the end lies in unexpected malice. will choke from the creator. Or the inconvenient truth of evolution. All but a small price to pay on the path to truth. And as the scales shed, I shall step over the last of my boundaries.
Ten nimble fingers, one brilliant show. On a 3-foot stage, the goddess aglow. Our shadow play premieres at the Grand Theater tonight.
It was never a ruse. This is a requiem. Requiem for peace in a chaotic dreamscape. Even if it amplifies their fear. Requiem for an exercise to extend the amygdala. Extracting every last drop of that crystal dew. They cast their memories into the abyss. Again and again. As they stand on the border of truth and vanity, warning them.
Don't look back.
Back to our second match of today. We have, we had a very exciting round one, Wolves versus Weibo. And our second matchup here is going to be not a mainland China team for both of them here. We are going to have SST actually competing, I believe, which is one of the Japanese teams. So we're going to have a little bit of more diversity in these regions. A very exciting matchup. We do have, I do have Nell joining me. Nell, what's up, Nell? How's it going? It's good to see you. It's great to be commentating with you this matchup. How are you feeling about today?
Well, nothing short of amazing. Thank you so much for introducing me, Eli. Guys, for those of you who have just joining in, it's me, Nell, from Nello Mello YouTube. And thank you so much for sticking until now. I've watched the match, actually. The first match, it was really intense. And definitely the geisha on the BO3 was very interesting to watch. But right now, we are in between SST, a team from Japan, versus ACT, a team from China. So I'm very interested to see how the matchups will be. But before that, let me just say hi real quick to the chat. Hello, guys. So good to be here. How are you guys doing? If you guys are still in the chat, please spam some emotes, spam some loves right there, spam some love emojis, because we are bringing you the next matchups, and we will need all your supports. The teams will be needing all of your supports. And okay, Eli, what do you think about SST? Because SST, the last time we actually heard about them is during IVS. That's the record that I have right here with me now. Very interested to see. They actually have a Korean player in that team, Lim. So it's definitely not an old Japanese team. There's a Korean player in this team as well, Lim. And I'm very interested to see, because they do bring out a lot of prospectors. They bring out Prospector, they bring out Prisoner, and I'm just very excited to see how they're going to face up against the ACT main team. What are your thoughts, Eli?
Yeah, absolutely. SST has shown to be one of the best teams out of Japan. Typically, when we think about these, the comparison of these two regions, China and Japan, we usually think that China has the advantage over all regions. But SST is one of those teams that actually has a lot of potential to stand up to these mainland China teams and potentially pull out a win. SST has such a strong survivor side, as well as the hunter. I believe Alpha is the hunter for SST, known to be one of the best hunters in the world. Actually, even being in a non-China region is very, very strong. So I think we're going to see actually a very close matchup. Again, typically when we look at these mainland China teams versus non-mainland China teams, we think, oh, the China team has a huge advantage. But I actually think this match was very, very close, very, very exciting. Yeah, as you mentioned, very unique strategies from the SST survivor side. We see Prospector, we see Prisoner, two characters that aren't commonly used in competitive play, right? We don't see Prospector used as much, more of a rank survivor, Prisoner, more of a rank survivor as well. We typically see stronger decoders like a Mechanic or even Postman with the decoding letter. But man, maybe this is a potential possibility. I am excited to see if they do bring out the Prospector as a character I like to see get utilized in tournament gameplay. While it may not be very common, it could be a strategy that SST plans to use here against ACT.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the fun, right? The fun and excitement of watching games from teams all over the world, from different regions. They have their own meta. We always say that meta is about whichever survivors fit into the team composition the best. But when we go to Japan, there's the players are making survivors like Embalmer, like Perfumer, like Prospector. They're making those the meta characters there, even the Dancer. And when you go over to China, they're starting to make Acrobat. They're starting to pick up more of the Psychologist, the Patient, even using, let's see, even using Toy Merchants as well. So it's just an evolution. So I'm really excited to see what this is about. And I heard that recently there's going to be more changes, but that's for NetEase to announce soon. There are going to be more changes to make the game even more fast-paced. And one of the things that really makes a big difference is about the Cypher Rush. Do you mind just letting everyone know, like for those of you who are new to Identity 5 and you hear this term, Cypher Rush, a lot, what does Cypher Rush actually mean? Do you mind letting the viewers know?
Yeah, absolutely. So Cypher Rush is essentially how quickly the survivor side can finish the Cypher machines and push for that end game. You have 5 Cypher machines you need to finish to push for the exit gates, and it's essentially Cypher Rush is rushing through those Cyphers as quickly as possible, not giving the hunter essentially enough time to down survivors fast enough where you can just get straight to the end game and push for wins as survivors. Looking into our two rosters here, we do have ACT and SST. Again, two very strong teams. As ACT, a very strong, China IVL team, and SST, one of the best teams from Japan region. And it looks like we do have I believe this is the SST survivors here, and it will be ACT on the hunter side, which I think you is still going to be representing ACT as the first hunter. And what hunter does what hunter are we going to see here? I think we're going to see Dreamwitch. You is known to be one of the best Dreamwitch players, arguably in the world. So, how does SST survivors plan to go against this? Will they go for anti-Dreamwitch, brings things like Barmaid Psychologist, or will they go a lot more aggressive and just play standard team hunts?
Look at this cheeky guy right here. That's Kazuneko from Team SST. He plays forward, and definitely his trademark survivor is the Prospector. Even the stats showing a lot of containment time, 94 seconds. So and even a decoding time of 122%, escape probability at a very high 72%. So don't let his appearance fool you guys, because this mischievous, cute-looking player is actually a harasser main.
We do have SST Lim as well. Yeah, SST Lim as well. We do see on the Priestess and Perfumer. This is going to be obviously someone who goes for more of a support strategy with the Priestess. I think Lim has also had experience with the Coordinator as well. I do remember watching SST play in the past with those characters as well. We do have Mochi, who I believe is the Rescuer main. Yeah, on the Mercenary and the Gravekeeper. Probably going to be going for the Mercenary for the most part, because we've seen a lot of these hunters give Mercenary as an option. They tend to ban things like Seer forward, Priestess first, and do give that Mercenary as a main rescue option to the Survivor side.
Yeah, I mean, just look at them. They're just chilling out right now. They're smiling. I don't think they're feeling much of a pressure right here. And that's Unpi with the peace sign. Hi, Unpi. I hope that you can see us doing the peace sign to you as well. V for victory. I remember that from the previous IVC. He's from the characters that he chose, there's the Seer and the Prisoner as well. He has a very impressive containment time of 79 seconds and even managing to decode at more than 130%. So that's the lineup of SST Sun Sisters, team from Japan, with Lim from Korea joining their ranks. Definitely looking forward to their performance. We can see the player right now, Yue. You're speaking about Yue just now, and that's Yue in person. Eli, can you bring us to
absolutely.
the stats?
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at the statistics here, we do have, knockdown 6.31, survivors eliminated 1.92, which is a little bit less than a consistent draw, but is known to be very strong in the first round. He can sometimes struggle in the later rounds, when he has to go into non-Dream Witch options when Dream Witch is banned, but has such a strong Dream Witch, and that's really what's going to excel ACT against SST here. How well can the SST survivors actually play against this Dream Witch? It also comes down to the map as well. Imagine ACT wants to be able to pick a map like Arms Factory or Sleeping Town, which is good for that Dream Witch early on here. But again, map pick is always so crucial here. Maybe SST survivors have an option to put this hunter onto a weak Dream Witch map. It's definitely a possibility, but we'll see how they're able to play out. And will they go for an anti-Dream Witch, or will they just go for more of a standard meta team comp?
Yeah, they're just getting ready right there. I heard you and Grizzly were talking about the face mask, and I was just looking at it. Yeah, I can notice all these little survivor characters right there in the face mask. Really hope that we can one day all go to the main stage at the physical location itself. It looks amazing. Can't imagine the amount of detail that they're putting into this and the preparations. It really looks like what their team is, the team that they're going for this year, the Metropolis. Lim, she's giving us that nervous laugh right now, but you know what? I think it's just her first time. I believe this is her first time on the main stage, especially with joining the team SST. Just looking over, now let's just move over to ACT though. ACT Yue, you mentioned that he is one of the best, if not the best, Dream Witch players right now. Is that true? Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, again, one of the highest elimination rates with the Dream Witch. We've seen, him able to get. The biggest issue is that in the long run, it can become a bit of an issue because he does have other hunters that he can potentially bring out, but his Dream Witch by far surpasses any of them. So we've actually seen some of these other China teams that compete against him actually play anti-Dream Witch, bringing things like Barmaid, Psychologist to try to counter it, and he's still able to beat them. And that's really just goes to show the power of the Dream Witch, one of the best in the world, alongside XC and Dongxuan. So I think we're going to see him definitely go for that round one Dream Witch. Again, will SST go for the counter? We talked about Prisoner, we talked about Prospector. Those two characters typically aren't as good against something like a Dream Witch, because Prisoner is... you typically like to see Mechanic, because while Mechanic can sit on the rocket chair, she can also decoy with the bot. Prisoner is pretty much useless while on the rocket chair. And, Dream Witch is a very fast hunter with the main body. They can locate the Prisoner early on, put themselves in a position where they can down that decoder and get them eliminated quickly. And Prospector, not quite as strong as well, because even if you're able to stun one of the leeches, you may have another one nearby that can potentially trap you and get a free hit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking right now of the possibilities. BO1, Yue is definitely going to be picking Dream Witch. As you mentioned, he's had a very high success rate of eliminating even the China mainland teams, especially when even if he's on Dream Witch, they know of his game plan, but but somehow they couldn't stop. They couldn't stop Yue from doing what he's meant. They know what he's gonna do, but somehow Yue just manages to pull off the wins one after the other. But the thing is, what happens when his Dream Wish gets spent? What is the next hunter that he could rely on for the most success? What do you think?
Yeah, the two most common hunters he typically goes to are Bloody Queen and Breaking Wheel. I think that the biggest problem is that his Breaking Wheel has been known to be inconsistent. The Dream Wish more consistent than others. Has a strong Bloody Queen as well, so that could definitely be an option. But again, Bloody Queen only being a tie hunter, I believe he also can bring out Geisha if I'm not mistaken. So those are all options for you out here. And I think that again, round one is the key here. Round one is the key here for ACT. They really want to win round one. This team is known for winning round one because of how strong that Dream Witch is early on, and then they kind of rely on the survivors to clutch up in the later rounds. But yeah, if SST can jump out and get a draw in this first round or even a win for this first round, I actually think they can be advantaged moving into the later rounds because Alf has such a deep hunter pool and can play so many strong hunters very effectively. I'm very excited to see, again, actually how he will play against these mainland China survivors.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Eli, because right now I'm holding the stats for the COA V qualifiers. ACT has actually won both survivors and hunters. In BO1, the survivor side has actually won 3 out of the 5 games that we've recorded. And even in BO2, they've won 3 games and tied 2 games. Even the hunter, Yue, the hunter main, he gets the wins like most often than not around best of 1, best of 2. He gets 2 wins out of 5. 2 wins out of 5 in BO2 as well, as compared to SST. SST, very interesting. Survivors are more prone to tie and win and loss. Is very balanced. It only comes online when they're going to BO2, BO3s where they get 2 or 3 wins. Whereas Alf is very, very aggressive. Like what you pointed out, he has a deep hunter pool. He actually manages to get 3 wins out of the 5 games in even BO1 all the way up to BO3. But here's the thing, this data shows that his winning character is a sculptor. So how do you think it's going to fit into the current situation now? Because you pointed out that Holland is one of the best hunters that people are using right now. So how do you think Alf is going to adjust into getting this win for his team in BO1 especially?
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to, I think it really comes down to how well the survivors can play first. Again, you see the survivors going first for SST. What are they able to pull out? Again, you're going against a really, really strong Dream Witch, maybe the best in the world. So if you're able to potentially, push for, I think the goal for the survivors is try to push for a draw and then rely on Alf Sculptor to at least get a draw as well and secure a tie for that round one. Again, the round one for ACT is always their strongest because you has the Dream Witch. And once that goes out the window with the ban, it becomes harder for ACT to win in the later rounds. So that's going to be the key here for SST. They need to draw or win the first round if they really want to propel themselves and potentially beat this mainland China team. So I think that, again, bringing up the sculptor like you mentioned with Alf, Alf's goal is to match what the survivors did. Whether that's the survivors got a draw, Alf needs to try to match that and get a draw. If the survivors do get 4 eliminated by the Dream Witch, maybe Alf can potentially pull something out. Again, you talked about incredible statistics from Alf, able to get 3 out of 5 wins in a lot of these situations, especially, I would imagine, in the early rounds, because you do have that Sculptor, which is a good hunter for getting high kills. It is a winning hunter. It's not one of those hunters like Bloody Queen that necessarily is good for getting draws. Sculptor can push for so much more. So I think that I am actually very excited to see how Alf, arguably one of the best hunters in Japan, can go against China, because again, China is known to be the strongest region in the world. But I don't, anything's possible. We do have Ever Sleeping Town first here, which is a strong map for both hunters. It is a good Dream Witch map and also a good Sculptor map. We'll see what the survivors opt to lock in. I think yes, probably okay. We're gonna go for the Seer ban, which is the most logical ban for Dream Witch. And as for the survivors, probably Priestess and Mercenary will be the first 2 that they opt to take.
Yeah. I mean, right now we know that Lim plays we know that Lim plays the coordinator as well, but she does play Priestess as well. So there you have it. They are actually going to pick up Priestess and Forward as their first 2 picks. The name does not represent the characters that they are going to be playing. But Mochi, let's just have a look at Mochi. Mochi does play an impressive amount of times Mercenary. So I have to imagine that if Mochi does not play Mercenary, he'll probably be going for the second next, the second best one, probably Gravekeeper. But we'll have to see, because right now they are not taking the Gravekeeper. They are moving on towards Acrobat and Psychologist. So a little bit of change to what they normally picked. What do you think about Acrobat against a Dream Wish in this map?
Yeah, Acrobat is really good against Dream Wish because Acrobat can actually cancel the Patroller bites with the balls. If you time your bomb properly, and it is going to be Dream Wish as we predicted, but Acrobat can actually cancel the Patroller bite if you use the bomb at the same time that the bite would activate, because the bite activates every 5 seconds, and you can time that and avoid that. Normally you'd have to throw down a pallet or vault a window, interact with something, but in this case, Acrobat can actually counter Patroller for that. So this comp is actually really good for the survivors. It's strong against Dream Witch. Priestess, a very good kiter against Dream Witch on this map. You have Forward, who you don't really want to chase. You have Psychologist, which can take multiple hits, and then you have the Acrobat, which can kite out the Patroller. So you really see SST trying to go as much anti-Dream Witch as possible here.
Yeah, definitely. So, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the lineups have been confirmed. Kazuneko, yes, the harasser main of the team, is going to be on the Forward. Unpi on the Psychologist. Mochi is going to be the kiter with the Acrobat. And then we're going to be facing Yuetlan, Yuet as the Dream Witch main. That's his best. He's bringing out the big guns right from the first round because, guys, this is do or die, round robins. Every team gets 3 chances to play throughout the group stages. This is Do or Die, bringing you the commentary, Eli and me, Nello Mello.
We are going to see the fake gate spawn here from the Dream Witch, immediately rotating towards middle, probably going towards corner house. Does catch sight of the Psychologist, which is not a great find. You don't really want to have to chase a 3-hit character right out the gate. He does catch sight of this is, I believe, the Forward. Yeah, so another character you don't want to have to chase. He's actually going to leech Forward. Maybe we'll commit here. Tries to trap him in. Forward takes a leech hit immediately. No football being used at all, which is very curious. You usually would typically see that be the case here, and all you have to do now is just Patroller, and you can get the down on the Forward. So yeah, curious to see why Forward opted not to use the football there, and there should be a pretty quick down for Ye here, and unless the portal can potentially support this Forward and they can make it to the graveyard area.
Yeah, I mean, like what you said, I think it's probably like a pause at that very moment, because like what you said, typically there would be a ball being used right there. But right now, the support of the Priestess with the portals is actually buying a lot of time, and the Patroller is going to wear out very, very soon, and it's already worn out. So Kazuneko does have another chance to use his football when he seems fit. Yue still trying to, I think he's going to persist onto Kazuneko right here, taking out the Rescuer first, actually. So, what do you think of this game plan, though? There's another Patroller up now.
And yeah, we're going to see the Patroller as well. There's the portal as well. Can he potentially counter the Patroller with this portal? Beautiful Priestess portal setup, trying to mind game the Forward, and it's not going to work the Forward with enough patience to wait out the Patroller. Now he is on the back foot here. No leech available because it's on cooldown. No trade available, and you're chasing a Forward with football and just incredible kiting potential. How do you get this done? He does have the leech back online now, but already now 2 Cypher machines down for the Survivors. Priestess Cypher should be popping shortly, and Forward has put himself in a good kiting area. He can force a leech hit as well, which he is able to avoid the hit as well and can football away.
Goodness.
What an incredible kite from this Forward.
Yeah, I mean, we thought that it was a very early first hit, but right now the support from the teammates just phenomenal. Like the portals and putting down the pallets just so that the Forward can use it for a little bit of speed boost. It's doing great. He's already avoided 2 Patrollers right now with the help of his teammates. Yue is still struggling to find his first victim on the chair, and 3 Cyphers are about to be done. The 3rd Patroller right there is gonna bite Kazuneko. Wow. Oh my God. He's still not out of the crisis there, Eli.
Yeah, he's trying to stay alive as much as possible. He wants to try to force a leech hit, but you should be able to get the main spawn down here. And he finally is able to get that first kill, but not without a whole lot of Cypher progress being completed for SST. The only downside of this is he did die near the middle of the map, which means he can use this leech to pressure down the Cyphers, can pressure down Psychologists. So that's going to be the only downside for SST. Besides that, a 3 Cypher kite with a lot of progress on some other Cypher machines as well. I don't know how Ye comes back in this. I mean, you really have to try to use that map pressure of Dream Witch to turn this around. But, you know, with such an incredible kite from this Forward, SST has actually put themselves in a dominating position, and a free rescue as well. Does take the hit is the Acrobat, which means Forward can even potentially rebound kite here because this trait is on cooldown.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely on for Yue now, even though Kazuneko has no more balls left. But still, oh my god, he knows that the blink's coming, but still the patience by Yue, he's just waiting like a split 1-2 seconds, just getting the down onto him during and the tide turners had ended. Yue is just trying right now, not only to down Kazuneko, but trying to camp that two last ciphers. He doesn't want the cipher to move. He wants a leech at least to be standing by so that they couldn't do the ciphers while Kazuneko is being brought to his chair for the second time.
And we are going to see Dreamwitch trying to pressure down the Cypher, using that main spawn to pressure down the Fake 8 Cypher Machine. Does have a Leech camping, but if you do have a Leech camping, that does mean that, even if you do get the rescue on the Survivor, they could potentially absorb the Leech hit, and there's no one there to chair them after. They're going to see the Priestess go ahead and break that portal, takes the hit, and does get the rescue. Will the SST have enough? Oh, goes for the blink and gets the blink before he reaches the portal. It's going to be very close. Can they pop this last Cypher Machine in time? It's about 40% of the way done here. But I think all has to do here is leech this forward to get the down. But does he know where the forward went? Forward actually is hiding behind the corner house area. Can you locate him, leech him, and get him on the rocket chair in time before the Cypher Machine is primed? And I think does know where the forward is here. So now able to actually come back and potentially get a draw out of a really tough situation.
It is, but then it is potentially. It looks like it's going to be at least a 3-man escape or even a draw. So it looks like a draw to be honest right here. Cypher is, however, on the side of SST. It's already been primed. Actually, one Cypher is at 99%, and they're gonna just prime it straight away with a leech onto Lim. So Lim is going to be the choice of target right here. They are going to be opening the gates. Lim is just trying to stay in the middle because Priestess is just so good in between the structures with his portal key. The dungeon is at the what's that place called, Eli? That little spot there.
It is. We call that over near Fake Gate. Is the area we like to call it. You see the survivors pushing for the exit gate here. Can they get it open in time?
Wow.
They might actually get a 3 survivor out, and just like that, they actually get all 3. I didn't even notice them actually get that gate open in time. It seems like the survivors really distracting here, trying to make him think that they were opening that graveyard gate area. Instead, they all pushed for that corner house, able to sneak 3 survivors out the gate, and it looked like a draw once that first forward went down, but able to sneak right out the back gate area there, and just like that, SST beating one of the best Dreamwitch players in the world in round 1.
Wow.
Now, Alp has a lot to work with here. Alp can easily just go for a draw and actually win round 1. We talked about ACT really being that team that likes to win the first round, but now it's up to SST to potentially actually win it for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Japan right now with SST, Sunset Sisters, they are coming here with a statement right there. They're saying, yeah, we know that your Dreamwitch is formidable, but right now, my goodness, 3-man escape right in BO1 with no Hunter bans. That's a very, very huge morale boost for SST, the Sun Sister. And it's just so much pressure for you at that point, like we were looking at that point. The reason why I asked about that location is because the dungeon was there, and I'm sure that Yue was also looking towards that dungeon because he's thinking maybe the Priestess will try and sneak a portal to the dungeon. But no, they surprised us. No, we know what you're thinking. We're not falling for that. We're going straight for the gate. Bye, sayonara. That's what they say in Japan. Sayonara. And that's what they did. Yue, my goodness, getting 3 survivors escape, but he has tried his best. He's tried his best. Just very, very unfortunate that he needed to use the 3 patrollers and 1 additional leech just to get the hit onto Kazuneko for his first chair.
Yeah, and it really seemed like you had a good start. As soon as you get that first hit on the forward, all you had to do was patroller. But I was honestly very shocked by the Priestess support, able to get the forward all the way to graveyard, kite out that first patroller is always so difficult because it lasts so long. It's so hard to kite it out, but beautiful communication between the Priestess and the forward, able to assist there and make it so the forward had to get another patroller, and he actually used the second one. He was able to last that one too because of that another Priestess portal. So I actually think while the forward may have done a very good kite, the MVP of that matchup really is the Priestess support there. I actually think the Priestess really carried that with those portals. So excellent job from them there. And I think it's also gonna really impact how this plays out. Now you might actually go for more of a Priestess ban. They see that this team really their survivability is really based around Priestess support, and that's how crucial it was for them in this first round. You see why Priestess is such a strong character against the Dream Witch. Now, looking into the second half of this first round, again, it's on Alf. What can he do? Does he play the Sculptor like you mentioned, Nell, and go for a draw with the Sculptor? Or does he play more of a consistent TIE Hunter, like maybe something like Bonbon or even Buddy Queen?
Yeah, I mean, if you're good at it, you might as well use it, right? I mean, that's what we always say. Just do what you're best at. Despite what people say about what the meta should be like, if you're confident with whatever you pick, I think Alf should just go with his strongest one. But even if Alf does not play in BO1, they still have Silk, because as ST, Silk is also a hunter for Sun Sisters, and Silk plays Dream Witch. So we might see if it's Silk playing, it might be a Dream Witch all the way in BO1. So it's gonna be something like a mirror match. But if it's going to be Alf, we might as well expect either a Sculptor or even a Bonbon. Or even a Breaking Wheel. Who knows? Because these hunters are constantly upgrading themselves. They're picking up new hunters according to what they think they can win with. So I'm just really interested to see. I really like what you said about the Priestess. They might have to ban Priestess if they're going to the next round, especially in Ever Sleeping Town, because you can see the support by Lim. Not just utilizing the power of Priestess to the maximum, just bringing Kazuneko places. 138 seconds of kiting. That's very, very impressive with no football left at the end of the day. But you know what? We're going to the next half right here. It's not over because right now it's gonna be ACT Survivors versus the SST Hunter.
Yeah, we do see the ACT Survivors coming out here. And now again, I'm interested to see who's hunting for SST, as you mentioned. Now, could be Silk, could be Alf. You know, again, it's gonna be the hunter just wants to get a draw. There's no need to push for anything too aggressive here. They just want to secure this round one against ACT. I believe that's Silk. Is that Silk? That is Silk, right? Yeah. Okay. So we are gonna see Silk hunting. So I think we're gonna see the round one Dream Witch. Now, this plays into a similar situation, right? Do you, as ACT, do you play an anti-Dream Witch strategy, or just be prepared for everything else, right? Silk being known for that Dream Witch, maybe they'll go with something unique like Barmaid or Psychologist, but I think they may just go for a similar team comp to what SST did, using the Acrobat to kite out the Patrollers, using the Priestess support and the Psychologist for those extra hits as well.
Yeah, I mean, we can obviously, just going back to the picture just now, with his silky hair, we definitely know that's Silk. And Silk will be playing the Dream Witch, like what you said. If it's a mirror match, I think, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Priestess should be banned. Considering how much the Priestess support was buying so much time for Kazuneko last game, I definitely think that Silk ought to ban the Priestess. The Priestess and one more choice, maybe a Cypher Rusher? What do you think? Besides Priestess, what do you think should be banned?
Yeah, I mean, it's you really want to ban Priestess on this map. The biggest problem is just like, if you're going to go with a Dream Witch, you typically ban Seer as your first character, right? So that gives the survivors a chance to lock in Priestess, which is something they'll do. Now, maybe Silk goes a little bit with a unique strategy, bans Priestess first and gives up the Seer to the survivors, but Seer is just so strong against Dream Witch, allowing that first kiter to take a third hit, essentially, maybe even kite a Patroller with the Owl. It's just probably too risky. It's not something Silk wants to have to surrender, is surrendering the Seer to the survivors. So I'd imagine he's going to ban Seer, and then survivors may just go with a forward Priestess lock and not even give him a chance to ban the Priestess. We'll have to see again what sort of gameplay, what sort of Dream Witch strategy Silk has, but the most standard one is the immediate Seer ban, and just kind of surrendering the Priestess and giving it up, and just not wanting to have to deal with the Seer at all if you're going with that Dream Witch strategy.
Yeah, ACT definitely has a lot of people they can choose from. You can see now right here, ZB, Survivor Pool has a Priestess main, and also as the Psychologist main. Even in my stats right here, yeah, Psychologist and Priestess 6 out of 10. So if you allow Priestess to be played, most likely ZB is going to be a menace with the Priestess, especially in Ever Sleeping Town. Oh my god, I just have to do this right now. I'm seeing here, right here in the chat, Exilio Gamers. I just have to give you a shout out because you're so funny with your commentaries, especially with the COA replay. So big shout outs to you, man. Right now, okay, so sorry for that. Right now, we're gonna see Silk right here, looking very confident the Japanese confidence right there, cool, calm, collected. And you can imagine why, because look, he has a very, very high success rate with the Dream Witch. From the stats itself, out of the 4 games he played, he only lost 1 game. He won 3 games with the Dream Witch. So it's a very impressive record for Silk, as long as he maintains composure. Like what you said, he just needs to go for a draw, right? He doesn't have to pressure himself to go for like a 4K. But it would be best if he can go for a 4K. But let's just say the minimum is a draw.
Yeah, the minimum is a draw here, of course, to secure a win. And even if, you know, the survivors on ACT managed to get 3 survivors out, it's still not as bad as it seems. Again, ACT, is we talked about, is the team that really likes to win round 1. So if SST is drawing or winning round 1, ACT is already kind of on the back foot as it is. So I think that going for one elimination is fine. But you really want to get a draw. You really want to take round 1. Your survivors played incredibly well. They put themselves in a winning position right out the gate. And again, if you're Silk here, as you mentioned, very strong Dream Witch, has some very impressive wins with this hunter. I think that, again, Ever Sleeping Town is pretty strong for Dream Witch. Round 1, it's a little bit difficult because you have a lot of anti-Dream Witch characters with the Acrobat, Psychologist, Priestess. But I still think, you know, if you are Silk and you are going with that Dream Witch, your goal is to just get 2 survivors eliminated and not allow any possibilities for ACT to potentially come back in this round.
Yeah. Oh, just something for fun facts. I saw a viewer, Soy Milk, at YouTube. She says that 3 things that you need when you're playing Identity V. You need the skill, you need the luck, and you need the confidence. So may I add that the 4th thing we all need as a competitive player is hand creams and powder. Do you agree with that though? I mean, do you find yourself, because I'm not a mobile player, so I cannot imagine how a mobile player would play. Does your hand get sweaty and it affects your gameplay or something? Does it?
Yeah, it does sometimes. Yeah, I definitely know the feeling. I usually will, if I ever get like sweaty when I'm playing, I usually just go wash my hands or something. But sometimes when you wash your hands, then it dries them out, and then it makes it feel weird as well. So there's always, as a mobile player, sometimes it becomes difficult. So I understand why these players like to use those this stuff for their hands to make it easier for them to use their mobile device. And yeah, you see them right as we talk about that, cleaning off their hands, getting ready to play the match. Yeah, again, when you play in high pressure situations like Call of Abyss 5 Global Tournament, you have a lot of stress. You're going to have a lot of anxiety. So there's going to be a lot of sweaty hands, and you definitely need to clean that off and be prepared, be at your optimal game.
Yeah, for sure. Like anything it takes for you to win, right? Your equipments, your phone. I mean, I have good equipments, but I still play very bad. But definitely equipments comes to play. Your cables, your hand creams, your powder. What else? You need a mini USB fan in case you get too hot when playing to calm you down. I can't imagine, but you know what? Drink tonic maybe. Drink tonic to calm yourself down. But you know what? It's just a fun thing being around here. But guys, everyone at the chat, I wish that I could give you a shout out. We wish that we can all give you a shout out to everyone there. But you know what? Shout outs to all of you. Please remember your drinks. Bring your food. We like to enjoy our commentaries, our games with snacks, but we can't do that right now. So please eat on behalf of us. Please drink on behalf of us. As we are going to look at that. Look at the survivors. They're not nervous at all. They're saying, yeah, I had my hands massaged. I'm ready to juke. I'm ready to kite the hell out of the Dream Witch. If SST survivors can get a 3-man escape, we can definitely do it as well. That's the statement that they're putting right there with their silent confidence right there. So focused. I can't imagine if you and I were in that spot, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd definitely be stressed out. I think the kicker here is that, you know, the ACT is a team. They're an IVL team. They've been here many times. You know, they've been on the big stage. They've competed under high stress situations. They're kind of just used to it, right? They've put themselves in a spot where this is just another game, another match, something they've been doing their whole lives, right? So I think this is definitely something that you know, they're prepared for. They're probably prepared to go against Al, prepared to go against Silk. And they're really not sweating. They're really just having good composure, staying chill, and just being ready for this matchup. Again, this is a place they've been. This is a place they've competed at, so they're just ready here. Getting into our picks and bans here, we do see Silk on the Hunter side, like we previously mentioned right away. There's the Seer ban indicating the Dream Witch for Silk. I expect Priestess and Forward probably to be the two locks from ACT. And then after that, what do you ban if you're Silk? Maybe you go Psychologist, maybe you go Mercenary. You see Silk a little bit of nerves here. This is a bigger stage maybe than some of these Japanese players are used to, but they are prepared here. Again, SST in the lead, and it's Silk's job to be the stopper here and hold that lead for their team.
Yeah, Kilu Kabalsa, thank you for spamming my name. But let's focus on the game right here. We do have sort of like a mirror match. We have the Acrobat, we have the Priestess, we have the Forward. The only difference is we are not seeing a Psychologist. Instead, we are seeing a Patient. So this is definitely a more aggressive. They're not depending on just one person to kite. I think that they're very confident in their kiting, so they think that they could spare the Psychologist's heal, and they just want to focus more on the kiting and just containing the Hunter as much as possible. As you guys know, Cypher Rush, it activates accelerated decoding, only activates 210 seconds into the game. 210 seconds, so that's how much time they are trying to buy before accelerated decoding is being activated. Will ACT make it game 1, second half in the Ever Sleeping Town? Basically 90% mirror match right here. Who do you think Silk should go for, Eli? Because last game, Yue went for the Forward first. Do you think it's wise if Silk does the same thing?
Yeah, I'd probably not. It's usually less common to go for that. We do see a Patient on the team comp as well. I think Patient's probably the best target. It's probably the hardest character. Patient can't avoid getting trapped between leasage with those hooks. They cannot avoid Patrollers. Patrollers will cancel the hooks, whereas with Acrobat, the Acrobat's bombs can cancel the Patroller. So I think that going for the Patient is definitely your best target. You see Priestess being a very good kiter against Dream Witch. I think if you're on the SST Silk here, if you find that Patient first, you really want to commit to that target, try to get them down quickly.
Yeah, definitely for sure. You know what? Game 1, second half, bringing you the commentaries, SST Hunter versus ACT Survivors. Bringing you the commentary, Eli with me, Nello Mello. First game, second half.
And getting into the match here, we do have the Geisha Gate spawn from the Dream Witch immediately rotating towards this middle area where the cat statue is, as we like to call it, the little cat on the statue. One survivor does spawn there. That is the key spawn, actually. And we do see Silk immediately finds the Acrobat. This is not too bad of a find. Acrobat is probably easier to chase than Priestess and Forward because they are such strong kiters. Immediately goes for that leech. Can he potentially get an early leech hit on the Acrobat? Walks through the pallet, does not get the hit here, but he can go for this trap. Acrobat trying to transition away, uses that bomb, and does slow down the leech as well. Silk doing his best to trap in the Acrobat here, but is going to be able to get a speed boost from this as well. And he can actually get a first hit here, and it's a spawn follower hit, not a leech hit, so the leech remains in play, and all he has to do is go for a potential Patroller, but he may actually have Blink, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think he actually has Blink. He's playing more aggressively. I mean, this is not the first time we see SST Hunter going with the Blink trait instead of Patroller. I believe that this is their more aggressive method. They believe in just downing the survivor straight away, just straight. But we'll see if it works, because right now Ming is still kiting. He is still containing the... Okay, that's where the Blink makes it's used right there. Makes sense now, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I actually think the Acrobat wasn't prepared for the Blink. He used that Firebomb predicting that maybe the spawn follower would have to walk through it and then they wouldn't be able to use it. And he threw the pallet down into position where he can actually just blink over and get a free hit. And that actually, that surprise from SST Hunter here actually works in their favor, because again, a lot of these China Hunters, they don't use Blink, they go with Patroller right away, and that actually Blink working in their favor. And again, Acrobat's getting in Dream Witch because it counters Patroller, but it doesn't counter Blink, and it's hard for them to actually use the Blink. It's hard for them to cut out the Blink. We're gonna see Ford come in for the rescue, and he does swing and a miss twice here, does take the hit on the Forward, and he does allow for a potential body block, but maybe if he's able to use this leech to blink the Acrobat and down him, he's not really going to be able to rebound kite too hard. And again, Silk is on track to get a draw here, but a Priestess portal set up here, beautiful job here, allows the Acrobat to transition towards Graveyard and kite away from these Cypher machines.
Yeah, and now you can see the power of the Priestess. 2 portals back to back, just sending the Acrobat all the way to the grave. Silk is gonna have a hard time trying to get that, oh my god, the trap! The trap strikes again, Eli, did you see that?
Forward getting hit by the tram there. This gives him a free down just like that. And now he can actually get a double chair here. Now, if he's able to blink this Acrobat and down him, he can chair the forward with the forward's leech and then use the main spawn to chair the Acrobat. And Silk may put himself in even a winning position here if he's able to pull this off. Let's see what he's able to do. Chairing the forward here over near this Fake Gate Cypher machine. Can he down the Acrobat? That's going to be the key here. He needs to get the Acrobat down quickly. He's going to use this spawn follower as well to pressure down the Priestess, remove these portals, and maybe prevent a rescue. He's actually giving up chasing the Acrobat for the time being and just trying to camp out this forward and pressure the Priestess as well.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the leech still, so Acrobat definitely needs to waste a little bit more time trying to get rid of the leech. The leech is definitely there for the Acrobat. If he does not remove, gonna get the hit straight away onto Zibi. Zibi's gonna rescue the forward straight away. No tight turner, however. Zibi! Zibi! Okay, he's gonna fall down to the blink right there. Forward still. Oh my goodness. The Acrobat! That's what I'm talking about, man. He doesn't care about the Acrobat because the leech is still there. My god.
A perfectly timed switch with that leech. They're able to get the Acrobat down as well. Leech is no longer on cooldown, which means he can easily just leech in here, place him on the rocket chair. 2 survivors on chair. The only person that can rescue is the patient, and we see him pressuring this chair as well. Forward has a leech on him as well, which means he can't even decode until he gets de-leeched because that leech can simply just blink him. And you see the upside to bringing blink instead of the controller, and Silk really making a statement here saying, I want to go a little bit off meta with the streaming strategy using the blink, and it's working against one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, I mean, Japan is coming to play. This strategy, like what you said, we don't really see the hunters of the Dream Witch Hunt bringing Patroller. They always bring Patroller first. It's very rare to see them bringing a blink first, and it's working in the favor of Silk. Like what you said, the timing of the switch so good. Ming is already been sent back to the manor. They cannot be near the ciphers. One cipher is at 91%, the other one is at 45%. They're actually starting a third cipher at 23%. But just get the multitasking of Silk. He's just controlling left and right. The host in the middle. Zibi is gonna get a leech onto him. I don't know. It seems like at least a draw for Silk if things go well accordingly. Like one cipher is remaining, but Zibi is gonna be the choice of Pursue now. Oh.
Another blink down on the Priestess here, and it was another main spawn hit, which means the leech stays in play. So I think the key for this match so far is that Silk has been able to get downs using the main spawn follower for the most part, which means that the leeches remain in play. Priestess, no, is on the chair for the second time. Remember that Priestess went down early on when going for the rescue, which means that Patient has to come for the rescue now if they want a chance. And can they potentially cut him off? They have 2 spawns nearby here trying to pressure this down. Patient's going to go for that hook, closing the distance, able to get up to the chair here, is probably going to take that first. But he actually hits the rocket chair. A little bit of a misstep there, trying to body block this out. The Cypher machine is off into somebody gets the hit through the pallet, and Priestess will be eliminated, sent back to the manor. And with 2 survivors remaining, still could even get a 4-person elimination against one of these mainland China teams and actually put SST so far ahead.
Yeah, it's not even gonna be a draw anymore. We thought that Silk missing the hit onto the chair hit, it's gonna change. It's gonna change the tide, but no, like what you said, it's gonna be a very high possible 3K to 4K. I'm not even surprised if it's a 4K right now. Fox trying to remove the leech, but it's just so hard. Force decoding is just so slow. 73% after all of that happening. Basically just a 30% even with Cypher Rush. Accelerated decoding right here. Fox is gonna use his last one, but if he gets hit right here, I think it's gonna be a 4K, Eli. What do you think is the game plan for ACT now if they want to get at least one survivor out?
Yeah, I mean the only real game plan for ACT survivors is just try to finish one of these Cypher machines, split it up as much as possible. The good news is is there are no leeches in play up until this patient, and the leech is actually on the patient, which means that the forward is the injured one that has a leech. But look what Silk's doing here. What he's going to do is he's going to go ahead and he's going to pressure this down. He's going to stand here and he's going to wait for his leech cooldown. And so what he can do is he can hit the patient with the leech, and then he can just leech him again once that cooldown's up. And he can continue to camp the forward Cypher with the spawn. So let's see what Fox's game plan. Trying to take the leech hit. Cannot get terror shocked if you're Fox. We're gonna see a little bit of an emote there. Yeah, what's gonna happen? Just back and forth. Again, waiting for the leech here forward. Is able to get a syringe out of the chest here, which is very important. It's kind of just a mind game, I guess, at this point. But you have to be careful. Does give the leech hit there, but now we can just re-leech him again, force him off the Cypher, and now Fox cannot do this strategy where he absorbs leech because he will go down. So Fox is forced to leave here. Forward can pressure the Cypher machine, still has 3/4 of that football available, but the spawn follower is the one camping the Cypher machine. Silk doing an excellent job of preventing them from even popping any of these Cypher machines. Incredible map pressure overall.
Incredible dancing as well. Silk was dancing with Fox right there. Fox right now, he realizes he has to get the host far away from the last Cypher. Otherwise, the spawn is never gonna leave that last Cypher. Forward right here, but you know what, Silk? I don't think he's just gonna let the patient on the ground. Just gonna try and get one more hit onto JMT right there. And possibly he's not gonna chair. He's not gonna chair anyone. He's just gonna focus on the forward now, getting a 4K. And if Silk gets a 4K here, what a blow! What a blow to US Dream Witch, because we're speaking of the best Dream Witch, and right here Silk is doing it. 4K BO1 against ACT, one of the power teams in mainland China. I'm speechless, man.
Yeah, very exciting. Absolutely. Leech back online here for Silk. Let's see what he opts to do. Most likely going to go for the same strategy he's been doing for this last 2 minutes of this match, camping the Cypher machine over at Fake Gate with the main spawn, and then camping this other one with Fox's leech. He's going to go ahead and leech him here, not allow him to pressure down this Cypher. Fox now forced to leave yet again, because he is going to go down to that leech. No self-heal available for him as well. And we see Blink, just like that, now back onto the main spawn. All he has to do is blink down this forward and then down this patient as well with the leech, and that would be a 4-person elimination. Silk not giving any time for ACT to try to finish these Cyphers. Incredible pressure, as you mentioned, from this Japanese hunter.
Yeah, 4K, it's just a matter of time before they clear it. But the good news for Fox is at least the blink onto the leech that's chasing him is not really working. Is this the leech? This is the leech, right? Yeah, it's the leech. So the spawn follower is just standing there. I don't know. It just seems like the inevitable. It's just like playing until time runs out, until one person breaks eventually, making a mistake. But SCT is definitely showing that they're how calm and collected. They're still fighting. Like, they have this iron will. They're not giving up. They're still trying to fight for at least one escape. It just shows how strong their mental fortitude is, and this is something that not every pro players have, because being pro, having the skills, the confidence, the experience is one thing, but if you break down all of that, it's not going to be as efficient as it should be. And right now you can see Fox, no, JMT right now, just using the last of his balls, just trying to create distance, just trying to force that's what he's trying to do, Eli. He's trying to force the host out of this area, right? Is that what he's trying to do?
Yeah, he's trying to force him away here. He's going to go for that swing it does not get the swing at the window here. He's going to go ahead and take a leech hit instead. Again, as you mentioned, now trying to draw him away. So Fox can Fox actually pop the Cypher machine? Switches to abnormal, and he's able to abnormal the Cypher with the main body. And now, just like that, there's no chance for Fox to rush down the last Cypher. You see, again, the upside of starting with Blink over Patroller. Typically, you have to start with Patroller, and you have to switch to Blink. And now he's going to go for a double abnormal here, kicking both of these Cyphers down to below 60%. And just like that, there's almost no chance for ACT to push for any sort of endgame with that abnormal switch.
Yeah, so crazy. Look at the amount of the curse marks on the floor. There's like 6 or 7 of them on the floor. It just shows how many times Silk's just being very patient. He doesn't really focused on winning with glorious style. He's just focused on getting the job done. I don't care how long it takes. He's saying, I'm gonna take that 4K. I'm gonna break down the survivors until I manage that 4K, and that's what he's doing right here. But ACT is still fighting despite the abnormal, which I call the brutal demoralizer, because it basically just chops down the survivor's soul in half when a normal happens. But they're still not giving up. The forward is still trying to look for a chest, I believe he is.
Yeah, he did get an elbow pad there, which is going to help him kite a little bit. We see Fox just using an infinite loop at this window here, not allowing any chance to get caught up here. Yeah, not getting mind given as well. Beautiful job from Fox, just living as long as possible. We did see the forward pick up an elbow pad as well, trying to find a syringe, obviously. That's going to be his main sort of item that he really wants to find. As you mentioned, look at all those bleach marks on the floor there. It really goes to show how long this game's been drawn out here. Silk now is going to go ahead and go for the main body trap here. He's going to go for the main body, blocks the window, switching back to the leech here, and he's able to get the down. He said, I'm tired of, playing this merry-go-round, going ring around the rosy. He's going to get the down, and now Fox, I don't believe, has self-heal. He's going to have normal Decipher for a third time, and it's just a matter of time. All he has to do is locate this forward, get him down, and that will be that fourth survivor elimination after this long and drawn-out match.
Yeah, 13 minutes, man. Accelerated decoding ×4, if that's such a thing right there. But you know what? It just proves to show that how do you put this? They're really taking the group stages really, really seriously. Even though there are overall 3 matches where each team will be able to play, each game actually matters, especially if you're trying to get out of the group stages and into the finals. So right now we're seeing that SST not gonna leave anything to chance, just gonna try and locate the forward straight away right here, but the forward being very, very sneaky, just hiding. I don't know, Eli, if I'm a hunter trying to look for survivors, especially when they are so good at hiding, it's so impossible. Look at where JMT is hiding.
hiding right next to the hunter, and it's working. Silk hasn't located him just yet. I think he's going to walk around with the main body. When you see a survivor hiding his main body, it'll show a little purple mark above their head. And let's see. Oh, he still didn't. Oh, he does see him now at long last. Is able to get that leech into play. JMT knows he's going to use the elbow pad, is able to stay alive a little bit longer, but it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of time. All he has to do is use these leeches. He has 3 of them available now that he can just trap in the forward and secure this down. At long last, this 15-minute match should come into an end here with this final down on the forward.
Yeah, I know that they're trying really, really hard. ACT is just waiting for Fox to bleed out so that GMT will at least secure that 1-person escape, but it's not going to happen right here. Fox is already on standby, crawling towards the dungeon. GMT is bringing the leech, the follower, as far away as possible to the grave. I don't know. I think he's just trying to buy more time until Fox actually goes down. But it's so hard. Oh, nice. Especially when there's two leeches onto both of them. So it's delaying the inevitable. Finally, down. GMT.
Yeah, we finally see that last down. That is, at long last, the 4th survivor elimination. ACT actually came close to popping that last cipher, but again, we talked about starting with Blink means you do have a trait swap in the later half of the game. You don't have to switch to Blink from Patrol, or you can switch to Blink to something more useful, like in this case, Abnormal. And that's exactly what happened, and that is exactly how Silk was able to prevent them from even having an endgame. The only chance ACT had to get 1 survivor out there was push for an endgame, pop the cipher. 1 survivor goes to 1 exit gate, the other goes to the other exit gate, and you try to force the Dream Witch to chase 1 survivor on 1 gate while the other one escapes the other, and you get 1 survivor out. But Silk did not allow that. He realized these cipher machines are almost done. They may reach that endgame if I don't switch here. Switch to Abnormal, use the main body trait to kick that cipher machine down to about 60%. Fox wasn't able to pop, and he was easily able to slow the game down to a point where it was impossible for the survivors to finish the last cipher.
But let's talk about the points. 8-1, thanks to Silk persisting on the 4K. That's 8-1 in favor of SST. BO1 is where everything happens. Like, there's no hunter bans, less survivors are getting banned, and right now SST is at a huge advantage. ACT, I don't know. What do you think ACT can do in BO2? Because right now they're gonna ban. They're definitely gonna have to ban Silk's Dream Witch, and even depends on the map as well. What do you think ACT could do if they want to turn things around in BO2? Because Dream Witch is definitely the cause for them getting 4 eliminations. So, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that I don't know. I think we're most likely going to see Alf probably hunt in the next 2 rounds, to be honest. You know, again, Silk is known to be the round 1 Dream Witch, but doesn't play too many hunters after the first Dream Witch in that first round. So I think it's a good chance Alf comes in here for these last 2. So I don't know. Again, ACT needs to try to come back. They're down, 8-1. That's a 7-point deficit. That's very difficult to come back in. So they're probably going to have to win based off of rounds. And again, round 1 is the best round for ACT because they have, you have Dream Witch, as we talked about, and now they don't have it as an option. Now he has to go into some of these options he might not necessarily like Breaking Wheel, like Bloody Queen, which aren't bad hunters, but his Dream Witch has just outperformed all of them in the past. So now that he's going to some of his not as favorable hunters, I think as these rounds progress, SST actually becomes more favorable because Alpha is able to come in and bring out these this really deep hunter pool that he has available, and Yez going to be on the back foot, forced to play hunters besides his Dream Witch that he's not quite as comfortable with.
Yeah, but let's not forget that the survivors are actually very, very strong as well. But before we talk further into that, let's just look at the stats right there. 253 seconds Fox and 301% decoding. This is what happens when you drag a game into late game. So much decoding done, so much containment time, but the power of Silk's unconventional, not to say unconventional, the road less taken, using the blink first and allowing for a second choice of using trump card and using abnormal or teleport, whatever suits the condition. In this case, which is the abnormal, forces the 4K, and ACT is backed up to a corner. But let's see. We talked about the possibility of Yue Dream Witch being banned, and you mentioned that BQ, Bloody Queen, and Pollen could be up in the mix. But let's see. According to the record I have here, the survivors actually carries the game as well, because right here we're seeing that in BO2, the survivors won 3 games out of 5. So overall, out of the 13 games here in my record for the COA 5 qualifiers, ACT actually won 7 out of 15 games. 7 wins, 4 draws, and 2 losses. So maybe, even if Yue doesn't get to play Dream Witch, maybe their game plan is really to get that draw and maybe turn it around if Survivor escapes, because you did mention at one point that it is kind of like a Survivor-sided game, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. So maybe that's their game plan? Survivors escape and Yue getting the draw? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I definitely think that's probably their best option. I mean, going into this next round with the Dream Witch ban, I think his best option, if he's going for draws, he does have a good Bloody Queen. He's a good Bloody Queen player. So Bloody Queen's probably a good option for getting those draws as well. But again, do you want to try to get as many points as possible, or do you want to try to win the last 2 rounds, right? So you have a couple of options. You can go for a win with going for win hunters like Breaking Wheel, or you can go for the Bloody Queen secure draws. And as you mentioned, now the survivors are the ones that kind of need to pop off more and get those wins.
Yeah, but definitely something really, really nice to see here. As you can see in the highlights, you're just having such a hard time because of the support from Lim, Cousin Echo. I believe that the first hit was very essential. What do you think? I think that the first hit was very essential because that was the leech hit onto Kazuneko, and maybe that's why he managed to extend his kite, because there was no leech onto him. Maybe that's why he didn't use the football, right? So definitely a sight to behold here. Silk. But you know what? I'm just gonna leave it to you guys to enjoy this highlight.
有闪，这个有闪，直接过来。要扛刀，要扛刀，要扛刀，要扛刀。没事没事没事。要扛刀，要扛刀，要扛刀，要扛刀。电机一半，哎呦。
Guangzhou, so beautiful. Oh, hello there, 72S and Lady Soren. Oh, those two are my friends too. So, anyway, it's back to us. Eli is joining us from NAEU. Guys, give a shout out to him, please, because he's actually casting at such an odd hour. What time is it there at your place, Eli? 3 a.m.?
It's 3:30 a.m. So
Wow. So yeah, you know what? He's keeping the energy up. He's looking great. Give shout outs to him because he's doing this for Identity 5. He's bringing his best right here, and I will be assisting as well, bringing you the best actions of COA Day 1. We've witnessed in game number 1, first half, second half, Battle of the Dream Witch. The Japan SST's Dream Witch has managed to bring a 4K against US ACT's Dream Witch, which manages a 1K. So right now we're going into game number 2. If ACT wants to come back from this, ACT needs to bring this game into a win. Any thoughts, Eli?
yeah, it also depends. I was thinking about who actually picked round 1 map. I mean, Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah.
Typically, you can kind of predict like who picked it based off of what hunters, what hunters each team plays. But they both play Dream Witch, so how can you really make a prediction based off of that? Because Dream Witch works, both ways. Ever Sleeping Town works both ways for both Dream Witches. So, I don't know if the map selection is for in SST's favor here. I think that they're already advantaged being up 8-1, right? But
yeah,
if they have an option to pick the map here, and you do have Alf hunting, you do mention some of Alf's hunters being things like Sculptor, Bonbon, something like that, right? So I think we're probably going to see him go for a map that's not strong for especially for the Breaking Wheel. We're probably going to see them go something like Arms Factory, which you can ban the Dream Witch, force him to play Breaking Wheel, which is not a good Breaking Wheel map by any means. Maybe he'll have to go Bloody Queen instead, and then Alf can play something like Bonbon or Sculptor on Arms Factory, which isn't really bad for either of them. It's not the best for Sculptor, but it does work, and then Bonbon is strong on Arms Factory, that being a small map. So I think that could definitely be an option. If ACT has map selection here, I think he'll probably go for a big map like Chinatown, maybe force Alf to play something that's not quite as strong on Chinatown, like Sculptor, Bonbon. Is a lot of transition areas on Chinatown, which can be hard for you to hit bombs and statues on. But then maybe Alf goes with something like Breaking Wheel, as you mentioned. That's definitely an option that he could have potentially learned, before this big global event. So it's all, still up in the air here. But I think the best map for SST here would probably be something like Arms Factory or Red Church, and the best map for ACT would probably be something like Chinatown.
Yeah, and besides, Chinatown is pretty too. So, I mean, that's the latest addition to competitive matches. So, I really like how Chinatown is built. We can see so many actions coming in from the staircase behind, and then the 2 floors, the hotel. Just so many. Basically, like I agree with what you say. Forcing Alf into a situation where Sculptor might not be the best at its best is definitely a game plan, because drafting a strategy is definitely one of the key elements to winning a game. So if I was ACT right now, definitely picking a map like what you said, which is disadvantageous to the Sculptor, is going to make a very big difference. And without further ado, it looks like the hunter is going to be from the side of ACT first. Yue is going to be hunting first. Wow.
Yeah, it looks like ACT actually chose Arms Factory, so I have a little bit of a backwards there from what I predicted, but it also does make a little bit of sense. Arms Factory is a pretty good map for Bloody Queen. So if, as you mentioned, wants to play, maybe wants to play something like Bloody Queen, maybe wants to play something that's, obviously not Breaking Wheel, because I don't think you're going to want to play Breaking Wheel on this sort of map. They're probably just trying to go for a draw. But again, the problem is it gives a map that's difficult for the ACT survivors against Alf. I think Arms Factory is pretty good for Alf as well, because it allows him to potentially play Bonbon, which is good on this map because it's very small. It's easy to pressure down the Cypher machines with those bombs. So I don't know. We'll have to see. It also depends on what ACT wants to ban from Alf, and it looks like we are going to have SST survivors going first against Yez Hunter in round number 2.
Yeah. Definitely a sight to behold. Can't wait to see how ACT is going to try and pull this thing around in game number 2, first half. But while we're at it, he's doing everything he's doing now. US like, okay, I wiped my hands dry in the first game. Now I'm gonna wipe the phone as well, making sure everything is up to perfection, ready for him to play, doing the hunting. Guys in the chat, thank you so much for the support. I know that you guys are just as excited as us. Just a very big shout out to my fam right there, Lacrimosa. Very big shout outs to Heiwu as well. Very big shout out to Han, Bunny Teeth. Oh, you guys, thank you so much for being in the chat. Maney. Yeah, just a few shout outs because I really appreciate each and every one of you right there as well. I wish I can say every single name right there. But we are going to be focusing onto the games right now. You can see beautifully done. I really wish that if there's COA 6, we are all going to be able to go to the venue itself just to look at how the players look in real life. We can just enjoy everything right there, and just even if we're not doing the casting, we can just sit in the spectator because I heard it's just amazing right there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I think they have obviously we can see the stage, we can see the background. They have really nice design. You have a lot of people watching at home. I don't think too many in person, obviously, right now because we still have many COVID restrictions, unfortunately. But of course, there's always next year, which maybe COVID will be gone by then. We won't have to deal with any of that, and we'll be able to have, as you mentioned, Nell, in person. I would love to go to China, be able to commentate in person as well. That would be very exciting.
But I don't want to meet you though.
Yeah.
Because you're 6'2". You're the tallest among us. Guys, if you guys don't believe it, Eli is actually the tallest among all of us. He's actually 6'2". I'm just 5'11". Grizzly's not even 6'2". Grizzly's like 6 something. My God.
I think.
I think I'll look like a dwarf next to Eli.
But yeah, no, it would definitely be. See, personally for myself, I've never even actually left the country that I'm in, so that would always be an exciting moment. But who knows? We'll have to see. But yeah, as you mentioned, definitely is very beautiful venue, very beautiful background, and just I love how you're always able to incorporate the kind of the design from COA. The COA theme last year, it was it was like the race with the race cars and the winter theme as well. And this year, it's a little bit different with the being in the city with the geisha and all that. It's just it's just really cool, and I love how they're able to incorporate that into here. We are still waiting on these the band picks here, which we should have momentarily. Again, SST Survivors versus ACT Hunting, first half of round number 2.
Yeah. Look at Kazuneko. Imagine being on the grand stage and having such a cute face mask on. What is going on? It just shows you how comfortable they are playing right here. They're not just here to win the glory. They're not just here to win the prize money. They're here because they enjoy, because of their passion of the game. And guys, let's just share our passion as well for Identity 5 and for the teams that we love. ACT, hashtag ACT, hashtag SST as well. If you guys want to send your love and support, just do it in the chat. Just show them our overwhelming support in the English global chat right here. Guys, let's go. Yeah, it's looking very serious. He looks far more serious right now. I think he's really good. He's really focused right now. He doesn't want to make that game 1 mistake. He doesn't want to let it affect him, as shouldn't he. Like, he just needs to forget about the bad start in game 1, reset, go back into game 2, which is a very hard thing to do, right, Eli? Like, imagine just resetting like a robot. Okay, game 1 was bad, it's okay, let's just reset, go into game 2. I think it's a very high level thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. We do have our picks and bans here. Again, let's see what. Okay, we're gonna have Ford and your band. Probably will be Bloody Queen, typically the most common bans for a Bloody Queen player. And Survivors immediately banning the Dream Witch, not wanting to give that as an option. They know how strong the Dream Witch can be. And it looks like from the Survivors, probably we're going to see Mercenary be one of the first locks right out the gate. Oh, Acrobat as well. Probably Mercenary and Acrobat is what I would expect. Oh, they're going Patient. Wow, so they don't take Mercenary. This is very, very rare. We typically see Mercenary be one of the first characters to be locked in. Now you probably will, Brand bans the Mercenary, not giving it as an option. So it looks like they're probably preparing for that Bloody Queen with the Acrobat Patient being a character that's good against it. As well, Gravekeeper can use the shovels to absorb mirrors, and Psychologist can take 3 hits. So overall, this comp is strong for going against Bloody Queen. Acrobat can also use the bombs to gain distance from the mirrors. So I think that's what the survivors are going for, banning Dream Witch and preparing for his Bloody Queen here. And oh, the Soul Weaver actually is being used instead, which I don't think SST was expecting. I did not see this coming, and this could actually be very strong. Soul Weaver is actually good at chasing Patient because you can easily use his webs to catch up right after he uses those hooks.
Wow, I did not see this coming, man. I mean, Yue has plenty of hunters to play. He plays the Dream Wish as his main. He has Galatea, he has Naiad, BQ, Pollen. But to pick Soul Weaver as a comeback hunter, even Kazuneko's looking puzzled. He's like, okay, what's going on? Mochi's like, okay. Everyone's really thinking what's going on right there. I think it really caught them off guard. I mean, it's a good plan against the Patient, but what about against survivors like Acrobat though, like which can use the bomb to go through the windows and generally just creating distance? I mean, I don't think the Cypher control is the greatest for Soul Weaver. Do you think this is a 4K hunter? Do you think this is a winning hunter in this kind of situation?
Yeah, I think that it's maybe not a winning hunter necessarily, but it is a hunter that can get a draw. And, as you mentioned now, maybe ACT can get a draw here on the hunter side, and the survivors can go for a win. So I think that that's going to be probably their main strategy. Soul Weaver is a hunter that has win potential, like 3K potential. You can, if you put yourself in a position where you have enough webs in the end game, you can down a survivor, they pop the Cypher Machine, you kill them instantly with those webs. So that's definitely an option. We do have, again, Soul Weaver against this survivor team comp here. Let's see what SST can do against this China mainland hunter.
Yep. So there you have it. Game number 2, first half, brought to you by Eli O and Nello Mello. Will this be the comeback game for ACT?
And here we are into our match. Soul Weaver immediately heading towards the middle 3 pallet area. Who does he catch sight of? It is going to be, that is the Patient. So this is actually the best find for the Soul Weaver. Again, Patient can struggle against Soul Weaver because of how fast those webs are. Soul Weaver can cut off the transition kiting by using those webs to close the distance. Psychologist, Acrobat, or Gravekeeper all would have been better finds here. We see the Patient immediately using that pallet boost to try to transition away. Going for those hooks here. The biggest problem with Soul Weaver on this map is that it's super open in some places and it's very hard to use those webs. Patient able to hook away, actually, losing sight of him for a second there, and can make a little bit of distance, and is able to get to the shack pallet as well. So already a good kite from the Patient, is able to use this for a speed boost too, and can keep running around here, gaining distance. But during this time, the Soul Weaver also gains webs, which they can potentially use to get a quick down.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about playing Soul Weaver because Soul Weaver basically is a very low-based hunter. I think that's probably the reason why you actually lost sight of the survivor for like 1-2 seconds just now. But now, like what you mentioned, hit him, but it did disrupt the hook though. It did disrupt the hook. Unp couldn't get the best possible position to transition from that. And Yue has already gotten a blink ready.
Yeah, and there is the blink, beautiful blink from Yue to get that down. And we do see one hook still available, Patient holding that last hook. And you really see the power of Soul Weaver. Even if you're not able to get an early hit, you can easily just use a bunch of webs to get the first hit, use a bunch of webs to get the second hit with the blink. And we do see the Gravekeeper coming in for the rescue. Does have wanted order though, so Yue is able to actually cut off the Gravekeeper from a very, very far distance. They may be forced to go for a double save here. And right away hits that Gravekeeper out of shovel, and he's able to cut him off here. Does have the web shot. He's going to throw this pallet down. I don't think he's going to be able to make this rescue, and we're actually going to see Mochi instead, the Acrobat, come in to perform the save instead.
Yeah, Mochi has to. Oh no! My God! Oh my God! That was such a beautiful rescue. 49%, but unfortunately, that's not going to be tied. Acrobat did not bring tied because the moment Lim got out from the shovel, it's like, okay, guys, I'm out. Mochi has to take over, but. Unpi! Oh my God! Unpi utilizing the Lover's Pull! The Lover's Pull by the Psychologist! Oh my God, at this time, Unpi is definitely so happy that he has a partner to pull him.
Yeah,
It's the
what an incredible play here. Nice whip shot from you to get that chip, but he would have actually gone down there if it wasn't for that psychologist play there. So beautiful communication again. SST showing they can support with more than just the priestess. There's web shot, beautiful dodge from the patient as well. That was such a huge web shot because now he can keep transitioning away. We will see you try to get the last web shot, but patient rebound kite is so strong. There is the web shot to secure the down. But it was a good rebound kite. Acrobat was able to get back up, and now the survivors can still go for a draw, or maybe even a win, depending on how far they were able to push these ciphers while the patient was kiting.
Yeah, I mean,
if you get wanted order as well.
Oh, no. Yeah, it's very unfortunate Lim has the wanted order. He's going to be forced to do the early rescue, I think. He has no choice. He has to do the early rescue. Yep, and he's going to get it now. 2 ciphers remaining, but 1 cipher is only at 51%. The other cipher is at 31%. Unpi! I don't think he can! Can he? He still has 1 more hook. Oh no, and the beautiful Palestine! What is this? Buying so much time right there, Eli. Look! Lim!
Yeah.
Body blocking.
Yeah, we see him go for the web shot, dodges it again, and almost no webs here for the center. Oh, patient! Oh, Gravekeeper body blocks this area, which means the patient has to the patient can just stand here and wait around. Goes for the blink, but is able to get the blink down. The cipher machine so close, 80% of the way done on both of them. So the survivors just a little bit short here, but they should be able to pop the ciphers and at least push for a draw in the end game. No trade for you as well. They're gonna go for that web shot here. Dungeon is in the vicinity, which means maybe they go for the dungeon. Cipher machine is primed here now. What can they do? Gravekeeper still has a shovel. Maybe he can use that to potentially kite to dungeon. No teleport's going to be available as well. And again, avoiding these web shots. Beautiful job from Lim.
Yeah, I mean, if you are Yue right now, oh no, he left! Oh my goodness, I thought that he was going to pursue the Gravekeeper. At least wait until his blink is off cooldown, and then at least he could have been able to change to teleport straight away. But right now, he knows that Lim has a shovel available. He does not know who to chase right now. Eli, Yue cannot find anyone. He does not have blink, he does not have teleport. He does not have anyone, and the dungeon is right in the middle. Kazuneko is just hiding right there.
This might be the same situation as the last match we saw now, where they go for that exit gate and he is not able to locate a survivor to kill in the end game. But can he find the psychologist? Psychologist being very sneaky, hiding out at factory. He knows maybe a survivor is nearby here, just trying to guard this dungeon. What can psychologists do? They really need to stay hidden, and now he's starting to leave. Can he bait the psychologist out of hiding? I don't think so. He doesn't know where any of the survivors are. What an excellent hiding strategy from SST. Now he's going back to the dungeon. Psychologist still hiding. You know what might happen here now is actually the psychologist may just wait for detention to run out. Psychologists can still take 3 hits. They have not taken any hits at all. So if they get hit with detention, they go down.
Oh, he just ran out.
But yeah, he's gonna teleport. He's gonna teleport, and just like that, the psychologist can get out. But the Gravekeeper is caught in the open. Now he can web shot him out. Gravekeeper maybe has made a little bit of a mistake here. He has to avoid the web shot. That's their only chance. What can you do here? Being very, very patient. This is so close.
Goodness. He's trying to bait the web shot right here. The key point right now is not to get hit by the web shot. He has to buy as much time as possible. I think he's just trying to kite until the detention is over. 20 seconds! He missed 1 web shot! It's over! 3 escape! Kazuneko is running straight for the dungeon. Look! Oh my god! This is the 2nd time SST 3 escape! Oh my goodness. Can't believe this. Eli.
Very, very impressive SST. We saw the exact same situation in the first round happen here in round number 2. You look at the excitement from the SST survivors. They know they pulled off 2 incredible rounds here against a mainland China IVL Hunter. And just like that, again, putting themselves in a position where you didn't know who to chase. They really had such strong mind games there, baiting him to go to one of the exit gates like he did in the Dreamwitch round in the first round, and he did in this game with the Soul Weaver. Psychologist hid long enough. They baited him to teleport. Gravekeeper almost got caught out in the open there. I'm surprised Gravekeeper didn't opt to stay inside the exit gate, so there was no option for him to get them with that teleport, but they were able to dodge that web shot and get out the exit gate. Psychologist pushed for the dungeon, and just like that, SST, the team from Japan against this mainland China Hunter, 2 wins on the survivor side, 1 win on the hunter side, and all they need to do is get 1 more draw on the hunter side to go 2-0 potentially against ACT, which is a IVL mainland China team.
Yeah. Do you speak Japanese, Eli? Ichiban.
I do not. No.
Sugoi, Ichiban. Yeah, it just crazy, man. I think Yue was looking for a tie, but just like what you said, I think he would have, if he went for the gravekeeper, if he persisted on the gravekeeper, that would have definitely been a draw. Even if he's under the shovel, that would have been a draw. But you know what? He's trying to go on the offense, changing targets straight away and losing sight of the survivors. You can see how well Anti did. 150 containment time, followed by Lim's body block right there. Beautiful body block right at the entrance of the factory. 170 seconds containment time. You have to love Mochi, just rescuing once and then decoding 200%. Just contain the hunter for 17 seconds, but you know what? It's all that they needed to pull off the miracle. I wouldn't even say miracle, the very beautiful teamwork. 3 escape for the second time. It's not luck anymore, guys. It's not luck. It's just pure teamwork, coordination, and beautiful voice chat and beautiful face mask. I don't know what I'm saying right now, but just beautiful coordination right there. 3 escape.
Yeah,
Right
absolutely.
now, right now, I think ACT 4 escape.
I mean, yeah, it's tough. I mean, as we were talking about now, they won round one. SST won round one 8-1. So even if ACT managed to get a 3 survivor escape here, which is already a difficult task if you're going against Alf, who's one of the best hunters from Japan, it's just like you're still down 8-1. You tie this round, but you go into the third round down 7 points. I mean, how do you even manage to come back in that? That's going to be so difficult. So yeah, if you're ACT, I mean, your best bet is to try to get 4 survivors out. And if you have 4 survivors out and win this round, you just have to win the last round. But I mean, a 4 survivor escape on Arms Factory, it's just so hard. It's such a small map. It's so hard to rotate because of how small the map is. And if it is Alf hunting, like we talked about, Alf can easily just play something like Bon Bon and go for a draw. Play one of those draw hunters, and it's very difficult for ACT. I don't think this is a lot of people expected this. Going into this matchup, you think ACT, IVL mainland China team going against SST, a team out of Japan, but SST really making a name for themselves here, really putting on a show. I mean, just some incredible high game sense plays. We see things like the mind games in the end game, baiting the hunter to go to one exit gate while the other survivors will push the other one and make it out the other exit gate, or bringing blink as the first trait. The survivor's not expecting. You saw the acrobat not expecting the blink, and it really worked for Silk. We see the gravekeeper body blocking that one little area over kind of near that factory. That's not something almost any people go for, and it really worked in their favor.
然后主要在对面担当的位置呢是牵制位。
Okay, good thing there's subtitles here.
版本呢就挺平衡的吧，在求生者方跟监管者方都能很好的达到一个
You look too nice to be a harasser, though, ZB.
节奏，就是看哪方出现失误，然后实现一个多跑或者多抓的局面。
Okay, thank you so much, ZB, for sharing us your harassing role in the team. You know what? Big shout outs to Aurora. I miss talking to you, Aurora. SST is the highest standard that you can expect from Japan region, guys. They are the champion of Japan IVC Summer. Exactly. They're the champions in JP IVC. They're really, really strong. And look, it's gonna be replaced by another handsome boy of the team, Ichiban. Alf is going to be making his appearance in BO2, game number 2, second half. Sculptor works very well in Arms Factory, don't you think, Eli? I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Sculptor can work on this map. I think the biggest problem is that there's a lot of blind areas where you can always go for blind statues, but it's very hard. Again, this map is interesting because there's a lot of open transition areas. I think the main transition areas on this map are from Shack over to 3 Pallet, or Sandbags over to 3 Pallet, or 3 Pallet over to Factory. And in those areas, it's open, so it's easy to dodge statues. So sometimes Sculptor can struggle in the open transition areas, but she can be strong in other areas such as Factory because of how confined and narrow it is. It's easily to place statues in there. So I think overall, if Arms Factory can go either way for Sculptor, maybe slightly weak, slightly weak just because of those open transition areas. But yeah, it definitely works. And I think if you're ACT here, it doesn't really matter who you ban, right? We talked about Alf being able to play that Sculptor very, very efficiently, and also can potentially, I think Alf also is a very good Bon Bon player as well. So that's also an option. Both hunters can work in this situation. Alf only needs a draw, so maybe even Alf will play something like Bloody Queen, which is another good draw hunter. Just secure a draw and try to take it 2-0 for SFC.
Yeah. I mean, SSD is looking so good right now, especially when they came from IVS, the Identity 5 Stellaris last year. Um, they were showing impressive gameplay. I believe they only lost to Dou at that point, which resulted in their elimination. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, please. But you know what? Coming into this competition, COA 5, they are already winning the hearts of the viewers right here. They're just doing so well. Both survivors, they don't depend on just one side. Both survivors and hunters are showing us impressive plays. Right now, Alf is going to make his first appearance right now in COA 5. We're gonna see how he's going to surprise. I'm just looking forward to big things right here towards Alf. But also, let's not forget to root for ACT, because ACT, the more pressure is in on them, the more they're gonna fight back. We've seen that in game number 1. 15 minutes, guys, going into a game, fighting their best. We're definitely gonna see ACT fighting back fiercely. For 4 escapes, they need a miracle 4 escape, or even a 3, because even if they get a draw here, it's gonna be an uphill battle. But you know what? A 3 is the minimum. 3 escape right there. Yeah.
And looking at these bans, these are Bloody Queen bans here from Alf. Yeah, so there's Bloody Queen. These are Bloody Queen bans, I was going to say, from Alf. Forward and Seer, Forward very good harasser against Bloody Queen. Seer Owl very strong against the Mirror, and Patient can easily transition away here. But the survivors, they really are trying to counter both of Alf's options. His 2 options here were really kind of Bonbon and Bloody Queen. But so they go Coordinator here, and Mechanic Cypher Rush very good against Bonbon. The Coordinator good rest here against Bonbon. And then you also have Acrobat and Mercenary. Acrobat can potentially hide out mirror images. Mercenary can avoid taking any mirror hits with those elbow pads. And Mechanic, again, Cypher Rush also can be quick enough to a point where sometimes Bloody Queen isn't even able to win in time. Even if they get 2 mirror kill, the Mechanic's Cypher Rush with the bot can still be enough to potentially get a win. So the survivors, again, they have to win here. Alf is playing the best draw hunter currently in the game, that being Bloody Queen. And let's see if he's able to do it. This Cypher Rush will be very fast here. You have one of your rescuers, Coordinator, putting at a normal speed when no one's on share, which is good for Cypher Rush. You have Acrobat and Mechanic as well. It's a small map, which means lack of rotation for the survivors. Alf could potentially find a good target early on. Let's see what he's able to do against ACT survivors.
Draw. I mean, that's basically what they need. They need a draw, and what better way to do it with a Bloody Queen that is in the pool of Alf after all, Bonbon or the Bloody Queen. But right now we're gonna see what's gonna happen. ACT survivors, they need a 3 escape at the very least, or 4 escape if they want to keep their hopes alive to bring it to a BO3. Bringing you the commentaries, game number 2, second half. It's me, Nello Mello, and joined by Eli O YouTube. Do subscribe to him, guys. Do it now.
And here we go. The match starts with the pause. Okay. Oh, very exciting
Very
start to that one.
strategic.
Yeah. Right. So just like that, back to us.
Yeah.
I don't know. Typically, I like to talk about the spawns and how that could play out, but I'm to be honest, I don't even know what it is because they paused right away. So we'll just have to wait to see what's happening. Just making sure, I guess, all the technology is up to date, everything's working out well, and we'll be back into our match in a little bit, I assume. So
yeah, guys, don't worry about it. It's just a little bit of pause. Let's just enjoy the beautiful music. Put on your headphones, put on your earphones. You can just listen to. I just love what they're doing for COA this year, Eli. Like the music, the team. It's just so catchy. It's so metropolitan. Just enjoy it, guys, because you know what? NetEase, the admins and the production team, they're doing so much, guys. They're doing so many things behind the scenes, not just bringing you skins. We all love new skins. We all love pretty skins, but they're just doing so much to bring the event to you guys who cannot make it to the live event, but at least you guys can capture it on the screen, on the comforts of your phone. Where's my phone? So, yeah, let's just chill. let's just chill, bring out your drinks. And I know I say this all the time, bring your snacks, your chill, your drinks, just enjoy, lie down, put down your chair right here. And we're gonna go right back into the game. Let's go!
All right, we do have the Bloody Queen going towards middle here. This is the location of the bot. Does he see the bot? He does catch a trail of some survivor here. He doesn't know what it is just yet. Alf walking through that pally. He's going to go right ahead, get the mirror on the bot, and is able to get, wow, beautiful mirror from Alf, not wasting any time here. Quick down on the bot. Now will he go for the mechanic, or will he go for someone else? He's probably going to switch places here, and he's going to go for the survivor in the factory, which is actually the coordinator, so not the mechanic. Chasing coordinator first now is a little bit risky because, you know, as we know, coordinator does have that increased chair time, also has a flare gun, which can be potentially cut out a mirror image. Now the question is, does Alf have Blink or does he have Excitement? I believe it was Blink based off of that cooldown.
Blink, yeah.
And another perfect mirror from Alf here, 2 hits right away. He does not miss those mirror images so far.
Yeah, I mean, he's bringing Alf towards the sandbags where Acrobat is decoding. I'm not really sure what the game plan is, but isn't it generally not good to bring the hunter towards your teammates who are decoding? Oh, the blink hit! Yep, definitely got it. First down.
Yeah, beautiful blink. Yeah, first down, beautiful blink there. I think that potentially there were no survivors trying to. Yeah, I guess he was trying to. I think the game plan here for the coordinator is die away from the factory cipher, because the factory cipher had progress from coordinator decoding on it. And basement could have potentially been there as well. We don't know, but we do know that that cipher machine had a lot of progress, and it's the cipher machine the survivors do need to pop. Coordinator does have flare gun here now. Maybe she could potentially use that to block a mirror image. We do see the elbow pad from the mercenary coming straight in for the save. JMT is able to get the rescue off uninjured and does take the body block, which means coordinator can still use her flare gun here.
Yeah.
Gonna go for that mirror image, trying to mirror without allowing the coordinator to get the shot. Uses that speed boost. She's gonna go in the open, and what this does is makes it, if Alf goes for her, she can easily just use the flare gun to get it down. She's trying to use the flare gun, but gets the hit before he can use that shot, and just like that, back to the chair for the second time. Alf has put himself in a position where he could potentially just secure a draw from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, I like how Alf is thinking. He's thinking, okay, fine, I got rid of the bot. I don't have to chase the mechanic. I just have to whack the coordinator who has a gun. I just have to whack the machinery, and all of a sudden, mechanic has a buff, a debuff. She cannot decode as fast. Look, 5 ciphers remaining. 2 are almost done, but still, it's very good progress. 1 person on the chair, 1 on half health, and even the mechanic is forced to leave the station to help now.
Yeah, we do see the mechanic Ming coming for the rescue here. Coordinator's going to vault that and get away. Can he get a double hit on the mechanic? No, it doesn't look like it. Trying to play conservatively, not aggressively. That should be the mindset for Alf here. You just need to draw. You don't need to go for anything too aggressive. And he's going to try to use this mirror image again. Wants to hit the coordinator before she can use the flare gun. There's the mirror. Can she dodge the hit? And no, gets the down. No, flare gun shall be sent back to the manor without the use of it. Now, it's not entirely wasted. The flare gun will stay on the ground, which means that the mechanic or potentially the mercenary can pick it up. Most likely the mechanic, because that is going to be the weakest kiter. And maybe they can use that flare gun in the end game to kite to dungeon. I think that's probably going to be the mindset. And look at that. There's the mechanic now already waiting nearby to go grab that flare gun as soon as possible. But Alf has seen the mechanic and will try to mirror and not allow them to go for the flare gun. And just like that, cutting off the mechanic from reaching the flare gun. Oh, 2 missed mirrors, and does get the 3rd swing and the down there. The cipher machines almost done 90% and 50% of the way. So survivors can still draw here, especially because there's no basement. But maybe, I think ACT's game plan here is that the mechanic needs to try to rush to that flare gun, pick it up, and use it to kite to dungeon in the end game.
Yeah, I mean, right here you can see that 1 cipher remaining is already primed. Basically, JMT needs to make it there without getting hit, but he's gonna take that hit after all. I don't really get it though. I think the mercenary could have just dashed there. What do you think about that, Eli? Like,
yeah, I think he's trying to save the elbow pad for endgame in case he does get chased, because again, they have to get 3 survivors out. Here's the mirror. Can they get the shot up? There's the hit. Does he switch to excitement? Oh, he switches to excitement, but a little bit late. Can he get that before he reaches the pallet? And does get the down on Ming, which means all he has to do now is chair this survivor with the tension. Nobody can rescue Fox is down to detention. Mercenary at half health will be down to detention. We see Fox trying to potentially support here, trying to get a rescue, but it does not matter. There's the firebomb, but he just takes the hit anyways with detention, and now that should secure it here for Alp. And this might even be a 3 elimination instead of a draw.
I mean, Eli, I think his game plan was to use the interaction slow thing. I think he was supposed to use the black ball to slow it, and then when Mary is like slowed down, he can just instantly rescue. Is that what he's trying to do? Otherwise, I don't
possibly.
see.
Yeah, possibly. I'm not really sure. The firebomb doesn't do a whole lot there for the most part. But yeah, as we see, SST is able to get the win. We see Alp is very happy with that one. Very excited for SST here. And just like that, SST is beating a mainland China team in 2 rounds, 2-0 against an IBL team. Just like that, SST really showing how strong Japan is coming into this tournament and will be taking round number 1 in Group B.
Yeah, I mean, just amazing. Nothing short of amazing. They're not even gonna take it to game number 3. 2-0. How many times can you see a non-mainland Chinese team getting 2-0 in the very first day? All the teams, though, I'm just gonna say it here, guys. All the teams that made it to the grand stage, they are by no means weak. They are all strong. They represent the very best of their regions. And to make it even to this stage, it's already a very big achievement. So they deserve nothing less than respect. And I have to say, it's not over for ACT. They still have 2 more games if they still have a fighting chance. But SST definitely, as you can see in the faces of their survivors and the hunter, they're very happy. They won their first out of 3. So congratulations to SST, Sun Sisters, the sun of Japan. Get it? Sun, rising sun.
Yeah, absolutely. And just like that, we do see the final stats here. Obviously, was a draw situation. Fox trying their best to try to pull something out, but again, the firebomb doesn't do too much. All the Bloody Queen has to do is just hit the acrobat with the tension. So, maybe if you use the interaction bomb, it slows them down. They can potentially distract the hunter, maybe get the save, but in reality, it just doesn't do too much. And just like that, Alp getting a 3 survivor elimination, Silk getting a 4 survivor elimination. Both these hunters beating mainland China team ACT here. And congratulations to SST winning first round. Again, it is a group stage situation, so none of these teams are out by any means yet. It is the top 3 that will be advancing to the top 12 finals. But SST already put themselves in a good spot, already looking like they're on track to ensure themselves in that top 12.
Yeah, beautiful play right there. I just got lost in my thought for a while. I'm just thinking about if this is what's to be. If we already seen so much action in day number 1, I can't imagine how the next few matches are going to be, especially since we still have 2 more matchups after this. That's just one thing though about the stats right here. 66 containment time, 66 seconds on both the coordinator and the mechanic. Mikey, 28 seconds. Even the Mercenary at 35. It just makes me wonder though, Eli, like if the Mercenary actually zipped in for the rescue and manages to rescue without getting hit, and even if the Acrobat gets hit, wouldn't that leave the Mercenary at full health? And he could have been the one to rescue instead of the Acrobat late game, right? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, possibly. I think it definitely could work. And again, I think the mindset was they wanted to hold an elbow pad for the end game, so there isn't an option for.
He had 2 though. He had 2.
He did 2, yeah. So I don't know. I think that maybe. I think you're right now. I think it might have actually been better for the Mercenary to do that, be full health, and even if the mechanic does go down, Mercenary can still go for the rescue because they can take a hit with attention and get the save, and then maybe they have a chance from there. Whereas Acrobat is just going to die to detention. There's nothing Acrobat can do, right? So I think that that definitely would make more sense. Mercenary be at full health, and maybe it gives them a chance. Of course, it's very unlikely, but it's still a possibility. Whereas with Mercenary being half health, unable to rescue, there's really not many options for ACT left at that point.
But still, so interesting though, so exciting. Were you excited about the matches today?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, obviously, we was talking about how even these matchups could be. We saw in the first round, Two teams going at it. Wolves ultimately coming out on top after 3 rounds. And then here as well. Again, we talk about how we think about mainland China teams going against non-mainland China teams. Usually, China is able to win. They are, the best region in the world. They have their IVL. They have a lot of strengths. They have such incredible gameplay that you can really learn from. But Japan really has slowly started to come up and match it. We saw AL, now known as Zeta, able to win a team against GR last year. We saw SST winning. I'm not sure. I can't remember who it was, but they did beat one of the mainland China teams. The Stars Challenge as well. And just like that, coming out here beating another one. This really goes to show Japan is really moving up and starting to match this China server.
Yeah, I mean it's great, right? Because we don't want a storm to happen. We want something of the highest quality from each region represent. Like we have MS representing Korea, we have SST, we have SZ Scars representing Japan as well. And I heard that there's gonna be a feaster. There's a feaster main. Celia is the feaster main of the SZ team from Japan. So you know what? They're bringing in so many different varieties, so many different combinations. I just love it. That's why I love this game. There's just so many different things you can do with the game. I know people play meta, but you know what? They're making their own metas right now, and I believe that's what we should do. Instead of following the meta, we should be the ones making the meta. And that's what they're doing right now in Japan, in Korea, even in Southeast Asia. And even in NAU,
absolutely.
right?
Even NAU, yeah. So, it's I think Japan is most known for playing different strategies. Again, we talked about Prospector and Prisoner. Those are two characters you don't really see used in. I mean, Prospector is used in ranked, but you don't really see Prisoner in top tiers anywhere in the world besides Japan. So that's definitely something that's very exciting, is to see these characters that you don't really get used. Of course, we didn't see Prospector or Prisoner get used in any of these matches. We saw kind of standard meta from the SST side here, but they were able to outperform ACT with standard meta, which really goes to show the skill level of this team. And it's just very impressive as well. I think from the Survivor side of SST, definitely the MVP would be Lim in this case, because of the Priestess support in the first game and the Gravekeeper body blocks in the second game, and also dodging that web shot and escaping out the exit gate as the Gravekeeper was so strong. So I think that definitely is the MVP for the Survivor side there. And then obviously the Hunter side for SST with Silk and Alf, very, very impressive. Again, ACT still doing their best, still playing very well, but ultimately we have SST coming out on top and taking round number 1 for this group stage.
There we have it, the silky hair, handsome guy, Silk with the Dream Wish for Survivor elimination. Yeah, definitely best deduction. MVP for the Hunters, definitely. But I would have to say, if it's the Survivors, I would say it's Lin. But there we go! Translation. Let me just listen to what she's saying. Eli, you speak Chinese too?
I do. I am studying Chinese, but not. It's not quite good enough. To understand.
English! Yes! English!
アルフ選手聞こえますか？
聞こえます。
はい、他说他可以听到。
Okay, so 可以先请 Alpha 来给我们的观众朋友打声招呼吗？
まず視聴者の皆さんに
Can you say hi to the fans?
お願いします。
こんにちは、サンシスターのアルフです。
Yeah, he's
大家好，
introducing
我是
himself.
SST 的阿尔福。
非常可爱。那接下来呢，我们有几
He
个
says so
问题
cute.
准备给 Alpha。第一个
I'm
问题就
gonna
是
ask a
想
few
问一下，
questions.
赢下了
First
比赛
question.
2-0，非常的顺利。问一下 Alpha 现在最大的感受是什么？
How do you
インタビュー
feel?
始めさせていただきます。まず一つ目の質問は、無事に勝利、できたということで、今の心境の方を教えていただけますか？
めちゃくちゃ嬉しいってのと、ストレート勝ちをできたことが一番
I'm
嬉しい。
so happy. Yeah, I'm so glad that we won in the first game.
阿尔夫说他非常非常的开心能拿下这次比赛，然后也是直通过来的，没有输掉一局。 所以说
Yeah,
呢，
he
他们
said
队伍
they're
呢
so
也
happy they didn't
现
even
在
lose
非常
one
非常的
game,
兴
so
奋。
they're very pleased with the results.
感觉大家都很开心，很有成就感。那想问一下，今天他们赢下比赛之后，也是感觉到很兴奋哦。那在比赛之前有没有做什么准备或者努力呢？
Did they prepare anything before the competition?
今回
Like,
COA に向けてチーム内でどういった練習だったりどんな準備がありましたか？
そうですね、対戦相手のとにかく対戦相手のその情報を、例えば中国の選手だと IVL とか、最近やってた COA 予選
he just say he eat a lot of
を見て
vitamins.
どういうマップ取ってきたり、編成してきたりっていうのを全部研究して、でそれに応じたこっちの編成だったり、マップピックとかを選んだりしてました。
谢谢，ありがとうございます。阿尔夫说他主要还是就是调查这个中国赛区的各种队伍的一些信息吧。
Yeah, he did research on the
他
Chinese
们也是
teams,
看了很多
especially for this.
IVL 和 COA 预选
Yeah,
的
they
很
watch
多很多的
IVL
一些视
and
频，
COA
然后
qualifiers
去
just
调
to
查
prepare
一
for
些
this.
很多他们的这种地图的倾向，还有他们
Yeah,
的
trying
地
to
方比
look
较
at
选
their
的
map
多的这种阵
preferences,
营阵
how to
容，
counter their
然后
picks
他们
and
也试图靠
compositions.
一些可以占一些优势的一些自己的阵容。
确实也是做了很全面的
and how to
准备。
maximize their
那
own
接
team
下来
compositions
就
against
问
the
两个比
team.
较轻松的问题啊，因为我们观众朋友可能知道，阿福呢是被我们称作进口阿福，所以接下来想问一下，阿福
进口阿福 What does
有
that
没有
mean?
在 COA 赛事当中特别喜欢的选手或者战队呢？
Ah,
はい、COA の中で好きな選手もしくは好きなチームとかってございますか？
好きな選手、そうですね。
好きな選手。
自分と同じ似てる名前が似てるっていうZQ のアフ選手と
Oh, what do you think about Afu?
は好きですね。
哦，他有提到了阿福是吗？
对的，他说他比较喜欢这个 ZQ 战队的阿福。
Oh, he likes
说他
he
跟他
likes
自己的
the
名
朱
字也
雀
比较像，而且他的这个
Afu.
打法他也很喜欢。
He likes the way he
太惊
plays
讶了，
his
这真的
hunter.
是梦幻联动。那他有知道自己在我们大陆赛区拥有非常多的粉丝吗？有没有什么话想
Does he
要
know
对
that he
粉丝们讲的呢？因
Alf
为
also
今天
has
这
a
场
lot
比
of
赛真的
fans
非
in
常开心，
China?
也非常不容易。
最後に日本の視聴者、そして中国にも、たくさんファンがいるっていう話だったので、視聴者とファンに向けて最後コメントの方、お願いします。
応援ありがとうございます。COA 優勝に向けて残りの2週間ぐらい全部勝てるように頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。首先，他非常感谢各位粉丝对他的一些支持。
Thank you so much for all the fans who supported
也是为了夺冠而去努力，然后也会争取在接下来差不多1周到2周的赛程之内留下很好的成绩。非常感谢大家，谢谢。
Sorry, I
也
missed
是
a
非
bit
常
about
谦
that.
虚，也是再次恭喜阿勒夫今天拿下了比
He's
赛的
just
胜
saying
利。
he's gonna try his
谢谢两
best
位，
not to
谢谢。
disappoint the fans. I think that's more or less what he's saying.
好的，那么接下来呢，就是我们今天的第3场比赛，由 SC 对阵 GG。我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Oh, so next game's coming up. Thank you, pretty lady from China. Bye.
これ持ち系で、持ち左右か。
持ち左右。俺左右だから。
つかない。
南から近い。
ナイス。痛いける。
カラス手前触り。開き何割だっけ？
壁視野。
開き怖い。
なんだね、オッケー。
うち壁行こ
ナイスいったね。
う。ここ通れない。ほんと通れない。
7割。
通れない。絶対通れない。
行きましょう。ちょっと今手伝って。でかすぎるこれ。やったー。
我下包转，好，闪现了，我就掉不？
我就是吧。
大门能开吗？大门能开，不用了。走摸，进身了。
scales, venom gland, and the vomeronasal organ. Reptiles' delicate biology is engraved with the mysteries of evolution. Researching them feels like listening to hymns of heaven and tracing the steps left by the Creator. But the end lies in unexpected malice. Is this a cruel joke from the Creator? Or the inconvenient truth of evolution? All but a small price to pay on the path to truth. And as the scales shed, I shall step over the last of my boundaries.
Wow, beautiful Lucino. That's the professor, the new survivor that's gonna come up soon in the next in the next season's Essence. Eli, you plan to take? Do you plan to main this? It looks like a fun character.
That looks like a fun character.
What do you think
Well,
his
I don't know.
ability is gonna be
Obviously,
though?
yeah, I'll have to see what obviously the abilities are, but I don't know. We're gonna have to see again. Weeping Clown and Clown himself, they had similar abilities. Rocket Dash. So maybe the survivor can jump or something. I don't know. That would be pretty interesting. Maybe they have some sort of jumping ability. That would be very cool. Again, we don't know too much about this character just yet, but it's very very exciting to see what they can potentially come up with here.
Yeah, and speaking of beautiful, Deduction Star costumes are back, guys. If you miss out on any of the costumes that was released in the past, right now you have the choice. You have the chance to get it this time. Deduction Stars. But you know what? We're gonna go into a short break. Don't go anywhere, guys. Eli and I are going to have a cup of coffee. See you guys after this. Bye-bye.
You guys in a bit.
Eli.
スカーズのしなみです。スカーズはメンバー同士信頼し合っていて、時に崩れた時には支え合うそんなチームです。
いるか見つけるか見つけてますね。よく見てました。
技術健康状態のポストが早速。
ここは
興奮。さあ配達系の鈍化を防ぐ興奮。一気に追いついた。
ですがこのしなみ選手のワープが今1個消えたのかなり気になりますが。
さあワープで一気に3名は。さあゲートの方へ間に合っていきます、遠距離攻撃していけるか、触手でのダメージ与えた。
いやここ
も90狩り。さあ打った、捕まえた。4人釣り、最後は決めた。
ファンの皆さんへ、いつも応援ありがとうございます。皆さんの反応やったりとか応援がすごく励みになってます。 COA V 頑張りますので、応援の方引き続きよろしくお願いします。
对，那然后库萨的砸进直接是挑顶上已经是沟通过了，
直接一个4跑，完美结束了比赛。
刚扯上来第一刀，然后这个而且又好了，再度第四击倒，
还不来得及，开了几把他跑，让人家打倒了，
再射了。
西安的武汉全球总决赛正式开战了，这次我们的目标争取就是原地踏步，也希望大家替我们加油。
SZ versus GG. Hello guys, welcome back. Oh my god, did you guys grab any snacks and drinks during the break? If you did, please just do a thumbs up. But you know what? Speaking of thumbs up, I would like to introduce a love emoji for my beautiful co-caster right here. Welcome, Kahale, hailing from the Philippines. Make some noise for her. Woo!
Hi, Nello. So excited to be here with you and to the chat. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Call the Abyss 5 Group Stages Day 1.
Yeah, so exciting. Did you watch the tournament? Like the earlier matches? So exciting. Like,
Yeah, I'm actually really excited because although this is the current meta, we've seen some hunters bring out some really interesting picks. We've seen Geisha, again, we've seen the return of Dream Witch and Blood Queen. So although we do have a meta, it's like, as you said earlier, these players are making their own meta. And that's really exciting to watch. And I'm excited to cast it with you.
Speaking of metas, we are gonna be in for a surprise because Team SZ from Japan, Scars, they actually have a Feaster player. And I know you love Feaster.
Yes, we were talking about this offline. I really am excited to see this Feaster because, well, apart from him being my favorite hunter, this is also something that we don't see every day. And as I was saying earlier, it's really interesting whenever these players bring out those really unique picks.
Speaking of SZ, like the unique picks, these are the faces behind SZ. Wow, with the love signs. This is the second team from Japan. Like before this, we have Team SST versus ACT. They're bringing up the upset will, but this time it will be SZ versus GG. Look at that, PP Xia. GG making a comeback with their all-star teams. I can't wait to see this. This is like the second match between Chinese mainland versus non-Chinese mainland, Japan versus China. I'm so excited to see this, especially because GG is such a popular team in China. And SZ is just so versatile, like what we mentioned. We have Haster, we have Pollen, and look at them! Oh my god. Kahel, tell us, what are your thoughts looking at the lineups of SZ?
Well, definitely it's going to be a lot of work for SZ, especially because this is GG we're talking about.
Yeah, GG.
This is one of the best teams in China and actually the world. So they are the ones who are always innovating. They are the ones who are introducing new characters to get into the meta. And that is why they're one of the teams to follow. And to see them here back for this year's Call of the Abyss, I'm really excited to be casting their matches for the first time, especially with you, Nell. But I'm also equally excited for SZ Scars because, as you said, this is the second team from Japan that we will be seeing today. And although based on offline conversations and discussions I've had with my friends and with you, this is one of the teams that actually stick to the meta. Which is why I would really like for these teams both to push for the later rounds, the round 3s. Let's not have that 2-0s. Those 2-0s.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
You
want
want to see Haster, I know. You want to see the Haster. Yeah. And speaking of happy faces, look at this handsome man. SZ Monet. He's smiling. He's definitely not. He's definitely looking very comfortable. Actually, as a matter of fact, we are not seeing a lot of nervous players today, Kyle. Actually seeing all smiles, smiling ear to ear. I know, I just feel very happy for them because they're obviously here not just for the fame and the money. They're here because they enjoy the game, the passion for the game. I just love seeing these kind of scenarios. And I can see you as well, like just smiling there, looking at the players. We're generally having a good time, aren't we?
Definitely, it's really nice to see a face between all these really big names, and to see them in the flesh, getting ready for their matches. I can just imagine how nervous they might feel, but as you said, it looks like they're not nervous at all. Like they're super chill.
Super chill.
Really, I think I'm a little more nervous than they are because I don't know what to expect for this matchup.
Yeah. But you know what? Let's just do something to to lighten the mood, Cahill, there's so many people in the chat saying hi, Ate Cahill, hello, Lodi. There's so many people saying hi, and I just love it because the chat is it's so chill, it's so relaxed, and it's so positive. I just love the chat.
Hello to everyone in the chat. Really happy to see you so welcoming. Thank you for watching the past 2 matches, but we have 2 more, so do stay tuned for that. Don't forget to share the stream. Let your friends know that Call the Abyss has already begun. This is the group stages, ladies and gentlemen. And although we have a match today, if the team that will be losing this current matchup, this is not going to be the last that we're going to see them, because they have other matches after today. So more Identity 5 action, more gameplay to witness, more things to learn. Mel, what about you?
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to all the players as well. Like, just having a face behind all of these names is so exciting for me. And even just look at the way they're handling things. Like, I can see PP Xia on the main stage with his coach BH, and I can see SZ. Obviously, they're at home. They have not flown in because of restrictions, I believe. But nonetheless, it's just a really refreshing opportunity. And right now, I think we're gonna see PP Xia right there on the side of GG doing the hunting first, let's just go to the technical parts of the game, shall we, Cahill? Let's just go through some of the stats that we have. GG, we have Kuchao. Kuchao is an acrobat main. He's using acrobat a lot here. But you know what? Let's just look at the hunter side, PP Xia first. The survivor side of SZ first. We have Pai1. Pai1 is a mercenary main. Tinami as the priestess main, even plays psychologist, prisoner, just to put it out there for you. Sor, psychologist, 2 times, perfumer as well. Wow, I hope this is the perfumer. And Mon playing the mercenary and the patient. So we're definitely gonna see a lot of Ada and Emil in this lineup, as well as the knight. Just really excited to see what the GG's Hunter is gonna pull up against SZ, because definitely excited to see what they're Japan has shown such a strong they have such a strong showing right here, so SZ is definitely gonna be the one in pressure, especially up against GG. But what do you think though, Cahill? Do you think they are gonna be pressured into coming to this game, like up against GG? Like, GG is so strong, right?
Definitely. Well, this team, SZ Scars, have been sticking to the meta. So definitely they are going to be a force to be reckoned with. So GG can't just, sit tight. They need to treat it with respect and not underestimate their opponents. But I'm really also interested as to how deep the survivor pools of the survivors of GG is, because seeing the data here, I see a lot of choices. We actually have a wildling, and I have seen this in the qualifiers. That's something that you don't see every day. Entomologist, I didn't see her as much, which is kind of sad, given that GG was one of the teams that actually introduced her into the meta since last year. But look at this priestess.
Sleeping Town first.
Yes.
Priestess. Definitely gonna be they have to pick priestess first. This map is just so strong. But you know what? Just forgive me for my negligence. It's actually Shom, XAWM. I'm not really sure how to pronounce the name, Kyle, but he will be the one doing the first hunting. PP Xia usually does it at the later rounds, but now we are gonna see Shom first versus the lineups of SZ. I am very excited to see what the last 2 survivors are gonna be. In this map especially, I think Pollen, Jom has BW. He has the Breaking Will as his main hunter, so we're definitely gonna see Breaking Will here. So it's just a matter of how they're gonna be coming up with. Cahill, what do you think?
Well, what's particularly interesting is the ban of the patient. So at first, in the past tournaments, we always see decoder bans or seer bans. But although we do have a seer ban, I actually almost thought that was the mercenary because he was also hooded just like the mercenary. But yeah, a Searman, and already at round 1 we have here a very interesting, not exactly meta lineup. We have a toy merchant, an enchantress. Is this going to be locked? Because if it is, this is going
Wow,
to be a very
Enchantress.
interesting match.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already excited for this game because we don't usually see Enchantress, we don't usually see Toy Merchant, especially in BO1. Okay, it's BO1 against a toy against a Pollen. I cannot imagine how they're gonna make this work, but maybe they have a strategy that they're gonna reveal to the world right here. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how they're gonna pull up their strategy. This team composition. I'm really curious, but they can make it work though. Like Enchantress with 3 stacks definitely can stop Holland for a bit.
They can.
But with excitement though, like they have Enchantress, they have forward on their side. It's hard to imagine that Sham will not bring the excitement though. What do you think though? Like excitement?
The Enchantress pick could be to force the breaking wheel to actually bring excitement, but we will see. Especially because one more thing to note here is, again, as the meta is changing, we are beginning to see that decoder presence is not a thing anymore. We don't get we get
no
more
decoders.
support and rescue and containment harassment. That is what we see more in the meta these days. And again, not much on the Cypher Rush, but more on transitioning. You need to be a character that will be able to do all that containment for your team.
Let's
just
go.
to be able to get them to finish a Cypher and push for the Cypher Rush.
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited to see this, but you know what? Game number 1, first half, brought to you by Kahel and me. We are your commentators right here for Game 1, first half.
All right, here we are with the breaking wheel spawning at the gate already, transitioning towards the high school gate and to the corner house to find Pai1 over here. Oh, used that that catapult right there just to be able to get to the 2nd floor. Not somebody that you're gonna want to chase, but here is this priestess already getting into the sight of the breaking wheel.
Wow. Just very, very nice controls there. Usually they can just kite in the open area against but look! Sham has already gotten the first the 2 spikes onto the priestess. Priestess now has to avoid at all costs. Blink is gonna be up very, very soon. If Sham gets the blink up, he's gonna get it. But the priestess, knowing that it's not the blink, it's the excitement. It looks like the blink, but my goodness, he's gonna get the first hit. But that's the thing though, Kahel. He used the excitement already, but the forward is at the area. I think he can do something about this though.
I really was not expecting the excitement to come out so soon. I mean, we did expect for Xiao to use that excitement, but on a portal, wow.
Nice!
Beautiful balloon rescue from the forward here. Again, Priestess is free. Will she be able to... I spoke too soon. She is down, but the forward still has full health. He still can provide that support. They can get these ciphers done. At least 2 are about to be done.
Yeah, I mean, this is so hard, especially for the forward to do anything. The only thing the forward can do right now is... Oh no, he's gonna get hit there! 2 down, just like that! But 3... Oh my goodness, but you know what? 2 ciphers have been done at the very least, and the priestess has very, very fast healing.
Here we are at the basement. The basement is here, Nell. That is going to change things. Although Priestess has been able to self-heal, she doesn't have that anymore. Once she gets down, somebody might just focus on decoding, if not rescue this forward.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that the toy merchant is already flying her way, like in Genshin Impact. She's already gliding in. Definitely will be able to save before half if she wants to. She's already flying in. Look at her, just transitioning, dropping down. Save before half, that's gonna happen. But you know what? Pollen is already at full presence. All he has to do is just snap. And that's what he did. He just snapped. He just snapped right there and forward. He doesn't want the double down, but look at Sham. He's such a monster. Double down. And 3 ciphers are remaining, and 1 is not even done. He's just gonna utilize the the long range portal right there, but I don't think it makes a difference because Pollen can just close the gap instantly, just like that.
But first order of business is to cheer this forward right here. He does have a second chair on him before he either gets rescued a second time or is allowed to just fly back to the manor. But it looks like the priestess is on her way to provide support. And note also that that catapult was there, but was spotted by Sham and has now been destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, the catapult is the one that's gonna create a lot of trouble. Right now, Sham has to get Moan down. Moan obviously waiting for Prolan to break. He's gonna use it straight away. No! Oh my goodness! I think he wanted to use the ball and get out of the blast radius, but he couldn't, and he actually canceled him out of the ball. And just like that, Moan will be the first person to be sent out. He has pinged at his rugby ball. He still has 62% on that ball. I think he's just waiting for someone to pick it up. It should be, but I don't think anyone can because Toy Merchant right there can pick it up. Priestess, Enchantress. This is basically so hard right now for SZ, but SZ is still fighting. One Cypher remaining at 24, 25, going to 27% right there. Taiwan has to make this work. Taiwan has to get that kite going on. But,
exactly.
Yeah.
And while he will be doing the containing, GG, wow, Sham here just knows that this is the last cipher. Okay, again, for those who do not know, the last cipher is indeed visible to the hunter by, it's wiggling in the distance and the hunter can tell. Oh! The use of excitement right there, just to be able to down Soar. And just like that, nobody is able to decode that last cipher. Now they need to get started on a new one.
Yeah. This is exactly what I'm afraid of. Like, Pollen with excitement. He's definitely going to pick excitement, especially since there's an Enchantress. There's a... And just, oh my god, he just cancelled one portal key from the Priestess, just like that. I was saying just now, like, there's so many harassers, like Forward, Enchantress. There's no way Sham will not bring excitement, and that's where it fails. It just cancels off the trees, and Hinami's gonna go down.
That was a bit too soon to absorb that hit right there, because had that cipher been primed, she could have gone for that rescue and we could have pushed to the end game. But now the next thing to do is to just find the Toy Merchant and to just incapacitate her, and it could potentially be a win for GG. But here she is. Will she be able to rescue?
She has to. The question is, the question is before half or not, and she managed to rescue before half. But that's the thing. Priestess has already used up the self heal. All Sham has to do is just down the Toy Merchant, and Priestess is basically that's it for SC. But Sham is looking for a 4K, looking very much like a possibility, 4K possibility here. Full presence, 3 spikes, trying to get it with the trap, but Taiwan just missing it by a hair's breadth. He's trying to get that hook right there over the pallets. Yep. Is he gonna get it? Yep. He's gonna put down. Looks like GG. 4K right there. Sham, what a monster, Cahill. I'm very impressed with
Such a
Sham.
strong start for GG here. Already a 4-man kill on the part of Sham here. He works so fast, and actually that was actually a really quick match, unlike the ones that we've had in the previous matchup with that 15-minute match against a Dream Witch.
Yeah.
Again, breaking wheels, such mobility on this hunter. Still, for me, I'm sure a lot of people agree, one of the most dangerous hunters in the game. So for him to be on the hands of Sham, it just makes everything quicker. That was such a quick match.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely love that SZ Scars are going for more unconventional picks in game number 1, best of 1. But as you can see, having a survivor, having a stunner heavy lineup it just results in the hunter bringing excitement. And for Pollen, it's no problem because Pollen's like, yeah, you know what? You can collect 3 skulls. I can just excitement my way out of it. You can stun me with the ball, but I can excitement my way out of it. Priestess Portal as well. And it worked very well. 2 excitements were used very well. One to get rid of the portal stuns. The other one is to get rid of the survivor, the enchantress, unable to do the 3-stack stun burst. So that's very risky for SZ.
And
But,
here we have the
yeah.
match stats. Again, such good numbers in terms of containment here. So definitely we cannot take away from Scars because they really did their part in trying to buy time for the survivors to decode these ciphers. And although they weren't able to pop that last cipher, you know, there was a point where I was actually surprised then, although Sham was working so fast, I saw that already there was just 1 cipher remaining. So, you know, they did put in that decoding there, but that's where the mobility of the breaking wheel just really comes in. And again, you mentioned that portal, that long portal placed in the graveyard. And although one other survivor was able to get through after getting double hit, it wasn't that much of a problem for him because he knew where they were. Again, you are visible to the hunter if you do pass through the long portal. You will be visible for about 10 seconds. So that's really no issue for a breaking wheel because he is just about the fastest hunter in the whole game.
For sure, especially in Ever Sleeping Town, considerably the best map for a breaking wheel, and you can see how well he just transitioned from one survivor to the other using excitement to its fullest. I would say that this is a rather bad matchup for SZ versus SingGG. Like by all means, SZ is a strong survivor team from Japan as well, but it's just that GG Sham is just so proficient at the breaking wheel, especially on Ever Sleeping Town. I think that was what made the difference. But you know what, Kale, it's not over. It's just game number 1, first half. The second half, I'm excited to see who is going to be playing Hunter for Scars, because if it's Mirai K, we're going to expect to see a Galatea. If it's Celia, we can expect to see a Disciple, a Pollen, or even a Hester. Woohoo!
Well, I'm definitely for that because I am such a Feaster fan. Do not question me on this. He is just my favorite hunter. Seeing him is always a pleasure, and to see him here in Call of the Abyss, even if it's just the group stages, oh my goodness. My day will be made.
For sure. I know how much you love it. You even have a plushie for it, right?
Yes, I do.
But
it's next to my coordinator plushie. Okay,
yeah,
so
I have one as well. That's Kuchao, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Kuchao is the acrobat.
Yes.
Acrobat main.
Let me just talk about how good he is with his 5 cipher kite from the qualifiers. I've seen it. It's so
the
impressive.
earlier ones, right? Yeah.
Yes, and he was also sporting the Persona 5 skin.
Yeah, definitely. The Joker. Oh, sorry, the Awakened Joker.
The Awakened Joker, indeed.
Yeah.
So to see him bring it out here would be really interesting, especially because it looks like Acrobat is just beginning to creep his way into the meta. We've seen the stats, the global statistics, as uploaded in the Facebook page and in other places as well. One of the most picked survivors for containment is actually Acrobat. So that's really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Acrobat is so versatile. He can cancel off the hunter skill. He can slow interaction, especially when the hunter is chairing or even going through windows or breaking pallets. And even the white ball just slows the hunter's speed in general. So there's so many things that an Acrobat can do. To be honest, Acrobat is just a very, very good kiter. The only weakness that an Acrobat has is the slow gate opening. Yeah, that's the only thing. But other than that, he's just so strong. I would say one of the best kiters, if not the best, simply because of his versatility, jumping through windows, going through. Yeah, I'm seeing the rise of the Acrobats. Guys, anyone who's an Acrobat main in the chat, say I am Mikey.
Well, apart from love for Mike, it looks like there's a lot of love also for Coco. I think we are the community rather is celebrating
Coco from GG, right?
the increased female presence in competitive Identity 5. So I as a woman would also feel very proud to see these ladies competing for representing their country.
Hell should compete too. You should
Oh my
compete too. You're a girl boss too, and your clan is really good actually. And I think if given a chance, they can definitely show a very good standing. But you know what? Definitely, I agree with you 100%, Kahel. I really believe that. I really love seeing the rise in the numbers of female players, especially like we saw Lim. What an asset to SST with the priestess, with the gravekeeper. What an asset. So guys, beware. We are gonna see a lot more of the rise coming soon. But you know what? We are gonna see Mirai K first. And Mirai K, from statistics itself, he is a Galatea main. He usually plays in best of 1. So I can't imagine if he will be playing Galatea or a broken or breaking will in BO1. Because as far as I know, Celia does play Pollen. So if they wanted to choose Pollen as the first hunter in BO1, wouldn't it make sense to choose Celia instead of Mirai K? Because Mirai K plays Galatea mostly. And BO1, there's no hunter bans, right? So
well, they're probably going to want to mirror the previous match just to be able to turn over the best possible outcome. It is Ever Sleeping Town after all. And it's I think it's better to either bring out that Galatea or that breaking wheel.
Yeah.
It really depends also on what plan SZ has in store for us. We did say, actually, I also already want to say that I stand corrected saying that Scars really likes to stick to the meta because we've seen some really
interesting picks, right?
Yes, and in round 1 too. So who knows? It's like they're here to surprise us.
Yeah,
Who knows
definitely.
what the hunter from SC would be, from what Mirai K would bring out this time. Who knows?
Actually,
yeah.
Yeah, actually, it's funny that you mentioned that because they play unconventional survivors in game number 1. But the thing is, according to the data that I've gathered here, they actually play pretty meta characters too, like Mercenary, Priestess, Forward, Patient, Psychologist. They do play meta. It's just that they decided to go with a new composition, which is Enchantress and Toy Merchant, which obviously didn't really work as what they would expect. But you know what? We're gonna see right here, GG Survivor, Coco, 18. We know that he's 18 just to show, he puts the name 18 just to show he's 18. Zuzi, Kuchao, I'm so excited. GG's. Survivor versus Mirai K. Definitely gonna pick the Priestess and the Forward first. Mirror picks right there. Mirai K.
I swear, if you see an Enchantress, wow, this is going to be like the mirror match of the decade.
I don't think so. I think they'll probably go with something more standard like Patient. But Mirai K has banned the Patient. They know. He knows the game plan of GG. He knows that they like the Patient, they like their Psychologist. So right now, GG has to be wondering what to pick because Zuzi cannot play Patient. Zuzi plays a main Patient. So they're gonna go with the
Acrobat. I'm guessing this is Chao who will be using that Acrobat. And the Mercenary, of course, always a very efficient rescue team. The Forward and the Mercenary is like the dynamic duo of rescuing.
Yeah,
so,
I mean,
pretty good lineup.
Yeah, it's very good. I mean, Coco will definitely be playing the Priestess. She's a Priestess main. 18 will be playing the Mercenary. Kuchao will be playing the Acrobat. So that leaves Zuzi with the Forward. Yeah,
And as we have predicted, the breaking wheel, no less here in Ever Sleeping Town. But
wow,
it
Mirai K.
And this is the first time we're seeing him bring it out, if I'm not mistaken, because he did use Galatea in the previous in the qualifier.
I think that's the thing because SZ has qualified so long ago. There are ups and downs to qualifying so early. Like if you qualify so early, you might not get the warm up to kickstart your engine, especially during the qualifiers that's happening so recent. So definitely the teams that has just went through the recent qualifiers, they're gonna get more practice. You know what, Kahel? This is game 1, second half. Game 1 first half, it was a 5-0. Right now, game 1 second half, it will be SC Hunters versus GG Survivors. Bringing you the action, it's gonna be me, Nello Mello, and Kahel. Let's go!
And welcome back to Ever Sleeping Town, again with the breaking wheel, going towards the center of the map this time to find his first target. And here it is, the mercenary sporting that bee duck skin. I love that. But
Yeah,
he
I
will be
wish that
switching
comes.
targets, not the best find.
Oh yeah, I mean Kuchao's trying to hide, but he's not gonna ignore. I think he didn't realize that Kuchao was hiding in the S pallet area. The moment he sees Kuchao, I think he'll be like, "Oh yes, the acrobat!" No, the forward. It's actually the forward. Kuchao's not playing the acrobat. Wow, what a switch! It's gonna be 18 on the acrobat instead. Kuchao has to make this work. Kuchao, oh, he's gonna use the bomb. He's gonna use the ball right now to avoid the hook. But you know what? There's no spike on Kuchao. He's not worried. He's not worried at all. Mirai K already breaking human form. And it's gonna be slowed. But that's the thing though. Oh, he has to go back to the wheel form. Tram coming. Kuchao's trying to dodge, but he's gotten the first spike onto him. I don't know. I mean, like, open area kiting is just so good against the against the pollen. You can see that right now. Oh.
There are already 2 spikes on him, so he needs to be really careful with his next move. Uses that football to gain a lot of distance between himself and the breaking wheel. But it looks like Mirai K will be switching targets this time, going towards the graveyard area and sees a portal here. He should be able to take note of that. But
yeah.
It looks like the forward is still in the area, but also the priestess Coco is here again. My girl boss, providing that support. Will
wow.
Did he just go through that portal?
He did, and my goodness, Kuchao is still trying to make it work. Kuchao, however, only has like around 20% ball durability. He has to dodge this pin. No matter what, he has to drop this. But you look at Coco!
Oh!
Look at the acrobat!
Oh my goodness! What just happened there? That was such an amazing display of teamwork, providing that visual diversion, teaming up and just gathering in that area just to be able to distract Breaking Wheel. And that was an empty blink right there. But Priestess is down. Forward is free and out in the open. He has 2 spikes on him. He's gonna need to remove those while the Priestess is being shared here at the graveyard. The basement is here. Will Mirai K?
Nah,
okay, it
too
looks
late.
like
He's not gonna put it.
Yeah,
It's too late for him to reach.
Put him
But you know
on
what?
top of that.
For a moment there, Kahil, I thought that it was a tarot game because there's the priestess supporting, there's the acrobat supporting, and then Tutsu is already becoming. He's just one burst away from full presence. Pollen is not exactly at full presence, but he's gonna be full presence right now. Coco is gonna try and avoid. Yep, he's gonna. But this place is just so hard against a Pollen.
It is.
In will form. He's just gonna change target again. My goodness, it's so hard. Mirai K right now, you cannot lose your focus right here because the moment you change, and nice. You see that the red bomb breaking the burst. That's what he was looking for. Mirai
And it looks like Mirai K is being pushed to switch targets yet again, finding the mirror image of was that the forward who just went through the long portal? Well, he can't see him and just catch up, but he's just such a hard target to chase. So coming back towards the middle area, no survivors here. And again, here at the corner house, the acrobat once more. He did change targets from this acrobat. Will he do it again?
Yeah, I think he's gonna do it again. This place is just so strong. Look at how far he's
my
come.
goodness!
It's like he's playing Genshin, but without the gliders. What is this? Like so far away. No. And
18 just went from point A to point B just like that.
yeah, Mira K is getting flustered. You can tell that he's getting impatient, sort of. And that's the thing. Look at that.
Losing the ball again. More
My
distance between himself and the hunter. It's going to be really hard
Portal.
to change. And that portal right there. Amazing support from the priestess, just putting those portals wherever. And although she's here, well, she should be the ideal target because she has been shared one time. It's just gonna take one more to send her back. But it's just like none of these survivors are easy to target at all.
Oh no, 18 was just a
wow.
little bit too near and got burst down. But it's okay because Acrobat is just at first chair. So basically it's still okay. But two ciphers remaining, 74% and 61%. Zhuzi is already going in with the... Yeah, he's not gonna rescue. He's just gonna rescue as soon as he breaks will form right here. Oh, and the red ball!
The red ball right there canceling the skills for a few seconds, giving 18 the time to run towards the corner house. It is an open area, yes, but it is far from those last, from that last cipher. That last cipher is actually already primed. They actually could push for the end game here.
Yeah, they could, and that's precisely why Acrobat ran all the way to the corner. And this is just so good. Right now, the survivors are having the advantage. GG, even the priestess. That's a dungeon. No, the trap!
Oh, the trap!
Don't the trap! No! Oh my goodness. I think he should have knocked onto the forward first, and it's gonna be primed straight away. Yeah, they did. They have to, and that's the thing. Because one person, they're already on standby. Coco is already at the door being standby. Ku Chao is just around the corner. I don't know why. He only has like 5% ball left. But the Acrobat is going to be the choice. You have to at least get one survivor. You cannot afford to let four of them escape.
Preparing to use a ball, and there it is.
Global?
Oh no, there's a global portal right there!
There is! Oh! No! Oh my god! He's gonna make it out the door for escape! My god! My god! For escape! What a performance! No, sorry,
Actually,
it's 3 escape this
three
surrender.
people, yes. 3 people who escaped. That forward absorbed the hit. And actually that sounds a bit that's just about ideal because that will give the rest of the survivors the actual chance to get out through that global portal. But still, imagine if they all were able to get out that gate just by passing through the long portal. That would have been a really cool 4-man escape, but still such a good effort from the survivors of GG. And again, 3-man escape. So they really do win this round. So congratulations to GG. Definitely not well, I'm kind of at a loss for words with the skill level of this team. You really need to give that respect for GG. It looks like they're on a mission.
Yeah, they're on a mission. I especially love the way Acrobat kited. Did you see the way the Acrobat kited? It's like he, you know what, Cirque du Soleil, you have to hire this Acrobat for your circus because that's one jumping survivor. And imagine, speaking of Acrobat, imagine if the professor is gonna be used for the next COA. The Lucino, imagine if he's also gonna be jumping. That'll be so much crazier. But you know what? All things aside, they've done really well in this first round. 6-2. Sorry, 8-1, I believe. 5-0 and 3-1. 8-1. So it's exactly the same mirror results, like between SST and ACT, but this time it is in favor of the Chinese team. So, but you know what? It's not over. SZ. They are known for pulling out unconventional survivor picks. It might not work in game number 1, but game number 2, they might have to restructure their strategy. And let's not forget, there's still Celia. So Celia from Scars definitely might make an appearance. Might be there to do the feaster pick. Who knows? They might pick a favorable map if they're given the opportunity to. But I have to say, GG is just one of the strongest Chinese team out there. No harm. What Scars need to do right now? Reset. Like you know, like when you break up with someone, you cannot be hurt forever, right, Kyle? Yeah, you have to reset. You be like, you know what? You don't deserve me. I don't deserve, and you don't deserve me. I'm gonna get over it. I'm gonna look for someone new who appreciates me more. And that's what that's what Scar have to do now. They have to be like, okay, you know what? Game one's a bad game. Forget about it. Reset. Go into game two. Yeah, that's what they have to do. I don't know if you're laughing. You agree with that though?
Well, oh
Reset.
no.
Reset. Just reset.
Reset,
You know.
definitely. I think we need a reset from
It's
that
a bad
comment
life.
as
Yeah.
well.
It's a bad RS. It's a bad relationship. Let's just get over it. Let's go to the next one. But you know what? Just a little bit of shout out. Do you have just a little bit of shout out? Oh, Black Phoenix. I enjoyed watching your podcast. I actually subscribed to Black Phoenix. Really cool guy from Russia. Just shout outs to people who are still here. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I really enjoy it, you guys. Anyone you want to shout out to? Kahil.
Hello,
大丈夫大丈夫
Spots.
多分大丈
I love you guys too. But look at some highlights. We're about to hear the comms of the team.
夫来てもいいよ全然どっちが入れるならどっちでもいい2回行っていいと思う
俺が入る
ナイス
あナイス
再击我，然后换球。
OK， 你们小心，我知道了。来，你走，我抛弹可以看到边不，看到边不。
力有多少遗产？力有多少遗产？
有闪现空了，我挡不了。 哎，都没打出来，闪现交了。 我给你拔，来踩到这。
我去救人。
右边在干嘛？兄弟。
我在胸部地。中场有30。
我给到了。 我想摸马。
你过来找我，你过来找我。
Hello, guys. Welcome back. Hello.
Welcome back. So we are now about to start with round 2, with round 1 awarded to no other than GG. So I'm really excited because this is where the bans start to happen, and this is where it's about to get interesting. So you did say that Mirai K was playing only in game 1, and this might be the time for Celia to come out as well on the part of Scars. And I'm really excited because this could be my chance to actually see a feaster in Call the Abyss 5.
Yeah, who doesn't love tentacles, right? Like I enjoy takoyaki. Do you enjoy takoyaki? But
This
all
is,
things
this is not a very friendly takoyaki. This is the kind of takoyaki that actually hits
Instead of
survivors.
eating it, instead of eating it, we're the ones getting eaten. So please help, send help. But you know what? Just something very interesting. I really love how Identity 5 is growing, especially with the advertisement just now, the commercial break. I did not expect that to be a commercial break. It's so creative. You know what? NetEase should make an anime. Who do you think? Like, guys, do you agree that NetEase should make an anime of Identity 5? Like, it would be so cool. I would pay money for it, you know? Yeah. But you
And
know what?
this
Yeah,
would be a
go
good
ahead.
opportunity to share the lore of the game to the players. So You know, these are the things that actually make the game a lot more interesting, and it gives us more reasons to love the game. You know, the skins, the lore, and we see some personality from these survivors, from these hunters. We also know the backstory. We've seen such interesting backstories. Nell, do you have like a favorite backstory among all of the survivors and hunters that you've seen so far?
Okay, this is very. This might be a surprise to everyone, but I don't really read the lores because the only thing I do in Identity 5 is collect skins. So I'm like the skin collector. I actually spend a lot of money into Identity 5. That's the only game I spend a lot of money, and I actually got the 200k recharge echoes reward on 2 accounts.
As well.
Oh yes, team 200k, hashtag 200k achieved. I just enjoy looking at the chat bubbles and sharing skins to friends. So thank you so much, Identify, for making this feature available to all of us. And you know what? I'm just happy to be playing it. You know, I just like pretty skins, but I also enjoy beautiful gameplays, which we are seeing right now in COA 5. The highest standard of Identity 5 competitive gamings, where you have a chance to win 64 iPhones as the first place winners. $64,000, right? So 64 iPhones as the first place winner. So
it's actually 640.
640? So we get 640 iPhones.
iPhones.
Give it to your family and friends. Thank you. Anyway.
We should form a group now and compete as well. We want
yeah,
that
we should.
iPhone.
Team Casters. COA 6.
Definitely would not would be no match against these teams here.
No, have faith. It'll be you, it'll be me, it'll be Eli will be carrying us, Grizzly, and then Posh. Yeah, we have a team right there.
And it looks like that these players are already getting ready for their matches. They look so chill. It's like they're not
and so white and so fair.
COA 5グループ戦オフライン戦そろそろ始まるんですけど、そうですね。
He's probably like the team mind brain or something.
ここまで来たなといった心境ではいます。今回の COA 5で一番対戦したい選手はウルブズです。ウルブズサバイバー非常に強力なサバイバー揃っているのと、ハンターもアレックスさんとても強いと思うので、ウルブズ vs スカーズで、サバイバー対決なりハンター対決なりして熱い試合をしたいと思っております。
Arigato, Sinami. He wishes to meet wolves. For
and we
me,
definitely agree with that. I mean, as a competing team, it is one of your, you know, it's your dream to just to compete with all these top tier teams, and you just really want to see where you're at.
Yeah, that's true.
In the game. You really want to be competing with the best, just to know how much more you need to improve, or what more strategies and techniques you can employ into your current strategy pool. So that's one of the things that make the competition interesting.
For sure. And you look at Som, he's feeling comfortable now. If you look at the first game, he was actually like still focused and just calm and quiet. But now he's already smiling, so I think that he's getting into the rhythm. He's feeling good. But you know what? There are some questions. Nello, what's your favorite skin? It's actually Luca, which is why I'm actually conducting a Luca skin giveaway for 2,000 subscribers. But you know what? That's not the main point here. My favorite character is definitely the Prisoner and Postman. Thank you for asking, though. Thank you so much, guys. And yeah, shout outs to all of you guys. Oh, really? You love both those
Prisoner is my main.
Yeah,
I mean, I've tried other survivors as well, but I find myself using Prisoner more because I like hiding. And I like cipher management, but that's just me. So
cipher management.
I think you and I are agreement when we say that we actually want to see Luca here in Call the
for sure.
as well.
For sure. But we're not gonna see that just yet. We're gonna see the patient and the mercenary first. The priestess is gonna be banned. the forward and the seer is gonna be bad. So I think Sham is probably gonna. I don't know. Considering how well he did with Breaking Wheel in game number 1, do you think he's gonna bring out the Breaking Wheel again in this map? Let me look at the stats here.
Well,
Like Sham.
this is Red Church, so Breaking
Bon
Wheel
Bon?
is not exactly the best choice. Definitely, probably a Bon Bon. He could be
Even
very
Galatea,
dangerous in Red Church. And yes, definitely Sculptor, because the statues can really bounce off those walls, and it could really cut a survivor's kite efficiently. But look at this! We were just talking about the lack of decoder presence in the survivor teams.
Oh boy!
And here we have a mechanic and a cowboy.
What? Someone send help,
What is
man!
going on?
Cowboy! What? We saw Enchantress, and we thought that it was already like really
Breaking Wheel.
unconventional. Yeah, it's gonna be Breaking Wheel, but the Cowboy, I'm even more surprised at the Cowboy, to be honest. Who is he gonna lasso? Who's he gonna carry? Like, the only one he has a buff against is the mechanic, and I don't know, against a Breaking Wheel in this map. Very, very interesting. But they have to make this work though. Cars have to make this composition work, because it's potentially the game. It's potentially the make or break session. They do not want to give the hunter too much pressure. They do not want to give Scar's hunter too much pressure. They do not want to give Mirai K too much pressure. So they definitely need to get more than 3 escapes at the very least, if they want to have if they want to feel comfortable right here. But Cowboy.
Putting myself
Yeah.
in the minds of Scars, I think what they're trying to really go for is that tie, because this mechanic is really good for securing ties in Red Church, given the size of the map and the approximate locations of the ciphers and the distance of the ciphers between each other. So it's going to be really easy to drop the bot at a really good cipher location and transition towards a different area. But again, this is a Breaking Wheel. He's so fast on the map. Who knows? It's a high risk, high reward situation, because if that bot gets spotted early in the game, that could be a huge disadvantage for the team, especially when it comes to that decoding.
Yeah, I can imagine Scars playing in the format of Tarot, where 2 people come and support. I don't know, because it feels like they're trying to play this way, like having maximum support against Apollon with the Cowboy. But you know what? Let's just see how Scars are gonna come back in game number 2 against the Hunter of GG, Sham. Right now, right here, game number 2, first half. We are gonna be bringing you the action live, COA 5. It's me, Nello Mello, and Kahel. Let's go!
All right, here we are in Red Church with the Breaking Wheel spawning inside the church, already going towards this really strong area here. It's the mercenary indeed, and he does use that elbow pad right there just to be able to avoid a second spike. But will Sham chase after him? That was the second elbow pad right there. He really needs to be careful with his resources this time. And although he does change targets, the mercenary does have a spike on him, which means that he needs to get that out. And this is already the mechanic.
Yeah, he already found the mechanic. Kiting in open area, Sinami is gonna make it happen. Sinami is gonna get the first spike. Sham, he can choose to go out of the wheel form, but I think he's just trying to get the second spike and then waiting for his blink to be online. And look, he's already gotten the second spike, and it looks kind of hard.
Too.
Yeah, a third one. Oh my goodness, a blink.
Oh!
Got it.
Beautiful blink right there. Ended that kite right off the bat, and now she will be going to the chair. Has the bot been deployed? It has, actually.
Yes, it has. Yeah, 4 ciphers are being decoded at the same time. But here's the thing, though. Sham is going to find the robot straight away. And number 2, the mercenary has used up 2 pads. So it's almost impossible for him to have the maneuverability. Oh, he's gonna use the last pad. Yep. He's gonna use the last pad. And Tsunami for spike. Sham still not quite at full presence, needs to get one more spike right there. Tsunami, break form, first spike, or even just using the he can just hit right there.
Dodge right there. And although the mechanic will be down, there really isn't much that you can do at this point, except we have a cowboy in the area. What will he do? Will he pull it off?
No, he's not gonna hold. He didn't even use the. Did he use it? No,
he didn't.
Okay. Yeah, he didn't. Nice. And that's the thing about Cowboy. Cowboy, they try to bait. They can try and bait. Oh my god! Get it! No!
Oh no!
But the mechanic, if she brought the struggle trait, it should be enough. But oh, yep, she struggled out definitely because if you have a cowboy in the team, bringing a struggle trait will definitely help you a lot because the hunter you're gonna expect the hunter to drop you down a lot. That's why. And Tsunami is gonna continue to kite. Not even gonna be chaired. He's trying not to be chaired the second time. Cowboy is still around the area. Tsunami is trying to get in between the pallets and
drops a peeper.
Change to peeper and oh.
Now, Sham is not gonna allow there to be like a part 2 of what just happened. He needs to get this cowboy out of here. He needs to just scram and not disturb like the whole chairing process. Oh
but
my goodness!
Mechanic can heal up though. She's already at 90%. Yeah, she's gonna stand up. She's gonna stand up. No, she's not gonna stand up. Is she gonna?
Saving it.
Yeah. No, but because it's her last chair. So basically, this is chair number 2. But the good thing is the Cypher's Prime, Kahil. Cypher's Prime!
Oh, wow, that just happened!
Yeah, during the cowboy standoff against the Pollen. Cypher's Prime!
What an amazing display of teamwork! That almost passed our eyes right there. It's just gonna take one more rescue for this to actually happen. Wow! There we go, that Cypher Cup. We are now at the end game. Amazing teamwork from Scars right here. Looks like they're really trying to answer back to GG for round number 2. But here we are at the red carpet area with the Mercenary trying to contain this breaking wheel as best as he can just to be able to buy time. Oh, Mercenary is down. They need to
still
get
very
that
good
number.
though. Yeah, but it's still very good.
Open. It is very good.
Yeah, it is, but look right now, Sham, he just knows he's not gonna let them get out so easily. He's just gonna leave the machinery on the floor. And then, oh my goodness, is the bot gonna open the gate in time? Nope, it's not gonna open in time. And he's gonna find out where the mechanic is. And the cowboy is in the area. So what they can do now is they should just move to the front gate, let the cowboy take the down. Cowboy is gonna try and open the gate. If Sham wants to get this done, he has to. Oh my goodness! Oh, this is.
Ouch. But yes, they are indeed going to aid that mercenary at the front gate. But now Sham is transitioning towards that area just to be able to do some damage control. He does have to chase after this mercenary again, just to be able to at least get him down. It's just gonna take one more hit, and he does have delayed damage on him. He will be going down in a few seconds, but still there are other survivors scattered across the map. How will Sham manage this?
Yeah, and the back gate is already open. The back gate is open. All he has to do is just run out the box. Yeah, he's gonna run out for sure. Mechanic can. He doesn't have the. Oh my god! Oh my god!
That cowboy was not.
Oh, he's got the sticker. He's got the sticker. My goodness, and that's how you play the cowboy. You just lasso your way out there, and he knows. How does he know Thor is here? Thor, trying his best to do the last kite, and that's the thing though, because Paiwan is slowly crawling towards the dungeon at the grave. So basically, sword. He's gonna use the first.
He literally soared using that patient skill towards the gate. Will he make it, or will Sham be able to find him in his tracks? Oh no! Got pinned right there by the trap laid down by the breaking wheel. Such amazing aim. and when it counted too. So again, that is a very difficult chair. But we also have a mercenary that is out in the open. Will he make it towards that back gate, or will he go for the dungeon instead? He's at that back gate area. Will he?
Yeah, he can. He can. Breaking wheel. It's gonna break spawn at 1 second. Oh my god!
Oh no!
Oh my god! He missed!
Missed it by that much. Such an
Beautiful.
insane.
Paiwan just doubled back. He just went back a little and he came back again. Crazy. What? And that's the comeback. That's the comeback Scars need. Scars needed that comeback.
That
Yes,
is
look at
that
them.
Look at the smile. The smile on their faces, the relief. Yes, we've done our part, and now it's time for either Miraike or Celia to seal the deal with this round and push for that round 3. But still, such an amazing team effort and individual skill level in containing this breaking wheel. Oh, wow,
My
that was
God.
a really good match.
That was, and the thing that bought them so much time was when the cowboy tried to lasso. He's like, "Hey, look here,
Yes.
I'm the cowboy,"
Yes.
and Paula had no choice. He had to put down the mechanic so many times, and the mechanic struggled free. That was the turning point, I think. And
Yes.
then, just
And just
managing
like that, you did say that, oh my gosh, Kahel the Cypher was already primed. So
yeah, it was prime
that
from
much,
3 ciphers remaining.
it just goes to show that every second counts in this game. Every second wasted could either be a benefit for the other team. And that didn't even take a long time. That happened so fast, or in
It
my
was.
head, it was not such a long time with
5
that
minutes.
taunting
That's
by
it.
the cowboy. But
Yeah.
that Cypher was primed.
Yeah, it was. The whole game only took like 5 minutes 39 seconds, and and the cowboy basically bought the most time with the mechanic. I'm pretty sure both of them are the ones with the most time. And then but it's so amazing though. Even the machinery doubling back. Look at them. They are all kiting at 103 seconds on the tsunami, and they're just decoding really well as well. Like
Yes.
patient 200%, 53 seconds. The cowboy even managing 100% decode. So that's very good. Like Shom's probably caught off guard. If he was smiling just now and feeling comfortable, I'm thinking this is definitely gonna send a little bit of shock to him. Like, oh, how did they make this work?
And the whole team of Scars must be over the moon. Remember, this is GG that they just won a match against. So they need to really keep it up. But GG needs to step it up again. It cannot be relaxing anymore. I'm sure they are staying on their toes. It's just that Scars really was able to put out that on-point team effort just to be able to get out that gate. And I think I'm not going to ever forget that that back step that the mercenary
back
did,
step.
just to be able to avoid that very critical hit. If that did hit, it would have been a draw. But again, that actually
Amazing.
happened.
Amazing.
Amazing effort and discipline. That was a good display of discipline, because you're at the gate. You're gonna want to. It's just gonna be a little bit more, that I need to run just to be able to get out. But no, he did that that back step, just to be able to secure his safety from that hit, which is good. Good foresight from the mercenary.
I see. But you know what? I'm just so entertained with the match right now. I believe Scars are the only ones who brought out Cowboy, the first one to bring out Cowboy in this match. And look, Miraike
Oh, here he comes.
is gonna be substitute with Celia, the feaster main. All hail Takoyaki. I'm not gonna,
Celia,
press on
if
this
you
issue.
hear
because-
us.
Yeah, Celia, if you can hear us, please. Takoyaki. Otherwise, I might have to order out and order takoyaki for myself and Kahil. Takoyaki balls,
Yes.
please. But you know
Send
what?
it over.
Send it over. Grab food. You have Grab in the Philippines? You have, right?
Yes, we do.
Yo! But that's Celia, by the way, guys. This is gonna be the one time he played Holland, he got 4K. So the one time he played Feaster, he got 4K. So his Feaster is not for show. Definitely proves that he's proven before that he can get a 4K for elimination with the Haster. even with the pollen. So let's see what Celia will be doing. That's the second one from the left. That's the guy
Also,
there.
one thing to note, Feaster can actually be an efficient hunter in this map. Even with those blind spots, it does take great foresight, but in the hands of a really skilled hunter, I think Feaster is really feasible in Red Church. And he walks slow, yes, but he does have those tentacles.
Sugoi.
GPS tentacles.
GPS.
As we've been calling it here in the IDV community in the Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see if he's going to pull it out this game. But I would be very surprised if Team GG actually ban his Hasta instead of Pop Breaking Wheel. Because it has, if they ban Hasta, then they have to be really respect banning his pollen, his Hasta instead of his pollen. But if given the choice between the two, though, Kahel, what do you think? What do you think GG should ban though, like pollen or his Hasta?
I think not a lot of people might agree with me, but I think it would be better to ban the Feaster instead, knowing that it is really good and on the hands of Celia. Because again, Breaking Wheel could
it's hard to maneuver, right? Like
yes, definitely. Red Church is not exactly the best map for a Breaking Wheel. There are a lot of places where you could loop him. And we've seen this in the previous match. And although that was not a lot of containment done by the survivors of Scars, it just goes to show us that Red Church is relatively hard to control a Breaking Wheel in compared to Ever Sleeping Town or Chinatown. So, having said that, I think
they should ban his Hasta, right? Yeah.
Unless they know how to completely counter a Feaster, which is actually also possible, but this is GG after all. I have full faith in their capabilities as a survivor team. But then again, Scars has been surprising us since the start of round 2. Who knows? We really don't know what's gonna happen, but that doesn't change the fact that we're all equally excited to see this second half of round 2.
Yeah. Yo, let's go. They're definitely, like, I would dub them the team full of surprises, king of surprises. So I wouldn't be surprised if they don't ban. Okay, let's see. Are they gonna ban Hester or are they gonna ban the Breaking Wheel? GG, make up your mind. Let's go. What are they gonna ban? But of course, Celia has to ban the survivors first, which will be the Seer and the Forward. So seems pretty standard. It can be a pollen ban, it can be a Hester ban, but they're gonna Dream Witch instead. Wow, I think they did their research. They watched Celia play Dream Witch.
And it looks like they have a plan in store for us when it comes to countering that potential Feaster pick. So I'm really excited to see how they plan on countering this Feaster. Again, although he's my favorite hunter, he's not in the meta, and there are a lot of better picks than him. So they can be prepared for that. Yes.
Cowboy, they banned Cowboy. Celia's banning Cowboy. The last ban, Cowboy. Does GG play Cowboy? Let me look at the stats. What's going on, Kyle?
We actually don't have any Cowboys in the data,
No
so
Cowboys.
this is really interesting. Where is this coming from? Maybe because Celia is probably predicting that they could employ the same strategy used by the survivors of Scars, and is probably trying to prevent that. That could be a thing. You know, it is a competition after all. You are required to stay on your toes and make up new strategies as you go. But looking at this present lineup, I think this is really strong. We have an entomologist. Those bees can really block some pathways and protect the entomologist. And we've seen a lot of amazing entomologist kites here in this map. And the same can be said for the acrobat. This is one of the acrobat's playgrounds apart from Moonlit River Park. And need I say more about this patient? He was able to secure an escape in the previous matches, especially in Red Church. There are a lot of places for these hooks to be used effectively. And of course, we have a mercenary still, in my opinion, the most efficient rescuer in the game. This is a Blood Queen!
Yeah, there's no choice. I think Celia couldn't go for the Hester, even if he wants to, because Bloody Queen is so much better at countering entomologists. Like, the moment he sees entomologists, having an acrobat is already bad enough, dodging the tentacles. Having a patient dodging the tentacles, all of them can dodge the tentacles, to be honest. And even the bees can block the movement. Hester is already slow enough, so I think Celia going to Bloody Queen is definitely a much better choice, securing the tie at the very least. Because as we all saw, the survivors they already escaped 3. All Celia needs to do is just get a draw, and that's gonna be it. So I think
that is
it's
how we
a
push
better
for the
choice.
round 3, right?
Yeah, it's a much better choice. It is. Unless if somehow GG they turn into beast mode or something, and then they manage a 4-person escape, then that would be a different story.
It would. We'd be going towards the second matchup already. The fourth matchup, rather. Well, my second matchup. So these teams really need to stay on their toes, be alert, and stay calm, of course. We've seen the comms, right? We've seen how calm they are and how vocal they are about their strategies when it gets intense.
Yep. But you know what? Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2, second half. It brought to you the live action all here in COA 5, day 1. Me, Nello Mello, and Kahale. Let's go.
And
Boom.
welcome back to Red Church with the Blood Queen spawning at the red carpet, already transitioning towards mid broken to find the first target. And there it is. Okay, so
Instant.
the patient was able to use that hook. Such an amazing use of the hook right there. I really think it's worth it, because you really do not want to be hit while the mirror is active. That would be really bad, and actually really good for Celia.
Yeah, I mean, oh my god, Celia is changing targets towards Ku Chao right there. And he's gonna hit the B once. Is he gonna bring it back in? Ku Chao just getting ready. Celia just trying his best not to lose the entomologist right there, just saving the mirror. Oh goodness, he's anticipating the entomologist to go into the runes kiting area, but wow, this is just like a mind game. Ku Chao not going there, instead just making a loop back into the red church. Wow.
Amazing prediction on the part of Ku Chao there, doing a bit of a mind game against Celia. He did expect him to go towards that mid-broken area, which is why he placed that mirror towards the back. But again, the chase continues. This entomologist not
He lost him.
an easy target to chase.
My
so
god.
Changing targets towards the middle area and to find Coco
Oh my
using
goodness.
this
Acrobat?
is the acrobat in the hands of
My
Coco.
goodness. My goodness. He lost the entomologist, but he managed to get the one hit onto Coco. Even though Coco was already channeling the balls. He was getting ready to run. But Coco, you still have another ball ready, but not. The blink. Is he gonna use the blink?
Oh!
He is. First down by
Beautiful
Celia.
down. Yes, definitely. But one cipher has already been popped and 2 are almost finished. So this is still good progress on both sides, actually. But this is my least favorite chair in the whole map. It is relatively difficult to rescue from this chair because it's just such an open area. There's nothing, almost nothing to protect you when you do get rescued, except maybe for that window inside the shack or this pallet at the back 8 area, which is still actually really far. So they need to at least do a body block, or maybe they could use the bees.
Oh my goodness, I don't know what's going on. Like usually if you go towards that wall, people would be anticipating that the machinery is gonna make a dash, but he's trying to go towards the middle, but there's not enough room for him to go to the middle. That's the thing. and it's been rescued after half. It looks like Celia is struggling to get the second person, but it's okay because Coco just dropped the cream and it's gonna slow the interaction so much. Very, very nice play right there. Gonna be checked for the second time, but again, Kale, one cipher remaining at
How did
40%.
that even happen? All that time, it was so fast. This cipher rush is just too OP. Somebody is going to somebody's gonna have to rescue at the right time and provide as much support as possible, or probably also pull off a force heal just to get that cipher done. Still a lot of time left on this acrobat, and so 18 is kind of taking his time. Oh, vaulted that window there. That was kind of dangerous, but at least he was able to successfully rescue the acrobat. Needs
Oh,
to
nice! He got it, acrobat down.
Will he do the force heal?
Oh, and it's not even Terra Shock. I think they're gonna manage it.
Oh my gosh! They were able to pop that cipher! That happened so fast. That was actually amazing. Amazing on the mercenary here. Again, Blink teleport is actually already available, but Coco here doing her very best to contain Celia. Will she be able to at least... Acrobat is down, and...
Teleport straight away. He doesn't want to deal with this. He doesn't want to deal with the 3-man. Sorry,
Okay,
he doesn't want to
in
deal.
the area.
Yeah, he
I
doesn't
was
want to
also
deal.
kind of stunned there.
Yeah, he doesn't want to deal with the 3-man escape. He cannot. He's like, okay, my team has already gotten 2 survivors escape. I'm not gonna let you guys go, just like that. So he decides to teleport back. But now he already has his mirror. He knows where 18 is. He knows that the moment he chests Acrobat is just gonna. Oh, Acrobat's just gonna stand up right now.
Force heal again. Acrobat lives to fight another day. Let's go, Coco, girl boss. Containing the Blood Queen in the back gate area. Unfortunately, that dungeon is nowhere in sight. But at least 3 people are actually out the gate, and
It's very hard.
knows?
Oh my god.
This is
She
gonna
still
be
has
the
2
fight of her
balls.
life.
Kahel, she has 2 balls.
The tension is still in effect. Needs to be
She
very
has 2
careful
balls.
here.
Oh, she got
Oh
it.
no!
Yeah. My god.
And here we were hoping that she actually gets to use those 2 balls, but still, such an
Yeah.
amazing kite. And again, that teleport at the end just allowed her to heal up and buy more time, securing a safe passage for the mercenary to get out that front gate.
Yeah, I mean, GG. They just activated beast mode. They activated beast mode. They got 3 survivors out against Celia's Bloody Queen, which has a very high potential of getting a draw. And that's the thing though, because right here in the stats it says that GG actually manages to get wins and ties most of the time in BO1 and BO2. And in BO3 they actually managed to get 2 wins. So if this is a sign of GG survivors just starting to move up, I'm really worried about what Scars Hunter is going to be facing in best of 3, because this is definitely going to a BO3. Each side has a 1 win each, but here's the thing: if the next round it comes to another draw, then Scars is gonna win. Or even if GG wins, but it comes to the points differential, they need to get like 10-0, because in the first game itself, Scars managed GG managed a 8-1. So Scars needs to get a 10-0 in round number 3. So I'm really worried about Scars right now. GG has already won the first game with 8-1. So that's a very, very big point differential right there for Scars to catch up. This was supposed to be the round where they catch up, but unfortunately it ended with a draw. So if it goes to a draw, GG's gonna win. If it goes to 8-1 in favor of Scars in best of 3, it's gonna be another draw, and we're gonna go to a tiebreaker, I think. But if Scars wants to
we're
win,
seeing the
10-0.
numbers now, so
Yeah.
it's time for you, Nell, to do the maths.
Yeah, 8-1 in game number 1.
8-1, and
Game
a
3, they
draw.
need to get 10-0. Scars needs a 10-0, a clean sweep, 4 escape and 4 eliminations to get to win. So the pressure is going to be on Scars. GG, the moment they sealed the deal with a draw in game 2, they basically are in a more comfortable and more advantageous position right there. So Scars, a lot of pressure going on in their head right now.
Well, I believe in Scars. They have been surprising us since round 2, so they might just surprise us even more in round 3. And although, again, as we said, they are really players who stick to the meta, we've seen some really unique picks, like for the entire match. They've been surprising us with those picks, not just in round 2, but also in round 1. Again, with that Enchantress pick, and again with the cowboy. That's something you really don't see every day. It's one of those sights to behold in your words.
I think getting the 3-1, the 3 escape from Scars was already very good. It's you know what? It's okay. Let's go for a short break.
俺監視リーチバレてるちなみに今日からハッチャーかハッチャーかなモネ出れるモネ出れる多分モネ出れると思う出れるいけると思ういけると思うあもう一つうわ
するオッケー
ナイス
然后昆虫秀大腿秀那边，我在小腿，OK，是2个镜子，对，你只要不干扰到遗产，这把赢了。在小腿，你哪了呀？哎，我被闪死了。问题不大，问题不大。我的发电箱，我不伤了。清晰一点是哪里啊？小门，我就死小门，我让他挂久一点，你们小心镜子。别伤他，别伤他。哎，摸头，要给2刀，给2刀才行。
Yo, welcome back to Guangzhou. I'm just kidding. Welcome back to day number 1. We are currently at Scars versus GG. We're moving on to game number 3. So, exciting game. Game number 1, game number 2. Game number 1, GG, very, very dominant. 3 survivors escape, 4 eliminations. And in game number 2, Scars bringing it up back with 3 escapes. But just very unfortunate for Scars because GG had the upper hand with the survivors against the Bloody Queen of Celia, managing to get a 3 escape as well, bringing it to a draw. So game number 3, what do you think is going to be the game plan for Scars? Because Scars need 10 points, 10 to 0 if they want to win against anything short of that. They're gonna lose against a GG in their first encounter.
Well, they need to be on point with all of their decisions. They need to be. They need to have a perfectly supportive survivor lineup. They should have done their homework as to who the hunters could actually be in round 3. They could be predicting that feaster. So if he does come out on the part of Scars, that would be really interesting. So I'm sure both survivors are really preparing for this 3rd round because this will make or break their standing in the group stages. And although there are going to be matches after this, whoever wins these first rounds are clear to be in an advantage when it comes to advancing to the next round. So the pressure is just immense on both teams. But again, you said that this is round 3. Again, we keep on saying this is my favorite round because there are more bans, more chances to be creative, more non-meta picks, and we get to see more of the survivors that we don't usually see in round 1, like less forward, less seer, less mercenary. Well, mechanic not so much because she's not getting banned, at least not that much for this tournament.
I think a lot of people are just finding the mechanic first. It's giving so much headache. Like if you find the mech, you get rid of the doll, and even if you don't chase the mechanic, you just start whacking the mechanic's teammates. Like for example, in one game, where the mechanic wasn't even being chased, but because all of the teammates are being hit, the mechanic has such a great debuff. She couldn't even decode much without a bot. Her bot is basically at only like 30% left. So and there's 5 ciphers remaining at that very one point. But again, in this kind of maps, I don't know. It's like a tall order. Not only do they need to get 4 escape, they need to get 4 eliminations as well. For Celia, I think he has a very high potential to get 4K with a Haster. There's a possibility there. But against GG's Hunter Som, can you get a 4 escape? Because it seems like the 3 escape was already very good enough, but for them to manage a 4 escape, that's asking even more.
It's kind of almost impossible.
it feels like they need a miracle. Yeah, but let's just see how they're gonna do. And thank you, Karina, for saying that I'm cute with my glasses. I'm sorry, I shouldn't do that comment.
They're calling us the
Lovable
glasses duo now.
Oh, glasses duo, okay.
Yeah, the glasses duo.
Yeah, dynamic duo. But you know what? It's always a pleasure to be casting with you, Kahil. You bring a lot of smiles. And I'm very excited, especially since we're seeing the rise of the non-meta characters. And I'm just so happy to see them, you know? Like, and it works. It's not like it didn't work. The cowboy worked. And
yes, that was amazing. Again, I don't think I can even stop talking about that. That was that tactic, that distraction tactic was so on point. We didn't even know that that cipher was already primed. So that was I really want to see more of that.
Yeah, I want to see more of it too. And look at that guy in the nice suit just walking behind GG. I think that's the coach or something. But yeah, it's just so high level of the place where they're playing at right now. I think Celia is going to be hunting first for Team Scars. So Celia, I'm definitely hoping to see a more unconventional pick because clearly, maybe not so obvious, but it seems like he was struggling with the Bloody Queen just a little bit there. Maybe it wasn't the result that he was hoping for, especially against a veteran team like GG. Like they definitely know how to kite a Bloody Queen, right? They definitely know. They definitely practice against a Bloody Queen. But did they practice against a Haster? That's the thing. Did they practice against a Feaster? Because maybe Celia can surprise them and make it work.
Exactly, and also that's something that you really do not come across, not even in rank. There aren't a lot of feasters around, especially for this season, or at least in my experience. So to see him in a competition, no less, that's really something to throw off the Survivor. So I really do hope that GG is prepared for this because I really like to see that. Thank you to Pat Littler telling us to stay hydrated.
Yeah, for sure. As soon as it allows us to. All right. Cheers. You forgot to say cheers. I would have drank with you.
Everyone.
I would have drank with you. But right now we're gonna look at the Chinatown. Wow. Chinatown Haster, possible? Chinatown Haster, Chinatown Soul Weaver, Chinatown Breaking Wheel.
Definitely not. Do not want to be dealing with a breaking wheel in this map. A Dream Witch could be possible, but we don't know who else Celia can bring out apart from the ones that he has already showed us. So it's really gonna depend. Look at him thinking about it.
Yeah, he's thinking.
Who am I gonna bring out for this map? I hope Celia is prepared because GG is, like you said, beast mode. They are on absolute beast mode. They're not gonna want to waste any points here. They're gonna want to take this round home with them and ultimately win the matchup. So your move, Celia. Who's it gonna be?
Yeah, but they already banned two of the meta hunters, which is Dream Witch and the Breaking Wheel. I think Celia has no choice. They're definitely not afraid of his Bloody Queen. So what will Celia play? Soul Weaver? What is a 4K hunter? He definitely did a 4K before with Hester. Sculptor, I don't think it's so good in this map, simply because of the area, the terrains. The statue wouldn't really hit much, especially with the Patient and Acrobat being picked by GG. So, and the Cowboy again, I really cannot make sense of the Cowboy ban. I don't know. Will Celia actually try to overcome his bad game in game 2 and go for another Bloody Queen pick? Because it's really hard for Celia to get a 4K against GG with Bloody Queen. Yeah, and that's even the Perfumer now thrown into the mix of GG. Perfumer.
But it looks like they changed to entomologist, so unless
Entomologist.
these characters
okay.
have been locked, your guess is as good as mine. But I think this is a really good lineup in itself. We do have a lot of containment characters here. It is a large map, so if maps are large, you're gonna want to prioritize transitioning, support, and rescue. So these characters have amazing kiting potential, and
Yeah.
I'm kind of starting to understand the logic behind these choices. But look at Kuchao already changing to the Perfumer. I was kind of thinking about this. I was at the back of my head. It was there. The geisha could come out. She could be feasible in this map. We have seen a lot of good geisha gameplays here in Chinatown. So this is actually really exciting. Well, Feaster's out the window, but at least here's a third time that the geisha is
it's
coming
seen,
out in
right?
the competition. Yeah.
Yeah, but if we look at Geisha's performance in Chinatown and the exact spot, the exact hunter picks, young Mei Mei from Weibo Gaming YMM has trouble with Geisha in this map, and even the only person enjoying the success would be Alex, and even Alex, I would say
It wasn't easy. Yeah.
yeah, it wasn't easy at all. So in order to get a 4K, you have to be very decisive. Will he bring Abnormal first to stop Cypher Rush? You know what? All the actions are going to be brought to you live by us, me, Nello Mello, and Kahil. This is Game 3. First half, Geisha versus the World of GG. Let's go! There
Here
we
we
go.
are
Celia.
in Chinatown with the geisha transitioning from the tree towards Kuchao. Here, the Perfumer. I think it's a
It is.
pretty good find.
Oi,
Yes.
oi! One tap! Oh no, it's not even gonna bait the Perfume out of Kuchao. Kuchao, the discipline. Imagine if he gets hit there. Oh my goodness. Kuchao is gonna be the one taking the first kite. Not a bad find for Geisha. Oh
Was
my
not able
goodness.
to use that Perfume. She does have two though, still in stock, but needs to use it efficiently. Such an amazing effort from Celia here.
Nice.
Uses that Perfume. Will she do that window move? But I think it's that was too much time, and dashing through that area. This geisha is actually it's actually pretty good.
The geisha is phenomenal. Like the mind games, he knows that Kuchao is not going to use the game. Kuchao was also being very, very cautious and not using. But unfortunately, Celia getting the better out of the exchange, managing to hit the Perfumer without using the Perfume at all. And oh my god, the Chinsu is gonna be on the chair for the first time ever. Ciphers are, however, one of them are done and abnormal. You see, that's what we're talking about. Celia is gonna try and stop the progress of the Cipher. Gonna fly into the air. Wow.
Now all that remains is to guard this chair after applying that abnormal on that nearby cipher. GG18 in the area waiting for that opportune time to rescue this poor perfumer right here. Here he is. Will he make it?
Yeah, he will. He will. But the thing is, Perfumer has no more items at all. He doesn't have any more items at all, and he's just gonna hit. That just hits. My God, and that's the danger of Keisha in the shortcoming. He's just gonna hit one more time for full presence. There we go, full presence, max speed, Fast and Furious 10, Michiko. There we go, and she's just gonna hide in the corner. Yep, she's just gonna hide a corner, buying more time. 4 ciphers remaining. I think Celia has a really big chance to get a 3K or a 4K at least here. Like maybe a 3K at least, 4K if the survivors make another mistake. Yeah, 4 ciphers. 3 of them are at past the 70% point though, so maybe some chance.
Well, one thing is for sure, these survivors need to get decoding, especially because Celia just used abnormal on one that had some major progress. And again, the mercenary is in the area. Not sure if he's gonna rescue, probably just triggering the earmark just to keep Celia in the
He's not gonna
immediate
rescue.
area.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna rescue. He doesn't want to risk a double down. And G18, he's gonna use the pad to run away. Yeah, he's not gonna rescue. And that's the thing though, 2 ciphers are being done throughout the time that he has been giving the earmark, giving the tinnitus. And 18 is gonna use another dash, one final pad right here. If he uses it, he will have nothing after this. And that's the thing, 86% on one cipher, 21 for another one.
Oh, was able to dodge that by vaulting through the pallet. Amazing stuff from 18 here. Buying a lot more time. Used that last elbow pad when it counts. A lot of distance established between himself and the geisha. Again, amazing kite from Gigi here. And also, note, Nell, that there is just 40% remaining on that last cipher there. It's really good time. Somebody just needs to go in for that rescue, and that's done. But the geisha has teleported towards the last cipher to find the patient in the area.
What a beautiful dash right there. He knows that the patient is gonna go through the tree area, and he instantly targeted the butterfly there. Another one. Oh my God. A sleight of hand right there. Coco is gonna ignore the machinery straight away. Coco is gonna try and decode the final cipher. It's already past 80% mark, but Coco is gonna go away. She realizes that Celia is no longer chasing the patient. Celia, it can be anyone's game. Kyle, it can be anyone's game because right now patient is half health. Machinery is on the floor. The acrobat though, she has 2 balls. She basically has 4 balls right now because 1 black ball, 2 white balls, and 1 fire bomb. So this is hard. This is hard for Celia. He's under so much pressure. He has to guard the cipher.
Gigi's gonna really want to push for a tie, if not a 3-man escape, with one probably getting out through either the gate or the dungeon. But look at this. Look at how much time is passing here. But note that actually not one cipher is being decoded. So it's kind of like at an impasse. So they just need to regroup and heal. They will be able to do it anyway. That geisha is so far from the mercenary.
She has to start dashing right now. I think she has an idea where they are, and they're gonna get it. Nice. Wow, but Coco is going back to the cipher already. Look at Coco. She's already trying, running, making a dash towards the last cipher. And that's the thing. Geisha has the teleport up again. If 18 decides to save right here, he's gonna get doubled down because, you know, the cipher's gonna be prime. That's for sure. But that's the thing though. They have to hit Jutsu straight away. I think he's going straight for the machinery. What is going on?
Oh, they popped it! Popped it already, and we are now at the end game. Mercenary at half health. If he does get hit with the tension, he will immediately be downed. But look, both survivors are already going towards the other gate. Oh no, was baited to drop that pallet and absorb that hit right there. Again, teleport is available. Will Geisha use it?
Yeah, I don't know. Like it looks like it looks like he's just gonna try and teleport away, but that's the thing. He's trying to see if there's anyone in the middle. He's trying to see if there's anyone in the middle, and yeah, he realizes that Zhu Zi, one of the two survivors remaining, might be around trying to save the machinery. I think he's gonna try and force Coco out of the. He's gonna try and force Coco out, and maybe just save his teleport for later. Let's see how it goes.
Oh wow!
My
A
goodness.
nice, a beautiful use of that black ball right there. And Mercenary has already been rescued. They could actually
Wow.
pull this
They know-
off. Will they? The dungeon is in the area.
He knows. Oh my God, Coco!
Oh no! A terror shock from Celia as the acrobat vaulted
God.
through that pellet right there. And it looks like he won't be cheering. Oh no!
Yeah, he's gonna get 18. Celia is just so good. Oh my God, Celia, he doesn't crumble under pressure. Even though it looks like Gigi's gonna make a 3 escape, but right here he's gonna be carrying the machinery, and then he's just gonna fly back to where he left the acrobat. He knows where the acrobat is. He's just gonna go, and Zhu Zi is already at the. Zhu Zi is already healed up, but the geisha has already seen him. That's the thing.
Uses that beautiful butterfly there to cut him, to stop him on his tracks. But where is the acrobat? He went back towards the dungeon. I think he's gunning for the dungeon. Oh no!
It's gonna be a 3-man. It's gonna be a 3-man. Okay, what they can do now, I think Celia has already done his best here. Very, very amazing display right here. Celia from Scars getting the 3K despite the ciphers being rushed. I think the Mercenary was the second Kaita who actually bought a lot of time until the cipher was basically down to the last one. And look at Celia, he's already happy. He's like, you know what? I've done my best. I've managed to get a 3 elimination. He's happy with what he's done. So Celia has done his part.
He
Now
has indeed.
Yeah, it's up to the Scar survivor now to get a 4-man escape. Yo.
Definitely. And although we didn't see that feaster pick, I'm still very, very happy with how well he did with that geisha. Again, we've seen lots of geisha users excel in Chinatown and use the same strategy with the use of abnormal just to be able to hamper the cipher progress early in the game, and then switch to teleport to be able to close the distance between the hunter and the survivors. And I think the use of teleport at the end game was kind of the tipping point there. That is how Celia was able to turn everything in his favor. And I love it. I love that that teleport was available at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, he's disciplined though in keeping the teleport. He's like, okay, I know I'm gonna have this as soon as I dash over to the middle. Yeah, basically he's done his best. To be honest, I think GG and Scars. I think Scars. Here's a thought. Maybe they are not as stressed as we think they would be. They're probably not very pressured because they're like, okay, we put up a good fight. It's just the first out of the 3 matches we'll be having. So yeah, I think they're playing with a very calm mind right now. But you know what? 3-1, Celia has done his best. It's up to the Scars survivor to get a 4 escape. In order for them to go to a game 4, they need a miracle, Kahel. It's a miracle escape, 4 escape right there.
So on the part of Sham here, he's just gonna need to really take his time, not exactly relax, but at least be able to secure a 1-man kill, right? Or if not a tie. So I'm sure Sham has it in has his sights set on that that outcome. So the survivors of Scars are really gonna need to stay on their toes and be prepared for whatever hunter Sham can take out. But looking at the data, who else can we expect Sham to bring out?
Well, Sham has Bonbon. Like, we haven't seen his Bonbon. We've already seen his Breaking Wheel twice. 1 win, 1 loss. And, well, he has Galatea as well. He has Bloody Queen. He has Anne. But Bonbon, I would say in Chinatown, it can be anything. Even a Bloody Queen. I would say one of the two, Bloody Queen or Bonbon. Unless if it gets banned. We have not seen Sham on Dream Witch. I think he can play Dream Witch after all, but We haven't seen him pick the Dream Wish up yet in this tournament, but yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. The pressure is not so much on GG. They just need one kill and that's it. One kill and they're gonna win.
大家好，我是
Hello,
Here's
PP
an
Xia.
appearance from PP Xia.
我的场
Hello,
景
PP
是一般
Xia.
是
Why you
26
no
号
play
守卫帮
today?
忙，还有破
Brain
轮。
freeze.
我的场域里面那多了去了，什么红夫人啊、邦邦啊、破轮啊。
Oh, he's telling his look. Oh my god, I'm good at all of them. My god, this is such a fun duo, Kyle. Like teasing each other.
Duo indeed.
Yeah, he can play a lot. He say like Soul Weaver and the Disciple. Wow, Disciple might make it too. It's like a draw hunter as well. So.
Oh, it's been a while since we've seen a Disciple. It would be really nice to see her back in Call of the Abyss. She does have also a very interesting set of skills on her.
Yep. Look, they're standing up, trying to stretch. Yeah.
Stretches.
Possibly the last match for their matchup today against GG. Let's see. Yep. That's the thing though. Even like according to the chat, like that's the thing. Even if they get 3 escape and Scars still win in round 3, but coming to a 1 win each and a 1 draw, then we will go to the points differential, and that's where a GG will win by points. So they cannot just win; they need to win by rounds and by the points as well. Yeah, because if it comes to a draw, points are going to be calculated. That's it.
The pressure must be immense on these players. Again, this is GG we're talking about. It must be even an honor to be facing this team in Call of the Abyss, no less. Again, remember, this is one of the best teams in China and the world. So Scars has their work cut out for them.
Yeah, for sure. But Som, my God,
look at what the chat is saying in terms of who their hunter picks are. It looks like we've got a Wu Chang in here, a Nayad.
From Hey Wu, yeah, she has all the Wu Chang skins except Frost. Okay, Wu Chang, I like those picks, but of course, they're in it to win it. I mean, at this point, they can definitely just go for anything they want because they just need 1 kill. Shom just needs 1 kill, but never underestimate the power of Scar survivors, because if you just give a little bit of breathing space, it will come back and bite you.
That's
right. You do not want 4 escapes. that's gonna turn the tables right off. So I don't think they will be playing anything fancy. They'll be playing to the strongest and most comfortable hunter. Yep.
That is the logical thing to do. And while these players are getting ready for the match, I just want to say thank you to everyone who has been watching the matches so far. Again, this is just day 1 of the group stages. And here we are with the picks and bans. Finally, the wait is over. We get to see who will be the hunter and who will be the survivors. But first, look at these bans. Again, very understandable. We have the priestess, we have the forward, and a seer.
Wow.
Of course, they need to seal in that mercenary. Again, the best rescuer in the game. And check out these bans. A BQ ban.
A BW as well. Yeah, 2 of the potential 4K hunters, Pollen, and in the hands of a very dangerous player, BQ can also easily secure a tie at the very least. So they're trying to keep Shom away from his comfortable hunters, which is very understandable. Scars.
Fantastic decision. I definitely agree with Shom banning the toy merchant because she's almost impossible to chase. Again, a cowboy pick from Tsunami right here. Scars, what is going on? What are your plans? What do you have in mind? And a coordinator as well. So I'm gonna need to take note of that. Again, there is no toy merchant because she's so strong in this map. What?
Okay,
Am I
Spider
saying
works.
this correctly? Are we gonna have a Soul Weaver in Chinatown? Again, such an amazing pick for this map because there are a lot of nooks and crannies where you can put down those webs to gain that speed boost. So this is really exciting, Nell.
It is very understandable because, well, you're not afraid of the cowboy lasso if you have enough webs to just spin the survivor on the floor, right? So that kind of makes sense. That kind of makes sense because the only time the cowboy can lasso anyone is when the hunter is ballooning a survivor. But with the Soul Weaver, there's no such thing. Just weave into a mummy, leave the person on the floor. That's it. Game over. Cowboy can delay time. Cowboy can do the lasso in the air rescue. So very nice pick. And Sham does play Soul Weaver, as mentioned in the interview as well. Now we've seen him. So yeah, we're very excited to see what's gonna happen here because Soul Weaver just needs one kill for them to win the entire matchup. And Scars, they need 4 escape. Or at the very least, no, there's no very least. They just need 4 escape. They just need
4 people
just
out that
die.
gate.
Yeah, they need 4K, and that's not even to win. That's just to tie, to draw, to bring it to a tiebreaker. So it's a very tall order, but we'll see how it goes. I'm just very excited to see Cowboy in general.
Yes, well. But finally, it looks like we have the picks and bans in place, and we're about to get to the match in a little while. But again, let me do it this time, Nell. It is my honor to present to you round 3, second half, Call of the Abyss Group Stages, Day 1, brought to you by the very handsome, the very dashing Mellow and me, Kahel.
Very
It will be
pretty.
Identity 5 action.
Ooh. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Soul Weaver playing for just 1K at the very least, trying to win the whole matchup. He's gonna be going to the 2 floor. He's gonna be spotting out a survivor very soon, having seen the blood trails. Gonna be following it, and it's gonna be the patient ready with the hooks. Look at him soar in the sky for the second time throughout the matchups. Patient is gonna be the first person to be chased. I don't know. Sham is looking to pursue the patient with. And he's saving the threats as well. A lot of threats. Then do the speed boost. What's gonna happen? Soars. He's not gonna use. Wow.
Wow.
The mind game.
Lands that hit right there. That was a bit of a slippery exchange right there. You know, conserving those skills and being mindful of the pallets, but then again here the chase continues. Oh no! Patient is down here at the 2nd floor with 5 ciphers remaining. Amazing start from Sham right here. That's gonna put a lot of pressure on the decoding because they do need to rescue this patient here, I believe.
Yeah, they need to, and that's the thing though, because despite looking like it wasn't a very long kite in particular, but 3 ciphers are going to be done almost. 2 ciphers are going to be finished as we speak. 1 cipher by the Merc is already at 77%. He's just going to do the fast hit. And no,
a chair hit.
He's gonna take. It was a chair hit, but which allows Paiwan to actually block for the 2nd time. What? Soar.
Oh,
He still has a
amazing
blink
hit
though.
on the web there.
Shum. Is he gonna use the blink? No, but he has the speed boost, and that's very, very annoying. And that's where, that's where Soar is gonna end up at the very corner of the map. Makes sense. The Cowboy's gonna come now.
Also, the dungeon is actually in the area. Oh, will Moan do it?
No, it's just too close. Oh my goodness. But the second rescue might make it. It's pretty reasonable right there. Mode is just trying to get rid of the webs right there. There's also a coordinator, which is why they picked coordinator, I think, because Tsunami is already coming for the rescue. Oh, he's gonna get the 2 hits!
Amazing stuff from Sham right here. And amazing defense of the chair. There are a lot of people in the area, actually. We have the coordinator and we have the cowboy.
Sham?
Will hit it.
He's not gonna aim for it. Oh my god, he's so near. And look at the cowboy, he's gonna get hit too. Look at how slow it is. It's
What? This is insane, Sham. 3 people down here in this immediate area. It's just that those webs are just so OP.
My god.
Again, this coordinator was not able to heal in time. Cowboy has just been recently down. I think they both will be shared. It may potentially become a basement party as well. We have a mercenary at half health. Scars, they are in a bit of trouble here. So, oh wow, Cowboy was able to heal at least.
Oh, he actually blinked, but he missed. Oh my god, and it actually hit the web, the 25% web hit. What a sniper, Sham. It isn't a joke that he's actually... Oh my god, it's not a joke. He is very good with Soul Weaver. Look at the way they're controlling. He's just gonna drop the... Yeah, he's just gonna drop the mercenary first. The cowboy is at 25%. Oh, shot!
He uses that flare gun! I almost forgot about that flare gun just because I haven't seen a coordinator in a while, but to see that hit, that's something that you really don't see every day. Oh, slow vault! Such a slow vault from the coordinator, and again, she's down. Mercenary is down. This is really gonna be a basement party this time. Cowboy, what are you thinking?
Sham's like, you think I just need 1K? I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go for 4K. Watch me do it right now, right here, right now. I don't care if you have a gun. I don't care if you have a lasso. I don't even need excitement, and that's what he did, Sham. And basically, the cowboy is just at one spider web away from getting down. And oh my goodness, Sham. This is the decisive win by GG in best of 3. Sham. Add Soul Weaver to his list because he is on a roll today. Oh, he's gonna spot out the cowboy straight away.
It looks like this is also his his hidden ace.
Yeah, looks like
saving it for Chinatown. Oh, uses those webs again. That speed boost. Cowboy is down, and the survivors have surrendered. Congratulations to GG for that beautiful victory.
Look at his face. He's not even like, he's not like, I did it. He's like, yeah.
All in the day's work.
Yeah, all in the day's work. Time to go and eat dinner. He's probably thinking that. But great job, GG to Team GG. Good game, well played. But Scars, I'm really, really impressed. I think we are all impressed. Scars, they are obviously having fun. I noticed that just now, even though one person has been flown back to the manor, they were still smiling. They're not worried. This is just the beginning. Losing 1 game out of 3, it's fine. They can come back. But I really like to see this kind of attitude, positiveness. Yeah, and I think we all can learn something from these kind of players who are positive, and instead of blaming, they choose to be supportive to their teammates. So that's what makes people play better. Yeah, so I believe in kind words making people play better. So that's what they did. So congrats to Team GG, and also very, very valiant effort by Scars. How about you, Kyle? What do you think?
Definitely not take away from Scars, because as I've said, they've been bringing out the most interesting picks that we've seen all day. So we have that Enchantress, we have that Cowboy, and these are really survivors that you don't see in competition. So to see them here is actually really fun to watch. So I would really like to thank Scars for that. That was such a good set of matches that we just saw from them. And this is actually, I think this is their effort to tell the world or the community that we don't just stick to meta. We've got some tricks up our sleeve. And still kind of bummed that we didn't get that feaster, but at least it just goes to show us that the meta is once again changing, and players are already veering away from what has been the meta since last year. So this is that time. Yeah, this is the time of the year that things are gonna start to get interesting with the meta. It's gonna start to evolve again, especially because we have some adjustments coming up.
Yeah, definitely. Like right now, despite moving away from the meta last year, right now even the Soul Weaver is becoming very, very viable and meta in Chinatown. It's actually one of Soul Weaver's best maps.
Best maps, yes.
Yeah, one of Soul Weaver's best maps, and yeah, it shows. And Shom got a 4K out of it. Very, very impressive showing right there. And this is the final score. Look down there. That's the final score from Game 1, Game 2, Game 3. So overall, it's gonna be 6-3 in game number 3. So it's 2 wins to 1 draw. 2 wins, 1 draw. Am I correct? Yeah, 2 wins and 1 draw. Yeah.
In
so
favor
that's
of GG.
Yeah, in favor of GG, and that's definitely gonna add up to the points in the group stages, where I think they will be competing to get as much victory and points and advantage as possible in order to qualify for the next round, which is the main stage. So, congrats! And so many people supporting Apples in the chat. Yeah, I know you guys are doing.
Congratulations to the people who got their predictions right. That's a lot of apples.
You guys love apples.
I hope I win the same thing too, because there are rewards to be redeemed for every correct prediction that you do. So good luck to the people that have placed in their predictions, and share it to your friends. Let them know that Identity 5 is actually giving rewards to those who passed their predictions for this year's Call of the Abyss. So yeah, just open up your game and you will see it there in the events section. You're gonna see that button down there that will allow you to pass your predictions. Yes, rank every team. Oh, you need to do yours.
We're gonna do it tomorrow.
Anyway, we have the same answers. You know, we've been discussing this online, but again, these are just predictions, and these teams are more than welcome to prove us wrong or surprise us or impress us with your improvement or your new strategies. This is what we live for. This is why we cast the game. This is why we play the game and share it to the community, because we want to see people do their best and people come back to show their best. You know, we've got these returning teams. We've got GG, FPX, ZQ, and we've got Japan teams. We've got SST. To see them come back year after year as the meta is changing is really interesting and refreshing. It's never boring. This game is never boring.
It's never boring. Exactly.
No two situations are the same, especially in every match. I think there's no such thing as a mirror match, because there could be mirror picks, but no mirror matches. There are different kinds of ways that, yes, definitely. You took the words out of my mouth. But Nell, so maybe we should talk about this next matchup, because that's also really exciting. This is actually looking forward to this next matchup.
Yeah, well, GH versus Do Wu. That will be the Juggernaut matches. One Juggernaut from Southeast Asia, and the other one is an extreme Juggernaut in Chinese. Among the Chinese teams in China, mainland China. It's definitely a match that you guys do not want to miss. If you guys haven't placed your predictions yet, make sure to place it now to win them sweet apples, as you say.
And redeem the rewards.
And redeem the rewards with your sweet apples. So, yep, place your predictions in the game itself. GH versus Dou right after this. And you know what? I'm very excited because GH, as far as I heard, they're coming back stronger than ever compared to last year.
Wow!
Yeah,
I'm excited for that. But first, let us acknowledge Sham here, our MVP with the best deduction. 3 best deductions actually. 0.67 Terror Shocks, scores at 11,006. 3 survivors eliminated on average, 10.67 knockdowns, and 1 pallet destroyed. It means that he's just that OP. He doesn't need to be just wasting his time on pallets, just chasing these survivors. And now here we are at the interview, Nell.
Hello， 大家好，
Yeah
欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是
Would
小张。
you do
She's
the
saying-
honors?
西西战队拿下了
She's
今天
saying
比赛的
hello,
胜利，我们
Nello,
请到
hello,
了先
Kahil.
凤跟枯草，先来打声招呼吧
I'm。just kidding. Let me just turn on the volume.
大家好，我是
Hello, I'm Ku Chao.
太棒了
Hello,
今天
I'm Sean.
马哥真牛，你这人能处，你说
Oh,
让
pro
粉丝进 ICU， 你绝对不手软的。你们俩先来分享一下此时此刻的心情吧。就是我觉得今天虽然
Share
表现
your
还可以，但是
experience.
整体还是有点起伏的，对吧？
就我的心情还是最近来就是难过、惭愧、
Talking about their feelings.
愧疚。
I don't know if he's kidding or not. He's saying that he's very depressed. 难过 He's like sad,
我的感
depressed.
觉就是跟粉丝一样，在 ICU 里
burden
疯狂的做着仰卧起坐。
哦，你也知道粉丝现在在 ICU， 那还蛮不错的哎。那接下来就是两个人先互相点评一下吧，对吧？给队友一
so
点
fast
鼓励。马哥先来。
强势玩的真不错。
那你说
He's
的
trying to encourage.
我觉
They're
得
trying to say,
对
like,
面
trying to try and
应
encourage
该是
each
排位当中的
other.
调香师应该会少很多啊，谢谢草哥。然后问一下关于比赛的问题，因为跟 SC 其实是老
asking
对
about
手了
competition.。
对，那在这次面对他们之前，有没有先说是做些准备呢？马哥。
准
You
备
guys
有的，
make any
对他们喜欢研究的那
preparations?
些地图什么的，我们都去练了一下。
So,
也是比
like
较
in
细
the
节嘛
map.。
那第一波的时候，我感觉整个的配合就打得非常的不错。第一局的时候，马哥先是拿下了一波4抓，其实对面给到的阵容有点不是很常规嘛，又有咒术啊，又有玩具伤，那你是
saying
怎么
that
去应对
the
的呢？
4 elimination
我
is
就想
really
着这个
good
阵
in the
容可以
first
带
game.
金身杀所有人，然
Too
后
fast
带了个金身。
你当时金身每一波用的都还蛮好的，可以来分析一下思路吗？
金身第一波嘛，就
You share
专
how
动
can you
杀
do
几次
that?
即使一点办法没有。然后第二波就是趁咒术没反应过来，一个金身给他秒了。
心理的拿捏。
啊
因为那一局我整体看下来觉得也很开心，一个4抓，一个3跑，对吧，草哥？是怎么就没有跑出去呢？当时有哭吗？有掉了几滴眼泪呢？
可能是就是中外友谊赛嘛，就是众人如一线，
日后好相见。
就跑完了就可能不太好。
你很善良。
对。
那当时队内语音是什么样子？
当时
再见。
当时我就想着，我接了一个这么帅的洞，我想着砸击一个球丢过来，我们卡4跑。但是在走进洞的时候，我就想着，国外有人打，好不容易打一场就是这种比赛，肯定是不能走完。然后就首先像我们上半场抓了4个，我们再跑4个就不太好，你懂吗？
你就崴了一下。
He's saying, oh, it's not too because in second game where the priestess in Ever Sleeping Town they were trying to escape 4, I was saying, oh, it's gonna be a 4 escape, but in the end, he was the only one left on the ground, and he didn't even want to try and crawl or do anything. He just surrendered. He just said, oh, it would be too bad if we escape 4. So I don't know if it's a joke or something.
我就听你的。
信任。
I will listen to you,
第二局的时候
pretty.
觉得发挥的也还
He
不
says he's
错，
going to
求生
listen.
者战队这边也是拿下了一个3跑。但是马哥其实我还是蛮想问你，因为第二局的时候很精彩，确实很精彩，对面也给到了足够大的压力。开门战的时候，以你的那个视角，你是一个什么样的感受呢？我们当时快窒息了。
快窒息。当时我的感受就是一点都不慌，我想了一下，大门2个，
I'm not nervous at all.
再加个娃，甚至有可能4杀。
你快闭嘴吧！心里想，
They're just joking around. They're being very charismatic. They're like, yeah, I'm not nervous at all. Especially when I'm just thinking about whether which gate is open and where I can go to get the 4K. So he's just keep joking around there.
我想着完了，快留一个吧，不要被4跑了。就我们因为比分还是大优势，他想着
So leave one person. Don't allow 4 escape 啦。
留一个就大伙就是好朋友。
但是下半场也扳平了嘛，因为你的昆虫学家开局也是牵制了红夫人很长的时间，费了好几个镜像，还蛮难牵制的。其实经常排位的时候，红虫让红夫人秒到，有什么小技巧吗？看到你在卡视。
You bought a lot of time with the Bloody Queen in game number 2.
作为 1.3W 的排位昆虫来说，建议不要拿昆虫去牵制红夫人。然后首先是
he's saying that what advice you have for the rank game. He said, please
看赛后牵制数据29。
Please don't learn from us and use entomologists to counter Bloody Queen. It's not gonna work.
然后最后一局呢，也是有惊无险。我看到你们好像布置了一下战术，包括是调换了一下上场的一个顺序啊，然后教练也有在跟你讲很多思路。你们当时最后一局是想要打出一个什么样的效果呢？
So for the last game, what are you guys actually thinking of? How are you guys planning to play that game out?
跑一个的话，那我就上去也留一个，然后在我上去的时候，果然目标就是留一个，但是留着。
He's saying that he actually just plans to like allow at least one person to go out. But, oh well, since I found him, I might as well just kill 4. So they're just joking around a lot there. They're just like being funny, very humorous.
怎么说？今天我觉得打下来也挺不容易的，粉丝看的也挺不容易的。有什么话想要送给他们吗？
首先是下次肯定加油，然后就以我的个人惨痛经历告诉大伙，不要拿调香师，会变得不幸。
确实。
不要拿调香师。I don't know what that character is, but they're actually just encouraging the other team.
下次不再进 ICU 吧，好吧。
好，一言为定啊。
下次在 ICU 门外。
在门外跳绳是吧
？Next time, let's meet at ICU.
也是在恭喜机器战队拿下了今天比赛的胜利，也是再次感谢2位来到我们的赛后采访席。接下来是我们今天的最后一场比赛，由 GH 对阵斗舞。我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Thank you, Miss Announcer from China. So basically that's it lah, because they talk so fast. Okay.
OK。我这没事，我有治愈，他小心他传送。你球呢？
球没 CP。
过去吧，可以。好了。你直接往中场走，冰幻。
我往中场走，我去了。
他传我，你就赶紧点大门。
OK。里面往里面。他飞，你叫我走我就走。他没打了，我其实可以叫你先冲门的。
走一个吧。
いいかもしれない。ゲート奥にしよう。オネ向かっていいよ。
ナイスキルする。
まだどこ解読して
ます。
うお無理だ。
俺も行くよ。
フロー。
Scales, venom gland, and the vomeral nasal organ. Reptiles' delicate biology is engraved with the mysteries of evolution. Researching them feels like listening to hymns of heaven and tracing the steps left by the Creator. But the end lies in unexpected malice. Is this a cruel joke from the Creator? Or the inconvenient truth of evolution? All but a small price to pay on the path to truth. And as the scales shed, I shall step over the last of my boundaries.
打击足够远，鱼女也不好控。
没错，但是这边的话，因为野人已经下出时间到了，
撞到了，
直接收插，
好像没收到，但是可以绕圈，一波又秒了，
坏了呀！
看一下上期的一个牵制碰地，
来了，那这里的话是要先拉开距离，然后再
一个加速，
对，
过来，哎呦，这个也没抢到。
315正式开战了，我们的目标是冠军，请为我们加油吧！
Hello. I'm Skyfall from GH and today I'm with my teammate. Yeah. This is Capcom. Hello. And Dynamos. Hello. Here is G1 Atali. Hello. Here is the last human. Hello. And last one is Little Boy. But J is not here today.
Oh, saw the wildling right here, and this also means Perfumer really needs to focus on encoding. Now the wildling is right here trying to bomb the Siphon Machine as much as you can, and Demologist is now taking that. Ooh, is going towards right here. Was expecting the blink of Captain Kun.
Yeah, and Capcom being a solid find here. Again, the Capcom doesn't have any bees to utilize, but we see that the portal is already being placed. Will buy enough time, and Capcom is closing out the distance here to try and go for the dungeon. And Capcom, he's gonna use the speed boost. Capcom, he's able to get the exit.
We want to thank our fan club that support us. แฟนที่คอยสนับสนุนทีมมาตลอดนะครับที่จะทำให้นำมา
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, detectives, to Call of the Abyss 5 Group Stages Day 1. I am Kahel, and with me tonight is Nell, and this is it, the last matchup of today, none other than the one between GH and Do, one of the matches that I've been personally looking forward to. I have no words as to how excited I am for this. Nell, what are you thinking? Again, these are the top teams from Southeast Asia and China going up against each other. Talk to me.
Okay, here's what I think. But before that, welcome back, guys. I hope that during the 5 minutes you managed to go and use the restroom, get your things ready for another exciting match, because this is going to be the one last match for today, GH versus Dou. Speaking about what I think about them, many people, I believe, has actually placed predictions on Dou, and they said they will be cheering for GH, which is very, very understandable, because Dou has Dongxuan. He's very, very scary, and even a very well-rounded survivors team. So I totally understand why everyone is more prone towards predicting for Dou. But here's the thing, GH, they perfectly know. Here's the facts that I'm gonna lay out a little bit. GH, ever since their last encounter in the previous COA, even in IVC, the previous COA, they have been doing a secret, not so much of a secret, but a very intense training in the China server. So they've actually been training and playing against Chinese players. That's fact number one. Fact number two, they've been picking up new metas and strategies to use in their lineups. So if the next time you see Capcom, the next time you see Little Boy, you might not be seeing the same survivor that they're using. So those are the two facts that I will throw up. And there you have it. The lineups, look, they even look different. They look like they came back from war.
It looks like they are raring to go with these poses right here, asserting that dominance over Call the Abyss. But let us not forget about Do here. Again, a strong Survivor and Hunter team. Let's not forget about Dong Swin. I actually mentioned he's one of the players that I really look out for. I'm such a fan, such a good hunter, and with such a good personality too. And although they did make it to the actual stage, I'm actually wondering if GH was able to fly in as well.
No. GH has they are not flying as of yet, but if they make it to the next stage, they might be flying to the grand stage. Yeah, but as for the moment, they are still playing at home. I believe that. Yep, there it is.
Oh,
Got
there's
Jay.
that God Jay we all know from Southeast Asia. I'm really excited for this because I'm pretty sure, as you said, GH has been training in the China server, so we have much to expect from them. They did acknowledge back when they participated in Identity V Stellaris Challenge last year that they have much to learn, especially from these teams from mainland China. So this is their opportunity to shine, to show us what they've got, to show us how much they've improved, and to show us what new strategies they have in store for us.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to what they'll be doing as well. According to my stats here as well, I think it's not much different from what we're seeing right here. ZYJ with the Survivors, Seer, and Mechanic. And of course, we have a Painter as well. ZYJ does play Painter as well. But mostly Seer and Mechanic. So definitely looking forward to seeing how he will be playing one of the characters that he has in his pool. Containment time is not too bad though, more than 60 seconds. So yep, that's a very good one. Of course, we do have the harasser of the team, Bobo. As we can see right here, he plays the forward and he plays the machinery as well. But to be honest, to be fair, he does play forward more than machinery, and he does play coordinator more than machinery. So, you know, we've seen him kite with coordinator and even doing the awesome rescues. So Bobo is the one you have to look out for, especially in terms of containing the hunter and playing the harasser of the team. Look at him. Don't let the cute mask fool you because he is a juggernaut right there. Oh, Upsy. Kahel, any stats there? Or Upsy?
Well, it looks like this is the resident support of the team with that priestess and entomologist, and this is really exciting because I've been wanting to see more of entomologist for this for the whole tournament. We haven't actually seen much of her, or at least in by my standard, not as much as I'd hoped. So I really do hope that Upsy will be bringing out that entomologist and priestess as well, of course.
Yeah, Upsy does play Postman before. The last time we saw Upsy, he does play Postman a lot, especially in IVL China, because obviously they wouldn't be playing in the qualifiers because they've already made it. So Upsy's Postman is definitely one to watch out for. Even Yihua's Gravekeeper and Machinery. But just look at GodJ. This is the exact same spot that he was playing at in the previous IVC, which qualified GH for the Call of the Abyss 5. This is his sweet spot. He's not smiling. He's not nervous.
That's his game face.
Signature. Yeah, his signature game face. It's like, when once this is over, I'm just gonna get myself a really nice dinner to celebrate, because that's his game face right there, the confidence. But of course, look at Dou's Survivor as well. Wow, they're already calibrating their devices, just looking at their devices. You know, we talked about something called preparations of the pro players. Skill number 1 by Soy Milk. She mentioned 3 things: skill, confidence, and luck. So I added the 4th thing, which is hand creams and powder, so that your hands do not get sweaty when you're playing. It does, you know, you do get sweaty hands, and you might slip. Oh my god, I slipped. And that's
I'm not gonna deny that is also a part of my personal experience in playing this game. So yeah, it'd be really understandable to see these on the actual table in the competition. Yeah, but I hope these players players are really ready because the team is doing their very best to have their systems checked, to make sure that all the tech is in place, all the errors that could possibly happen are well taken care of. And although we're not seeing this team on the stage today, I do hope we get a sneak peek into the survivor teams, maybe later. For now, it's going to be Godjay. So I'm guessing that, well, safe to say that Godjay is going to be hunting first.
Yeah.
But it really depends on the
It looks
map.
like... No, actually, it's the survivors. The survivors of Dou is going to be going first. So Godjay is definitely doing the hunting first. We've already highlighted their faces. I'm really interested to see what maps will be picked first because Godjay obviously plays a lot of time, a lot of preparation into his breaking wheel. And even Sculptor. So these two are the two go-to hunters that he goes to, and even the Bloody Queen. So Godjay is going to be able to ban to hunt survivors in Ever Sleeping Town. So I believe it's going to gear towards Pollen because that's the Seer ban.
Definitely, and I'm also expecting him to let go of the Priestess, since Priestess is not really a threat to the Breaking Wheel, and that's actually also why ZYJ already locked it in.
Yeah,
And
he has
knowing Godjay, yes, he would get rid of that mercenary, which will push the survivors of Dou to at least have another rescuer, if not more containment characters. And then here we have the Patient, of course.
They're very confident.
Very confident indeed.
Yeah.
Oh, toy merchant. Okay.
Yeah, they're very confident. Though they know that Godjay is definitely going for the breaking wheel. So all these picks is actually gearing up. Yep. Here you have
There it is.
breaking wheel for sure, 100%. So this lineup is just getting ready for them to provide the necessary support to whoever who is kiting. If the toy merchant is the one being chased first, well, that's the priestess portal. That's the stun support by Bobo. If patient is the one getting chased, well, that's the catapult assistance by the toy merchant. There's the portal. That's the stun. Basically, everyone can support each other most of the time. Yeah. So Godjay is definitely gonna have a lot. Yeah. Godjay's gonna have a hard time, especially if the kite extends too long. Yeah, that's what I think.
And that's going to give them a lot of time to get these ciphers going, especially if they are effectively able to position those portals and that catapult. That could really extend the kite of whoever is being chased. And knowing, though, the communication of this team is just so on point, it's like every character is in every correct place in the map at the correct time. But I'm pretty sure Godjay has this in mind, so I'm really excited to see how much his breaking wheel has improved after all this time. And now here we are finally at round 1, the first half between Dou and GH, brought to you by Nello Mello and Kahel.
Kahel! Woo! Okay. Let's go. Godjay spawning at the ass pallet. He's gonna move straight towards the fort. The fort is gonna be around the area, but Upsy on the priestess is gonna be the one to kite first. Godjay definitely very happy to see the priestess first because priestess is very annoying. So getting rid of the priestess first might be a good idea. But again, kiting in the open area is gonna be very hard. But Upsy is doing such a great job. Hasn't even gotten a spike onto him yet, but he's gonna get the first spike just as we speak. Upsy is just trying his best to kite in the open, just like that, because you know why? The moment Godjay breaks, he's just gonna use the He's just gonna use the portal to go to the other side. But as soon as Godjay forces the priestess to go all the way out of the comfort of the structure, he's just gonna break the wheel for him, and there he has it. He already unlocks the first present.
One hit landed right there. And yes, to continue, all he has to do is just land another chip damage on her. Oh, goes through that portal right there.
Nice.
But still, a really good kite from the priestess so far. And somebody is actually in the area ready to provide support. I wonder if that's Bobo. yeah, that is him. He's probably getting ready to provide assistance to this priestess because they really do need to get this decoding going. Only one is about to finish and one is past half. So they still have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, they have a lot of work to do, but one cipher has been done, like what you said. The key thing is they're trying to frustrate Gotche right here. Upsi, look, Upsi is still doing a phenomenal job. He cannot get that one spike. Yeah, but the moment he gets it, yeah, he's just gonna burst straight away. And Bobo already there. He knows what's gonna happen. To be honest, he doesn't even need to. Oh my god.
Oh, there he goes with
My
that
god.
beautiful rescue
And the
up.
slam!
Oh my
Yo,
goodness,
yay!
that's
My
gonna hurt.
god. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Oh, but he did get the one spike. I think he should just remove the. I think he should just remove the portal. Yep. He should. No!
What?
Oh!
Bobo was there. It looks like the portal was kind of able to save the breaking wheel that time from the stun of the forward. And again, Priestess is ballooned and might be making it to the chair for the first time. But take a look at this cipher progress already. 2 are done and 3 have already been touched. Things are going well for the survivors of Dou. Godjay needs to do a bit of catching up here.
Yeah, I know. They definitely need to do a lot of catching up. And Godjay is one hit away from full presence. He's just trying to land. To be honest, yeah. Oh, he's gonna pursue it straight away. Bobo is too far. But Bobo is gonna try and attempt. But don't. Oh my god. The tram? Oh my god, I thought he would. The tram would definitely hit him, but you know what? It's not gonna work. And yep, he's gonna put Upsi up for the second time. Bobo is gonna go and try and complete the last cipher. Look at the patient. The patient is already up, going up to the second floor, trying to finish the last cipher right there at 19%. The 86% cipher is gonna be done by Bobo. And Yihua, wow, with the gliders. Hey dude, this is not Genshin, but she is flying throughout the air, trying to get it through. Yeah, but Gotcha is at full presence. Yihua cannot get the double spikes. If Yihua gets the double spike, it's over. Oh, I missed the trap. Oh my god.
Was able to body block as well. That's gonna give some time for the priestess to establish some distance between herself and Godjay. But again, she's such a good kiter in these open areas and this paladin area right here. She really is not easy to chase, this priestess. And again, one cipher remaining, 60% on that, just another 40%. Upsi is hit, but Bobo is in the area trying to buy some time. If Godjay's not careful, he could get stunned again. Doing some cleanup here.
He cannot afford to do it. Like, look at Bobo. Bobo is buying so much time. The cipher's prime!
Oh
no! And he's just a prime. Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Especially when you wait too long. There's nothing he can do. Godjay, he already used up his blink. Nowhere to go. I think the best case scenario here is just a 1K. Upsi is definitely gonna. Upsi is definitely gonna be the choice of target, especially since it's the last chair. Yeah, Godjay doesn't want to let the survivors get a 4 escape at the very least. And Upsi is doing an amazing job. MVP, raw kiting right there. Look at how he's dodging. And
oh my gosh! Was able to get that through the dungeon.
My god!
That
the dungeon was there. Oh my god, we didn't notice that the dungeon was actually on the other side of the wall. The moment that he breaks the wheel form, portal straight away. For escape.
Wow, that was such that was an absolute ninja move there on the part of Upsi, but still, for them to do a 4-man escape against Godjay, it just means that as much as GH has been improving on their skills, so has Dou. And that kite from the priestess just goes to show that this is the top level. This is the benchmark of competitive Identity 5. This is how you use a priestess. This is how you use a forward. This is how you provide support. On point gaming right here from Dou. I'm really proud of this team. And yeah, hoping that GH will answer back with the same amount of energy and skill level from the survivors.
I'm just speechless. Like I would expect God J to at least get one kill, because it was just a very very clear cut um thing right there. I think he kind of a little bit of luck because the dungeon spawn at the very middle, and that's where the priestess is strongest. The roach is the strongest at this kind of areas, and the moment God J breaks form, boom, over the other side. So very well planned and very nice support from Bobo. Basically, it was only Bobo covering throughout the entire game. Look at the containment time. You can tell 185 seconds by Upsi. Amazing job. And even
That was a hard
decoding.
carry.
It is hard.
She wasn't
Very.
even able to touch a cipher, and neither was Bobo, not that much at least. So most of the decoding went to the patient and the toy merchant, and they were barely visible the entire time. But still, wow, that the priestess really did steal the show. So
The priestess MVP for sure. This
yes,
game number one.
definitely. And how she was kiting at the open area, that priestess, Upsi did such an amazing job with those jukes and mirroring the rotations of the breaking wheel. That's amazing. I mean, not a lot of players can actually do that, at least not in my experience. But this is how it is in the pro scene. This is how it is in competitive Identity 5. So
Yeah, you can do it only if you are very calm. Like the players, if they were nervous, they probably wouldn't be able to just evade the dashes so well. But because they were just very comfortable and confident, they managed to dodge a lot longer. The priestess managed to dodge much longer than expected, and therefore getting them the 4 escape at the very end. And look, now it's the turn for GH survivors. They're obviously thinking of a game plan right here. They're thinking, okay, so
look at that prayerful face from Skyfall. I really am such a Skyfall fan. I've been supporting him since day one. Really looking forward to see how much this team has improved. They are definitely not relaxing today, especially because this is Dong's win.
The boss is here. Look at him. He's so adorable, but don't let him fool you, because when he plays Hunter, there's no such term as friendly Hunter, and that's what he's doing. He's gonna do the 4K. That's what he's planning. Capcom right there, just being the captain of the team. There's his stats. He does play Seer, he does play Psychologist, but lately he's been picking up quite a bit of the Acrobat. So let's see if he can make things work if he's the one being chased first. Yep, Acrobat might be his choice instead of the usual, because the Seer obviously is going to be banned, especially if Dongxuan is going to be playing Breaking Wheel first game.
Here comes Skyfall. Shoutouts to you, my guy. Not only is he such an amazing rescuer, he's also actually really good as a hunter. But here, for today, he will be doing the rescuing for the team. Good luck to Skyfall indeed. Looks like he's got a bit of decoding on him as well, which means that the teamwork on this team and their ability to transition, we've seen this time and again. And here's Little Boy, also one of the strongest kiters I've seen in all of Southeast Asia. Really happy to be having him here with us. He is the resident decoder, as he uses the prisoner and the priestess as well. But I don't think we'll be seeing much of that prisoner, at least not for today. So I wonder who else he will be bringing out.
I am very, very interested to see who he's bringing out too, but I don't think in this case Prisoner would be a very, very wise choice, especially because it's Dongxuan we're talking about. He's not going to let you Cypher rush him. He's not, and I would have to say, if ever, Little Boy will probably be the one playing Priestess. We've seen him play Priestess a lot of the time. He'll probably be the one playing Priestess. And yeah, we definitely... I'm still trying to see what composition they're gonna try and go for. And Dongxuan, I think he's probably gonna mirror what GotJ played. He's probably gonna go for a Breaking Wheel as well.
And we all know Dongxuan on that Breaking Wheel. He's an absolute beast. So they've got their work cut out for them. I'm guessing Little Boy and Capcom will be doing a lot of containment, and as well as Hatari with that support stuns, if he is ever given the chance to use a forward. But is Dogsman even afraid of a forward?
He has to pay respect. Everyone is here at this stage because they have already proven themselves in their respective regions. So I would say forward cannot be underestimated unless if unless if Dongxuan decides to go with the excitement instead of the blink, which we've seen in game number 1 before, but that's only because there's an enchantress in that game where there's scars. But you know what? This is a different game altogether. So I think Dongxuan will probably be bringing the blink trade, and if he plays breaking wheel, he just has to get them down as fast as possible. I'm saying that based on the current situation, because Dou has already gotten 4 survivors out, I would say Dongxuan is more relaxed and he wouldn't feel as much pressure, and therefore his performance will definitely be much better. And if ever, I would say GH might be the one coming in pressured. It might not show on their face, but they're probably feeling a little affected because they have to do so much just to bring back the game to a draw in the very first game. So I would say that the advantage is slightly in favor of Dongxuan based on this situation we deal with.
And also, I think a lot of people have been agreeing on this, but Dongxuan is arguably one of the most dangerous hunters in the game, in the world, if not the best, definitely.
Yeah.
He's always very consistent with his matches, especially in round 1. It is almost always guaranteed to be a win on the part of Dongxuan. So the pressure must be immense on GH as they are waiting for the match to actually start. And I was just gonna say, although Dongxuan looks really adorable and friendly, his hunters are actually the exact opposite and not to be trifled with.
Scary.
Very scary indeed.
Help. Help. Yeah, I can imagine people being chased going. But anything can happen. Like we cannot base everything yet. Nothing is 100% sure, guaranteed. But one thing is for sure, none of these players are gonna give up until the very end. So
yes,
yeah, I'm just excited to see what GH will be bringing out in their team composition, especially since they picked up more survivors now. So who knows? They might be able to pull out a miracle run, even if it's not a win, but at least it sends a strong message that our survivor team's not to be underestimated, and we definitely can put up the fight to you when we need it. So we'll see how it goes here. They're just going through some preparations right there.
Yes, we want to make sure that these players are playing under the best conditions possible, especially because GH is playing from home. So with all those system checks done, we can finally get started with the picks and bans. And here's Dongxuan already banning the Seer right off the bat. Really don't want to be dealing with this survivor, at least not in this map, and not for his possible hunter choice, which is most probably going to be the breaking wheel. Oh, an acrobat ban?
Yeah, he knows.
Dongxuan has been doing his homework.
Yeah, he does. Especially during the practice match. I think he probably picked up that GH at Acrobat in the arsenals. Acrobat is getting banned more and more out of respect nowadays because of the ability to kite. We've seen Acrobats do so much. And right now, I guess there's no choice. Capcom will be the one playing the Psychologist instead of the versatile Acrobat. And you can see both of these bans, Cahill, they're actually targeted at Capcom, because Capcom is the one playing both the survivors. Most of the time, he's the one playing this. So I can imagine that it is sort of... Seer is expected when you're playing Breaking Wheel, but I think Acrobat is a little bit more towards respect ban. I mean, there's definitely more to ban. Like you can ban the Priestess, right? For example, forward, because we've seen how crazy it gets with Priestess around, like last game. just recently last game.
Yes,
So.
definitely. Well, I guess it just goes to show, and also acts like a bit of acknowledgement on the part of Cap Kun here, Dong Swen, banning those two survivors. It means that he's got his eye on Cap Kun and is actually watching out for him, because in all of my time casting all these matches in Identity 5, one of the most memorable kites I've actually seen was by Cap Kun back last year when we started Nell. So probably Dong Swen did take note of that and decided to ban that acrobat, force him to bring out the psychologist, because she is a significantly easier target compared to an acrobat. It just takes 3 hits to down her, and that's basically it. She can't do those satellite heals. Then again, but if she does the kiting for the team, it's all gonna boil down to pure kiting skill.
Definitely. You know what? First game, second half. Let's go, Cahill. We are seeing Dong Xuan right in the middle. He's gearing up towards Little Boy. Little Boy is the priestess. It looks like a mirror chase right here. Little Boy will be the first kiter. The priestess as well. Oh my god. Oh, he's gonna get the first spike. Unfortunately, but Dong Xuan still pursuing. He wants to get that second spike onto Little Boy, and he manages to get it. Put down the. Oh, no, he's gonna break it in time, but that's a down right there by Dong Xuan. Beautiful. He brought the left top build, so obviously he's gonna break the pallet so much faster, and which is why the persona that the hunters bring are also very, very important. And Little Boy will be on the chair for the first time. 3 ciphers are being decoded at the moment. 2 ciphers are being decoded at the moment. Hatari will be the one to rescue, but you know what? He's gonna just spike and hit Little Boy. There is no tight turner, Cahill, for Hatari at this moment. Hatari!
Oh! Excitement! Using that excitement to secure that second chair of the priestess. Amazing stuff. And foresight from Dong Xuan. Such an intelligent and insightful hunter. But here is Hatari trying to veer away from the area. Skyfall already there for the rescue of the priestess. Will he make it? I sure do hope so. Because it's not gonna take a lot more time before this priestess goes back to the manor. But we're having a bit of mind games here with Skyfall trying to outmaneuver Dong Xuan, and that was indeed a successful rescue, but all in vain because the priestess did take that hit. Skyfall has 2 spikes on him, and it's not gonna take much to eliminate one more survivor. I see that Little Boy tried to do a long portal there, but was interrupted. It also wouldn't be possible given how much time she doesn't have to complete the portal. Now Skyfall is at the corner house, removing these spikes, and they still have 4 ciphers left to work on.
Yeah, the moment, even during 5 ciphers remaining on the second chair of Priestess, Dong Xuan was already at full presence. He doesn't even need the blink. I think Dou is playing this very, very smart. He's going for Hatari right now. Dong Xuan is playing this very smart. The reason being because number one, banning Seer, banning Acrobat, that's already a very good strategy. He knows that they are preparing those characters for kiting pollen. So taking that away is already very smart. Number 2, bringing excitement instead of blink, showing that he has a massive respect for the forward's capability to stun, to provide harassment. So that was already a very, very good decision making and strategy. So yeah, not just the skill and gameplay, strategy involved. Very good. Dong Xuan going for Skyfall.
Yeah, the chase is about to start for this very healthy mercenary here. Skyfall being very disciplined. Taking a spike right there, but using that elbow pad to establish some distance. Okay, so he was, that trap was a bit far from him, so he is pretty much safe in this area with 1 spike. But you gotta remember, Dong Xuan is at full presence, and although he did switch targets, there's still a lot of ciphers that need to be decoded here.
Oh, a little bit of miss there with the hook, but it's okay because there's one spike on Hatari. All he needs is just one hit, and Hatari is gonna go down. He's gonna wait for the spike. Yeah, Hatari knows, and he's just gonna throw the spike right away over the pallets. Let's see what's gonna happen. Breaking the pallets really, really fast, and that's why like people think that just because Breaking Wheel can roll over. Oh, nice dodge there. Is he gonna hit Hatari? Hatari's gonna make a big loop right there. He's probably gonna jump through the windows. Oh, no, he's gonna get hit. Yep. There we
Was
go.
caught by the trap right there as he was about to vault that window. But I like how he was able to kind of do a little bit of a mind game back when he was supposed to vault from the other side. So now Skyfall looks like he's going for the rescue, but Dong Swen, such great foresight, knowing that Skyfall is gonna come from this area and will try to
Oh my god.
deny that
bad.
rescue. This
It
is
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
good for
it's bad.
Dong
Yeah, it's good for Dongxuan, but it's bad because Skyfall. I mean, not bad for Skyfall, but it's just unfortunate that Skyfall doesn't have any more pads to use. Because the machinery without pads is just food for Breaking Wheel. Breaking Wheel on patrol, he just runs around and he's just gonna catch the machinery. And even a full health machinery can go down in one hit, especially since he doesn't have pad. My goodness, Dongxuan is so good at sniffing out. Elevation, nope, not gonna work. 2 spikes on Capcom. Forward with 1 spike. Even if they manage to rescue, 2 ciphers remaining. 1 cipher is actually 91%, but the last cipher is practically a new cipher. What the? Goodness gracious! That's gonna be 1 hit down. Skyfall is gonna fall very, very soon. Gahil, things are not looking very good for GH and extremely advantageous for Dongxuan. Dongxuan still has excitement, which is not gonna change, but you know what? Skyfall, is he gonna manage to rescue? No! He even knows that Skyfall is not gonna manage to rescue! Because he's gonna fall down before he even reaches.
From Dongxuan, he's that confident he didn't even need to camp. Wow! That
What
has
happened?
got to be like the best burst hit I've ever seen a
What
Breaking Wheel
happened?
do.
What happened? He just went excitement and just burst? So is that like a
Yes, and everybody
display?
is down. Dong Swen, again, the beast he was, the beast he still is. Such an amazing hunter gameplay from Dong Swen. Still one of the most dangerous hunters in the world, if not the best, as you said.
After
Amazing
this
stuff.
game,
Again,
I know.
this was such a strong round for Daewoo, because that's 10-0, right?
10-0, definitely. It's safe to say that it's a clean sweep, in favor of Daewoo. So, I can imagine that GH will probably be rethinking their decisions. I mean, going into game 2, they can definitely ban Breaking Wheel, but if they somehow choose a map like Arms Factory, for example, Arms Factory, Dongxuan can always go for
Blood
Dream
Queen.
Witch.
Or
Blood Queen, Dream
yes,
Witch. Yeah, Blood Queen, Dream Witch. And maybe they'll be forcing him to go back to Breaking Wheel in Arms Factory, but I don't think it's gonna stop him from. He just has too many hunters he's good at. I mean, Dongxuan, even he has Sculptor, he has Naiad, he has Blood Queen, he has Dream Witch. You need to play a BO7 to ban all of his best hunters. The BO7, if that ever happens.
For Dong Swen, it doesn't even matter which hunter you ban. You ban this, I have this. So at this point, it's just gonna boil down to the survivors of GH when it comes to countering whatever hunter Dong Swen can bring out. Now, if this is indeed Arms Factory, well, first let's take a look at these stats, by the way.
Yep.
162 seconds from Hatari. Really impressive number, but then again, that was spent trying to provide support and harassing. The thing with Dong Swen's first chase with Little Boy was that it happened so fast. And that was what...
It was. It
Put a
wasn't what they
strain.
expected.
Yeah,
It wasn't
it
what
put a
they-
strain on the decoding. Plus, somebody
Yeah.
had to rescue early, and somebody had to provide support. And let's not forget the fact that Breaking Wheels don't even need to camp. Not in
They don't
every
even need to
sleeping
camp.
town.
For
Did you
sure.
see how Dong Swen easily left his first chair? Even if even if Hatari came in for the rescue, no problem. I'll be there right away. And with Skyfall trying to do the rescue towards the end of the game, he was there right there just to stop him in his tracks and greet him. Hello, I am here to deny your rescue. So
hello and goodbye.
Oh, and goodbye indeed.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of pressure on the team of GH. At least for the second round, so they're gonna need to at least pull off a 5-man escape and a 4-man escape for the 5 points, and a 4-man kill from God J to at least push for a round 3.
Round 2, yeah, they definitely need to do that. Not just because of the draw, but because they want to have the point advantage in case they ever go into a draw in game number 3 or even in game number 2. So I think the easiest way for GH right now is just to get game number 2, just win it. Even if it's like 5-3, just win it. Win by 2 points, that's it. And in game number 3, just win by 2 points, that's it too. But looking at the condition right here in game number 1, 10-0, it looks like it's going to be a very tough choice. Yeah, but it is doable. It's much more doable than going into a draw and then having to play for 10-0 in game number 3 just to draw it. So they definitely need to, no draws. If there's even one draw, it's going to be so hard for GH. Whereas Do is going to have a better time.
闪现交了，闪现交了，我还可以跟一下，跟收一下。啊，你不能死，反正拉球撞，不然他封路了。拉球撞，波波。该。我在点门，我在点步地门，我在点步地门。没有一刀，没有一刀，没有。3秒，2秒，到门口了，走了。走。能走吗？走了。可以。来。喂。
เขามีทุกอย่างแล้วอ่ะ
ผมขอกดนะ
ริมผ่าน1 เครื่องร้อย
พี่
ก็กับดัก
ไม่เป็นไรดีแล้วทำดีแล้วเนาะ
สกิลเต็มแล้วอ่ะ
มีบอกปะ
ไม่มี
ไม่ครับพี่ล้มแล้ว
หลุมกลางอ่ะ
เครื่อง80อ่ะ
ผมจะโดนดีดเพราะงั้นผมจะแยกกับพี่คุณผมจะไปประตูเรียน
มันกลัวแมงลวงกูอ่ะเหี้ย
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, detectives, one and all. Hello, and this has been Call of the Abyss 5, day 1 of the group stages, and now we are at round 2 of the match between GH and Dao. We've seen such an intense display of pro gameplay from Dao, winning that first round. Nell, talk to me. What can we expect from the second round?
They have to fight hard. They have to fight out of their minds. They have to, you know what? They have to drink Red Bull. GH has to drink 4 bottles of Red Bull. And GotJ has to drink Gatorade, Powerade, whatever Raid, Monster Energy. Has to start massaging his fingers and play out of his mind. I don't care if he rips off his clothes and become Incredible Hulk, because that's what they need right now to go back, make that comeback in game number 2. Right now, Dou is like Bruce Lee, like the calm of the water. They're very comfortable. They're not nervous. They're calm. Be like water, my friend. And they're water right now. It is GH that needs to be the fire to dry up the water of Dou. And that's exactly what we need from GH if they want to make the comeback. But on the other hand, Dou is just comfortable being the water right now. They're the ocean. They're not even the water right now. They're the ocean, the sea. So.
That's such a beautiful analogy from Mellow Mellow, ladies
Poetry,
and
thank
gentlemen.
you.
Couldn't have said it any better. But yeah, I definitely agree. These survivors and Hunter from GH really need to up their game. They need to really give it their very best to at least catch up with the points, because there is a 10-0 point difference, and that's like the worst nightmare that you could ever have for any team, not just GH. I mean, I'm sure a lot of teams are feeling the pressure, but from wow, it's like they dominated that first round. So GH needs to put up a good fight to at least make up for those points lost.
Yeah, for sure. But you know what? First things first, I think, like what I mentioned just now, it's much easier if GH wants to win, just win it by small points. As long as they win 2 rounds, that's it. Oh, hello, Big Boss.
就按我是玩的监管者阵营来说的话，是红蝶是比较占优势的，然后配合市场的话呢，取到不错的效果。
Okay, wise words by the king himself, King of Dou. Bringing Geisha at normal. Okay, guys, go ahead, do it.
Definitely agree, and actually also hope that Dong Xuan would actually bring out this geisha. And we have seen her. We have seen her in Chinatown with the abnormal trait as Dong Xuan recommended. So I'm pretty sure a lot of hunters are taking away from Dong Xuan right here. So it is the second round. We don't know what the map is yet, but if it's a large map, kind of hoping to see that geisha actually from Dong Xuan.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see it too, but you know, it's too early for him to bring it out. I mean, he does have he does have more hunters up his sleeve, like Bloody Queen. But you know what? At this point, if he's comfortable, he can play whatever he wants because he's comfortable and he's good at most of the hunters that you've mentioned, like Geisha, Sculptor, Breaking Will, Naiad, and Bloody Queen. What else? I don't know. There's so many hunters, and you know what? We don't even need a spread of sheet. Like we don't even need a spreadsheet to see what he's good at, because most of the hunters you know and seen in the tournament, that's it. He plays it and he's smiling. Look, he's like, what should I choose this time?
He's got that smile of confidence, you know. He looks like such an adorable guy, really friendly, really bubbly personality. But all that is reversed when he brings out these hunters. But I'm really excited about the map. This is really gonna influence our predictions. I mean, I have my predictions for the survivors because we know what they usually are playing. Plus, we have the meta. And from what I've been seeing, GH really does stick to the meta, and we haven't seen some unique picks unlike with Scars. So, Dong Xuan.
Oh, he's looking at the camera, smiling.
Yeah, that smile of confidence. Hoping to see that geisha, if not that Naiad, because I remember the first time that Dong Xuan actually brought out Naiad, we were out of our minds. We were going wild, excited to see how much he has mastered this strong hunter. And speaking of Naiad, could we expect her in the meta anytime soon?
I mean, she's definitely very strong. We've seen Alex from Wolves using it, especially in Arms Factory. We've seen Dong Xuan using it. Arms Factory, I think it's very possible. Like we might see a Naiad in this map, or even a Bloody Queens, or even a Dream Wish. I don't know, but looks like Arms Factory, they're counting on Dong Xuan to play Dream Wish, so they're banning it straight away. So Dong Xuan is basically left with everything except Dream Wish. But yeah, I don't know if he's gonna go for Breaking Will again. I don't think it's his style to go with the same hunter again. And he's banning the Acrobat, so I would say Naiad or even the Bloody Queen. Yeah, Naiad, Bloody Queen. Maybe we'll get to see the Queen of the Sea. Hell, maybe we'll see Naiad. Who knows?
I'm very much looking forward to that, but could also totally support the choice of a Blood Queen because she can be really strong in small maps, so it doesn't take much from her to get from point A to point B. But let's not forget that amazing kite that Kap-kun was able to do against a Bloody Queen in a previous tournament. A geisha!
Yeah, I was already thinking about that because it is a good map for Geisha as well. Like, getting rid of the acrobat, yeah, I can definitely see that happening. But then again, Geisha is a single hit hero. And look, I think GH kinda knows that it might be either a Breaking Wheel or a Geisha. I'm not really sure, or even a Bloody Queen, because look at their composition. Skyfall with the Merc, that's a given. But Kakun with the Entomologist, it's a counter towards direct hit, and it's a counter towards Geisha. Even Hatari is going to be playing the Gravekeeper, being under the shovel. Definitely gonna be like he can survive one more hit in case the hunter ever wants to pursue. So it's a very balanced choice. It's geared. It's well balanced. It's a very suitable team composition. They are comfortable with it. Dual rescuer, dual supporter, no decoders. They're just respecting Doshan at this point. They don't want to risk it with a decoder. They're just thinking about going on the defense right here and hoping to draw it at the very least.
Plus, we've seen GH employ this kind of lineup in previous tournaments, so let's hope it fares well against a Geisha. So here we are finally at the start of round 2. We are now at the first half here in day 1 of Call the Abyss 5 group stages. Again, this is Gahel, and with me tonight is Nell, giving you the Identity 5 action for tonight's match. Woohoo!
Wow, the white peacock right there. Geisha is going to be going towards the one window, one pallet behind the shack. Hatari is going to be the one there. Doshan's already got the Nidus triggered, so I think that's a pretty good chase. Hatari is getting ready to go into the shovels. Oh, a little bit late right there. He's gonna get hit, but it's not Terror Shock. Oh my god, I was so scared that would be a Terror Shock.
I was also kind of nervous back there, but at least Hatari lives to fight another day. Oh no! I spoke too soon, kind of jinxed it too. And that was a terror shot, no less. Amazing stuff from Dong Xuen. 5 ciphers remaining. Only the most that has been achieved is at 42%. So at this point, the team could either just go with decoding, buy this much time, try to pray that Dong Xuen will just camp rather. But here is Skyfall going for the rescue. Takes a hit right there, but will be going on his merry way. Hatari needs to. Oh my goodness! I was just about to say.
Yeah, he couldn't even get through. He couldn't even get through the pallets in time to go into the shovel mode. This is so. Oh my god. This looks exactly like the first game where Dongxuan actually manages to get people down and down so soon. And that's the thing. He gets people down so soon. Everyone is committed to going to rescue, and therefore the Cypher couldn't be rushed as expected, couldn't be prime in time. This is really this is looking like the Survivors team are under a lot of pressure right now. Skyfall is going to go for the second rescue, and he's going to get hit again. Using one pad, he's going to make it through, but Dongxuan is going on the fair. Look at the support by the Beast as well. The Beast is going to slow.
Wow! Amazing stuff from Capcoon, being able to provide support to Hatari with the use of the Bees. And we have seen Capcoon pull this off in many times in previous matches, so we're seeing it here today. Finally, Hatari is able to get into shovel mode, buying more time for him. He does absorb that hit. He needs to last long as best as he can just to be able to buy time for the team to get this decoding going. He does take that hit though. Mercenary is at half health. Little Boy still decoding, and so is Capcoon, because whenever you provide support using the bees, that does stop you from decoding. So a lot of ciphers to be done here, a lot of work left to do, and Hatari is going back to the manor. Skyfall is getting a heal, and Dongswen is just looking for the next target.
Yeah, he is. Like, but Dongshan is already at a very comfortable spot. 3 ciphers remaining. He's already gotten rid of Hatari. The Gravekeeper has also used up all of his things. Capcoon will be the second kite. So if GH wants to at least get a draw, Capcoon needs to get at least the second kite much better. And Capcoon is gonna put down the pallets. He's just gonna roll through and get the speed boost for a bit to go to the next window. But again, Dongshan has a butterfly ready. He's just look at him just baiting the red lights right there. He knows Capcoon, and he's just gonna use it straight away. And the Terra Shock. Wow, second Terra Shock of the game. It's so fast. That's the thing. He does it so fast. Dongshan does the dash so fast that the survivors does not have enough time to respond at all. That's the thing.
Just how quick he is on his feet. And although Skyfall and Little Boy have healed up and regrouped, Skyfall going for the rescue uses that that last elbow pad on him. Dongswen will be able to deny this. Well, I think Skyfall will be able to rescue, but at the expense of his own health. He won't be able to do at least 2 body blocks because it's just gonna take 1 to down him, and that's it. Capcoon will be down as well, and it is a double hit situation. Amazing stuff from Dongswen. He's just such an amazing hunter.
Yeah, Dou is just feeling very good, and like what I said, he's just feeling very good. That's why the performance is much more optimum compared to GH. Is obviously under a lot of pressure, trying to come back, trying to perform. Look, Dongshan doesn't even want to chair. Skyfall is just moving him away in case when he gets up, he couldn't save Capcoon in time. Trying to look for Little Boy. He wants another sweep. He wants another 4K. He wants the 5-0, and he's gonna get Little Boys within the Tinnitus range.
Exactly, and Little Boy just trying to conceal his presence here, but has already been spotted by Dongswen. Takes that hit. Again, Mercenary is down. Not gonna take much more for Dongswen to finish the job.
Yeah, I mean, Little Boy is obviously fighting for his life now. Skyfall, I think he's already up, but he's not gonna... Wow, Dongshan knows! He's like... He saw Little Boy just stop for a bit there, and he knows that he's gonna go. He's expecting Dongshan to hit at the pallet, but Dongshan's not even gonna respond to that. And now he's gonna shift his attention straight to Skyfall. Skyfall has already used up his self-heal, doesn't have a pad, so Dongshan just needs to get 1 hit and then just go back to the Little Boy.
Yeah, it's going to be a back and forth situation because, of course, Dongswen is going to want to secure that 5 points for the team. And Skyfall, that I believe that is his last self-heal. Once he's down and Little Boy gets up, that's it. We all know where this is going to go. Little Boy is going to get down, and then that's it.
Wow.
The survivors will have to surrender. And there you have it. A 4-man kill from Dongswen, securing 5 points for Daowu.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look, wiping his hands, wiping his devices, just saying, okay, job well done. I'm done here. I got 10-0 in the first. I got 5-0 in the first game. I got 5-0 in the second game. My job here is done. So basically, it's up to the Daowu survivors to perform right now, and just it's a tall order. God J needs to get that 4K in order for them to go into a game 3. But at this point, banning God J's Dream Witch, I'm pretty sure they're gonna let God J open with the Breaking Wheel, simply because Breaking Wheel isn't exactly optimal and ideal for a what do you call this? Isn't exactly ideal for Arms Factory. So Dongshan's God J's Dream Witch might be banned, and that's where things are gonna get tricky for God J, because if he goes for Sculptor, it's gonna be so hard. If he goes for Bloody Queen, a tie is not good enough. He needs to get a 4K. So I can't imagine how GOT-J will be able to pull off a 4K unless if with a Sculptor. I think Sculptor is his best bet, especially if his Dream Wish is banned. So that's the thing.
Mm-hmm. I definitely agree. But the entire time I was actually also thinking if GOT-J would actually bring out his Soul Weaver, because we've seen him use that before. But Eli did say that Arms Factory isn't really ideal for Soul Weaver because there are a lot of open areas and they're just obstacles are just too far away apart from each other, and it's kind of hard to plant those webs. But there could be some good areas there too where a Soul Weaver could actually do some work done. So we're just gonna have to see. And putting myself in the mind of Daewoo here, all they need is to sit tight and at least get one person out. So I imagine the pressure is mostly on GOT-J and not on them. But of course, you know, this isn't a time to relax. You really gotta respect whoever it is you're playing against. So I'm pretty sure that Daewoo does have a strategy in place, especially for such a small and compact map as Arms Factory.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's only gonna be there's only gonna be one way out of this, which is 4 escape.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, 4 escape. Sorry, 4 kills by GOT-J. 4 kills by GOT-J, 4 escapes by Daewoo survivors. In Arms Factory, sorry, did I just mess it up? It's supposed to be GOT-J 4K, Daewoo survivor 4 escape. I'm correct, right?
You mean GH 4-man escape and GH 4-man kill? Yes, that is what is needed to at least catch up with the points.
Okay, so GH GOT-J needs to get 4K, and Daewoo needs 4 survivors out. Yeah, that's the minimum. That's the only way out. That's the only way out for GH right now. Otherwise, it's gonna be 2-0 in favor of Daewoo.
Mm-hmm. So I'm pretty sure that although the pressure is immense, in the spirit of sportsmanship, GH is really such a humble team. They do acknowledge that they have much to learn, much to improve on, and this is actually a learning experience for them, and that they will be looking forward to that time when they can actually shine and do a good job representing Southeast Asia. But nevertheless, we are so proud of GH for coming this far, and also looking forward not only to this South Asia team, but to BL as well. So there's lots to expect from Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I mean, Southeast Asia has already come a long way. Well, it's just very unfortunate that they are facing one of the top 3 teams in China, which is Daewoo. So it's very understandable that they might get nervous, and when they are nervous and when they are under a lot of pressure, things start to go down a little. Like, I think it happens to everyone, even the best of us.
And we hope we will do the best in this competition. Yeah, really excited. We want to play for fun and challenge our team, like how far back we can get, and we want to play to the champ. We want to get champ together. That is the reason why we joined this tournament.
Yeah.
So see, that's such a good mentality right there. Such a good mindset. They play for fun, and they just want to learn, and they want to support each other as they journey to the top. And that's exactly what they're doing. And they want to see, as I have said, where they are in the game. So they want to compete with the strongest. It's like having life handed over to you in hard mode. So for them to
especially against
yes, that's exactly what happened to GH. So I'm pretty sure this is a very enriching experience for them. Nonetheless, they should still give it their very best, give them a good fight. GOT-J right here getting ready for his match at Arms Factory. I think it's time for some predictions. I think some predictions are in place. Nell.
Yeah, some predictions are in place, but I don't dare make predictions though. I don't want to get bombed for a wrong prediction or a misinformation. But you know what? Yeah, I would love to take risk, so I will do the prediction with you, Kahel. I will do the predictions with you. I'm saying that in terms of Hunter, if the Dream Witch gets banned, God J is going to go for the Bloody Queen.
Totally agree. Actually, we have the
Bloody
same
Queen.
answer. It's like we've been copying each other's homework.
Copying each other.
But here we're about to find out, and I'm really excited because this is it. This will make or break the standing of GH in the group stages. So here we have the bans from Gotche already getting rid of that forward, and that Seer definitely do not want to be dealing with it. But look at this! Dou getting rid of the Sculptor. So there's a lot that can be in play for this. Gotche has a lot of options.
Dream Witch or
Dream
Bloody
Witch,
Queen?
yes, definitely, or Bloody Queen. It's one or the other, because as Eli would say it, there is no reason for this hunter to not use these characters. It's just so advantageous. And now let's take a look at the survivor lineup of Dou right here. We have the Mercenary and the Acrobat. I see a Patient there. And a coordinator. Well, these survivors still haven't been locked in, so they can still change. But if this is the lineup, I'm really excited because, again, Coordinator not part of the meta anymore. But to see her back here, you know, I feel just as I would when I saw Geisha. Aha! Here's that Soul Weaver I was telling you about, Nell.
Yeah, Soul Weaver. I did not expect that though. Soul Weaver is very good in this map, but is it a 4K hunter in this map? It might be if the team isn't Dou. I can only say that. it will be a 4K if it's not Dou that Gotche is facing. But we'll have to see. Maybe Gotche has an idea what he can do in this map, especially since we've seen the power, especially when Selma, Shom from Team GG used it against Team Scars in the Chinatown. He managed to get a 4K with 2 ciphers remaining. So who knows what Gotche will be able to pull out with this pick against the those survivors.
And just like that, we are already at the potentially last match of the day. Well, this is the last matchup.
Potential, yeah.
But good luck to the teams. This is it. This is round 2, second half from GH and Dou. Bring you the action is me, Kahel, and Nell, keeping up our energy for the chat. We love the community indeed. I hope you're all enjoying this along with us. And we're about to get into the match.
All right, Gotche spawning in the middle. The 3 walls area is going to be finding Upsy very, very soon. Upsy is the acrobat, definitely not the one that you want to be chasing first. He's trying to hide his blood trail. Did Gotche not notice the blood trail on the floor? Upsy is going to transition. Yep, he's going to transition right into this jack. Gotche is going to break it. I think it's going to be a 3-6 build. Very, very standard build for the Soul Weaver. Upsy is going to be moving towards the 3 pallet in the middle. That's the golden route for the arms factory, and then hopefully Upsy will be able to transition into the factory as well. Yep, he's gonna transition into the factory. And Gotche, I think he has to think twice before chasing an acrobat, especially in the factory without confined space. And you can see he's changing target straight away. He's going for ZYJ instead. The Patient, another hard one to chase though.
Well, Gotche definitely has his work cut out for him. Again, these are not easy targets, especially not with the hook on this Patient. Oh! that
Wow,
was
nice.
such an on-point pallet stun pulled off by ZYJ, and that will give him a lot of time to transition to a better area and uses that hook to enter the ruins here at the back. Will GotJ be able to land a hit on ZYJ this time, or will it be another pallet stun?
Oh, nice.
Oh!
The patience there. But GotJ did expand a lot of the webs though. Look, he's down to 20 threads, and he wouldn't be able to utilize the speed boost to its maximum potential now. And ZYJ is just going to transition into the factory. He knows, they all know that the spider, without confined space, it's going to be very hard for them to chase. Oh my god!
Did you see that move from the acrobat right there? Oh my goodness! We are seeing life in slow motion right now with GotJ having suffered that bomb right there. That was actually a lot of time for the survivors to just get away from the factory. And although GotJ is following behind the acrobat here, such an amazing move. That is no less than pro. So the chase continues here. 3 ciphers remaining. Really, these survivors are doing such a great job transitioning and passing and getting this decoding started. Again,
Oh my god.
oh, Link! Just to be able to land a hit. Such an amazing kiting job from the acrobat right here. GotJ still needs to persevere. Yes, that is true.
And he doesn't have any more webs to do the speed boost, and he ran out of blink, so GotJ is really running out of options on what to chase, but he will be able to look at the acrobat. Wow, okay, he's gonna get it, but look at the cipher, Kahel. 2 ciphers remaining, 1 is about to be popped, the other one is at 60%.
And there's 90 on that 4th one. Yes. Yeah. But on the bright side, GotJ gets to take this acrobat to the basement. Upsi, have a seat, sir. And now GotJ will be needing to camp or protect this chair with his life, because that cipher, that last cipher, is almost primed.
It is, and look at Yihua, he's just hiding, he's just... but he doesn't even need to hide any longer. He can just dash in and hit GotJ, right past GotJ, and that's the thing. He's gonna get that. He's gonna get the 25% hit. GotJ is not even at full presence at this moment. He's gonna go down, he's gonna hit. Oh, he's gonna hit. And it's not even gonna be an attack recovery, drop down hit. Upsi is still up. I think they're gonna wait until Yihua is at least at half health, or at least at 75% before he does it. Trying to bait the red light right there, but again...
Cypher has been popped. Exactly what you were saying. Now they were waiting for the opportunity to pop the Cypher while waiting for the help of the mercenary. So now we are at the end game. Such a strong survivor team. Upsi still continuing with the kiting. We even have Bobo in the area.
The shot into the face. Oh my goodness, GotJ still does not have any skill for the next 34, 33 seconds. GotJ is running out of threads as well, and that's the thing about Soul Weaver, when you expand so much of the... Oh my goodness, that excellent bait though. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. Is she going to make it?
No.
Imagine if she did. That would be...
Yeah, that would be a 4-man escape if she did. If the coordinator made it. And there you have it, GotJ managing to secure 1 kill, though winning in spectacular fashion. The points are 19-1.
That is a display of amazing skill level. This is the top tier team from China, ladies and gentlemen. We are seeing no less than the best of the best for tonight. But still, let us definitely not take away from GH. Such an amazing job they have come so far. And although they have a lot to improve on, what we really want to admire is the team spirit. And we really appreciate that. Always been a fan of GH. They are such a friendly and really approachable team. They're actually nice enough to even give time for us when we're doing our stuff in our streams, Nell. So we really appreciate that, and we have given our full support to GH since last year, or since even before that. because we're really rooting for this team. And
yeah, we're rooting over all the teams.
Yes.
Especially the ones where we've known for a long time as well. Like since we're from Southeast Asia as well, we of course we would hope to make Identity 5 as popular in Southeast Asia where as it is in Japan and in China. So but ultimately we're just happy to be casting this game and sharing our commentating, our insights, our comment, and definitely we like all of you, we're rooting for everyone who has made it this far into the stage of this tournament. So
Definitely.
I'm grateful.
To see people rise from the group stages or from previous tournaments and make it into Call of the Abyss, people from the qualifiers, teams we've seen before, teams we've never seen before, they're all equally deserving of our love and support. So to the community, to the chat, please send your love. I mean, I really appreciate how they were saying that GH is such a great team and they still have a lot in store for them. But again, this is Dawu we're talking about, so this is the best in the world. But yeah, we just can't help but appreciate that this is such a friendly match that has been done in good spirit. So,
I mean,
yeah,
I mean it's only the first out of the 3 games. Even though GH has lost the first one, but it's okay, they still have 2 more games against 2 other teams. Well, this is basically how the group stages are going to work. Each team will be facing other teams. They will be competing in 3 different matches against 3 different teams. So basically, the highest points, they are going to be exiting group stage and making it to the next stage of the qualifying round into the global finals. So don't worry.
It's not the last of GH that we've seen. I'm sure a lot of fans are cheering for GH, and not just for GH, but also those that did not win for today. So they may have lost the match, but they haven't lost like the actual battle. There's still much to be seen from the teams that did not garner any wins today. So Nell, how are you feeling on this fine night? We have actually almost about to come to an end for tonight. We have seen some great matches. What are your highlights?
Highlights definitely Wolves Lion going in for the body block against Bloody Queen's Mirror.
I was thinking the same thing. That was amazing.
It was definitely very, very amazing in that matchup. Even SST's Lim with the support of the Priestess managing to support Kazuneko so well with the Priestess portals and even sneaking past the Hunter. That was also a very good highlight. And last but not least, I would say on the side of the Hunter, I don't think I've
got a good one.
Geisha. I have to say Geisha.
Oh yes.
Yeah, simply because the Geisha's butterfly release and the dash was just so accurate. It's like instant. You couldn't even react. The survivors couldn't react. It was so fast. So I was really impressed with that. Yeah, I was really impressed with that.
Yeah, like the entire time, my face, they just couldn't see it, but I was like, such skill. How is this even possible? How is this even humanly possible? And again, to see Dong Xuan pull off such speed, wow! And let's not also forget that that burst hit using the breaking wheel, 3 people down. If I'm not mistaken, that actually happened. That's like who hitting 3 birds with 1 stone. That is amazing. I think that's again the best breaking wheel move I've seen in all my time of casting Identity 5.
Yeah, definitely. The flex of the king as well. The excitement after going, it's just a show of confidence and how comfortable he is playing on the big stage. I mean, Dou has been playing a lot in the big leagues with the big boys, and today is just an example of it. So, you know what? It's just day 1. There are still 5 more days to go during the group stages. Hopefully, we will see more from other teams. We've yet to see more teams. There you have it. The
We have the
announcer.
winning interview, and again,
Your
Mr.
idol.
Nell, the translator. This is
I
your
hope I
time
don't
to
do a bad
shine.
job.
恭喜
Let
东
me
吴
just
战队拿
listen.
下了今天比赛的胜利。我们请到了商系跟东璇，先来打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好。
Say hi to the fans.
Hello， 大家好。
Hello， I'm 东璇。
东吴战队的上线。
欢迎两位。
上线。
好久没有正式的打比赛了，现在感觉心情怎么样？
You say you haven't played in the common for quite some time. How do you feel?
找到了重回赛场的感觉。
Yeah, I can feel back the heat of the competition.
还没有进入状态，今天非常大的积分的优势哎。那互相打个分。
Quite a big surprise.
就8分吧，就都有进步的空间。
有进步的空间。系总也觉得。
So everyone still has room for improvement. Very humble answer.
进步的空间可能会是在哪里？觉得哪里还能再提升一下呢？
Which part do you think we can improve on?
个人细节之后，队伍的话就是沟通什么的。
还是要再继续的磨合。
对
，mostly in
那今天
communication.
第一局的时候，我觉得你们求生者配合的蛮好啊。首先阵容就非
You
常
said
大。
the survivors are cooperating quite good. What
什么样的效果？
就想
kind of result are you expecting to see?
练一下新的阵容可不可以打？
哦，就是磨合一下新的体系嘛。
Yeah. So he's saying he wants to try more new
特别
compositions
是马上要
and
打开门
character
战的时
choices.
候，你跟波兄在那边的一波配合，我们看的其实还有一点。 怎么说呢？虽然说很稳，但是还会捏一把汗。所以你们两个当时是一个什么样子的状态？
因为
What kind of
当时
situation
那
are
个
you
路
guys
很
in?
窄，我就想着让他先撞一下，之后就直接开了。不然的话封路就可能就没办法了。
哦，因为季子牙好了。
对。
那你最后能想到能撕跑吗？
就队友
Were you expecting to get 4 escape?
感觉有机会。
因为手里还有一个洞。
对。
Yeah. He's saying he still has a shovel, so.
我觉得解说
He has
总结的还挺对
possibility
的。
for
那个
escape.
四抓，我们感觉基本上就是没有悬念，因为开局击倒的节奏太快了。后续你是怎么规划这个击倒的节奏的呢？
这个嘛，先保平争胜，给机会就赢吧。
真的吗？大老
He
师
said,
的四抓率
yeah, he's very humble. He's basically saying that since the survivors are giving chance.
没有想，因为
That's how he won because the survivors gave chance.
还是稳扎稳打。第二局的时候，红蝶也是一个4抓。你觉得现在深渊这个版本的红蝶拿上比赛之后手感怎么样？
很舒服。
很舒服。那你觉得
Yeah,
他
I
在
feel very
接下来
comfortable
的深渊的
in
比
this
赛当中会产生一个什么样的影响呢？对整个对局？
对赛场上会使监管者多样化吧，然后对局的话可能也会更加精彩一些。
哦，很官方哦。那你推荐一下皮肤吧。
那就推荐了我常用的紫孔雀吧。
啊？刚才不是讲了很多皮肤吗？现在是怎样？就为什么突然又想要推荐一个不一样的？
因为毕竟紫孔雀是现在可以抽到的。
紫孔雀，哦，我的天哪！家人们，这波细节拉满，给东璇点个赞。那系总，我最近发现了一个非常有意思的点。
Sorry, talking quite fast there.
对。
大家有发现那个点吗？
应该都有看到吧。
那你就是有没有说是大家给你一些安慰，或者你张玉健啊什么的，他又跟你讲这个说加油啊，系总。
可能双方互换了一下体质，之后就撞脸了。
但我有看，虽然说是开局这2局都是撞脸，但是牵制的也很好。我看很多粉丝都说，哇，开局系总撞脸就很有安全感嘛。那你觉得，第2局大家能够这么快速的拿下一个整场的胜利，点评一下求生者战队，你觉得今天谁发挥的不错？
He's just saying everyone's playing really well. Do you think that in the next round it can proceed as smoothly as this?
因为今天真的是一个非常大的领先，所以想问一下，接下来的规划是什么呢？感觉现在已经慢慢的有一个很棒的一个状态了。
应该后续再多加强一些配合和沟通，应该会还有提高。
还有什么目标想要与我们分享一下呢？
我们的目标是冠军。
好，那
hope to increase our communication level to the next level. And just say hope to be the champion. That's their goal.
就间隔这么久打比赛嘛，然后我们也会加油的。我的目标是冠军。
冠军也是希望两位在接下来的比赛当中越
He
战
said
越
he's been
勇。
playing for so long.
感谢
Of
两位
course,
来
their
到我们
goal
最
is
后
to
讨
be
论
the
环节，也是再
champion.
次恭喜斗舞战队。那么最后呢，让我们再次恭喜今天获胜的4支队伍：狼队、SST、GG 和斗舞。现在让我们把镜头交还给解说席。
And there you have it, that winning interview of Dongswen and Upsi. They are so humble. I really enjoyed how approachable they were and how they were just there to have fun, but as well, but gun for the championship as well. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, they're very humble. This is not the first time that they've given such very humble answers to the interviewers. Dongswen. Oh, it looks like this is gonna be the result for today.
Yes, these are the match results for today, ladies and gentlemen. You've seen some intense matches, 2-0s and 3-0 round 3. So really excited for tomorrow's match. Please do stay tuned and tune into the stream tomorrow. More Identity 5 action with the next group. We have GR versus BL, also from Southeast Asia. Again, FPX CQ versus MS. B4U from North America and European server versus AG, and BZ versus MRC.
Yeah, so a combination of Chinese mainland, NAEU, Korea, Japan, and Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau. Definitely one match to be seen tomorrow. Just very excited for just waiting for the games tomorrow, because day one has already been so exciting or full of action. So yeah, hope to continue the hype train for tomorrow, as we are going to be seeing more new teams in action. I believe they're watching this game as well in day number 1. They're probably already making plans. They're probably making plans already.
This is already part of homework. It's part of the research. And as I said, these players make up these strategies as they go. So it has been such an interesting meta for this specific tournament. And although we will not be seeing the newer characters like Little Girl and Novelist and Nightmare, I think this is the last of what we could possibly see of last season's meta. So this is it. This is like a turning point. This is the pivotal point of the current meta. I think it's about to change once the adjustments have been applied, and then by the next tournament, it's gonna get a lot more interesting. So yeah, really excited for that.
Yeah, hope to see you guys tomorrow, day 2. With that, it's me, Nello Mello, and Kahale. We are gonna be signing off. Have a good rest, guys. And we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
随便了，龙钻动，累死我了。没事，那个关系不归。没事，拿下一波，没有没地窖，没地窖。中场没地窖，目的。我有一个洞，手探有一个洞。中场直接动吗？大没动吗？没有。先不行了。我有一半。摸。哎，完了。摸有洞。摇到我。你在哪？他探我，不是说探我。来摸一下我，我在你后面。这只要走。哎，摸不了了，走了。快点啊，让他带走啊！好救，活一吧。可以活一。好救。救他好。可以看情况。
甲门窗户有洞。
快到。
甲门窗户有洞。
我去了。
太好了。有闪，这个有闪，直接过来。要扛刀。
没事。
要扛刀。
左。
ナイスナイスナイスナイスナイス。いけるいけるいけるいける。
ただ狭い触り。開き何割だっけ？
壁視野。
あ、なんだね。オッケーオッケー。
うち壁行こ
ナイスいったね。
う。ここ通れない、ここ通れない、本当通れない。
7割7割。
通れない、絶対通れない。
手元に手元に7割。ちょ今手伝って手伝って手伝って。
弹幕能开吗？弹幕能可。
でもいいよ、全然。
どっちが？
入れるなら、どっちでもいい。2回行っていいと思う。
俺が入る。
ナイス。
ナイス。あ
いけると思う、いけると思う。あ、もう少し。うわ
する？オッケー。
ナイス。
ナイスナイスナイス。
好，天了。可以，我走。波波先别关我。3号没地窖。先别关那个。3秒，2秒。到门口了，走。能走吗？走了。可以。来。
ผมจะโดนดีเพราะงั้นผมจะแยกกับพี่คุณผมจะไปโรงเรียนมันกลัวแม่งรวมกูไอ้เหี้ยผมพักไม้ฝั่งผีแมว
แผล
แมลงอยู่ตรงบ้านเล็กอ่ะบิงไม่ไหวบิงยัดบ้านเล็กโอเค
单满了，我就单满了。沙包大门大房，遇见有一台中场人黄的，不是是人黄。
Stop for a moment, can you see? Nothing is broken, you are here. You found the strength to come back from the end of the road. This is your time, you're standing tall, you're electrified. You seize the moment, feel